Okay. Turned on the mic there. That's good. Okay. Okay. If anybody's here and can hear me as of yet, I need to just make breakfast really fast. Or maybe not. Maybe I gotta wait a little bit. It will depend upon who it is. Dunk decides to raid. Okie dokie. Good stuff. Okay. Okay, let's see what we got. Ooh, hello there, Swapper. Swapper, no swapping. Whee. Okay. Okay. Nom 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 nom. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. Okay. Nice. Nom nom nom. Very good, very good. Okay. Excellent. Okay. Huh. Let's see. Hell yeah. Teehee. Good stuff. Okay. Hey, old man Windbreaker, how ya doing? Thanks for being a real viewer and growing that Eldritch Squish power. It's much appreciated. Hell yeah, good stuff. Ho. Yeah, right now I'm just kind of like investigating the particulars of the what do you call it? Map gen of New Game Plus 3 because it's weird. Like, believe me when I say there is like absolutely nothing intuitive about how the map gen in New Game Plus 3 works. Not a singular thing. It is so weird, actually. Like, there's just so much going on with it, it's kind of crazy. Okay. Let's get this feller. Get that guy. He's causing issues. Good stuff. Okay, very good. Oh, that's right. And because you rated NECA, that means that I have time to actually make my favorite breakfast, which is, of course, my favorite sandwich of the week that I am always very pleased to eat. The bacon, egg, and Gouda sandwich. I'm so happy about it. I'll be right back. Don't you worry. I'll go ahead and type it into the chat. Let's see. And I'll be back in 1 to 2 minutes. But yes, I've got all sorts of interesting things to talk about today because there's been some interesting science news. There's been lots of other interesting things. I'm rather excited for today's stream. There's many things. It'll be quite interesting. Yeah. Alrighty. And we're back. Boop. I have returned. And with my favorite sandwich. Oh my. Cheers to that. Ooh, and they ate. It's true. It's true. I do be streaming. I was considering not streaming today for various reasons. One of which is I discovered something really rather interesting. I discovered that my apparently, as far as I can tell, my current 120 gigabyte solid state drive does not appear to be functioning correctly in terms of it like being detected by my computer, which means I haven't been using it for years. But I also discovered that my main solid state drive is not in fact a 120 gigabyte one. It is, on the other hand, a 240 gigabyte Kingston one that I have been using. I further discovered that it was connected by another bracket thing, which surely, because it was an intermediary step between, well, actually there's three reasons it was like this. One is because well, I'm pretty certain that back when I had this, my power supply did not have the correct connector for a solid state drive. You may think that is weird, but it is the case. Yeah, that's how old the shit I was dealing with was. Yeah. So I had to have it attached through an intermediary thing. It was still faster than an HDD, but it was quite a lot slower than other things. Nom 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 nom. Oh my god, it's so good. Well, prior to this, it was it probably was poorly connected at some point, but right now it's not poorly connected. Like, I basically removed the bracket that I was mounting the solid state drive into the case with, removed, unscrewed the screws attaching it to the bracket, pulled it out of the bracket, plugged it directly back into everything, including the power supply and, the SATA cable. And I've already noticed a very, very slight increase in things. Exactly, I have in fact gained 120 gigabytes. However, here is the trouble. I need to clone my current drive onto another one, right? Fortunately, one, let's see, Void Doom Cookie from Dunk's channel gave me some exceedingly helpful advice on how to go about this and what order I need to do things in, which is very nice. Yeah. For example, I just need to he say that I need to just right click the Windows Start button, select the disk management, find the main drive, right click it, go to the properties, volumes, figure out what partition it is, right? And then, I'll need to then format the solid state drive to that. And this will be after I take everything off the solid state drive, of course. And then, to then go and just use the cloning software from Kingston, because that's the type of drive it is. And that'll be exciting. That'll be, no doubt, something I do in the next 4 or 5 days, or 2 weeks, or longer. It's honestly kind of hard to say. Kind of, yeah. So here's how this entire realization came about. I was looking on Amazon for solid state drives, and then I saw something really fucked up. I saw purchased in 2010 on one of the options that I was seriously considering, except for the fact that it was $80. And then I clicked on it. Then I looked at the price that I bought it at. Apparently, back in 2010, I bought this drive for exactly $40. Why is it 2 times the price fucking 16 years later? That's just unhingedly insane. Yeah. And that means that my current solid state drive is the same old shit that we would be basically purchasing no matter what, except it's just more expensive now. What? I have so many questions. I encourage y'all to ponder. But yes, you say that I'm gonna eat the food while I read the comments. I love that me sweat emote. That's pretty good, Old Man Windbreaker. Let's see. And in other news, if I'm interested in artwork done, there's Stylish Socket, Miss Jody, who you can suggest. Ooh, this is nice. I do like this. This is lovely. I am going to copy these names. I take it they are affordable? Or are they so awesome that they're expensive? But yeah, I was kind of floored because first off, I don't remember buying. You sure hope so. It's pretty funny. I don't remember buying this solid state drive 16 years ago, right? It's been 16 fucking years. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. 16 years ago, I was not in a happy or pleasant place, so I don't really feel, and I wasn't getting enough sleep either. So like, I had no recollection that I bought this fucking solid state drive in the first place. Which also means I don't really remember that well much about my current 120 gigabyte hard drive, right? 120 gigabyte solid state drive? Like, what the fuck is the deal with that? I think, and mind you, like, I can't stress this enough. I think it's maybe the type of like drive that cannot be booted from. If that is the case, is there something I can do to turn it into that type of solid state drive? Like a cache type drive, right? Like I also have another solid state drive much smaller. Like I have a 32 gigabyte one whose entire purpose. Okay, so it's just a matter of how I format it. Is that right? Mm-hmm. What do you mean by yeah, yeah? Hmm? Oh man, this sandwich is so good. It is divine. Mm. Oh my god, it's so tasty. But yeah, initially I had like a 32 gigabyte, like a SanDisk ready cache, which basically the entire point of it was to compensate for, because I got it for like $11 or something, um, on sale. Was to compensate for the fact that my rig does not have enough RAM. And at the time, RAM was about $32 to $45 per stick of compatible RAM for the thing at the time. So this was about a third or a fourth of the price, and it was a way to boost the performance of the thingamajig. So that's nice. And I still use that to this day. It's nice. I know that the Kingston one can, right? But I also have a SanDisk ready cache, is I think what it's called. Um, it's not plugged in right now, mind you, or one of them isn't, because I actually have two of these for different purposes. Yeah, and I think that the 120 gigabyte solid state drive, I'm not sure where it is in my case, but like I was looking at my drives that are plugged in. It says it's there, which means I need to like look around the tangled wires and figure out which one of these it is, right? But yes, whether a computer can boot off of it depends on many things, but it is certain yours can. That is good. That is good. So yeah, like, no doubt I will be working to figure out how the hell to like boot the goddamn, or to like clone the drive sometime in the next weeks, and that'll be, hopefully it won't be a headache and a half, but knowing motherfucking computers be how they be, it's gonna be a headache and a half. Oh man, this sandwich is good. Truly divine. I also found out where the yogurt that I was eating was. So this is actually quite something. I had to go on a fucking like whole Sherlock Holmes mystery solving shit to figure out what in the ever loving fuck was the source of the delicious yogurt like brand that I had been eating over the past few days, because I got it for free from the food pantry. And you'll never believe what incredibly strange discoveries I made, because all of them are fascinating and none of them were what I expected. This type of yogurt cannot be purchased by an individual. Why do you think that might be, right? Let's first ask that question. What possible reasons do you think that a specific yogurt brand would be unbuyable, unpurchasable by any one individual? Is it because it's got, secret drugs in it? Is it because it's got like You know, like, is it not made anymore? What could it possibly be? Or is it like an international thing? Is there tariffs involved? What would you guys assume? Okay, scooch this thing over. Because it can only, because it's only for catering companies. Bingo. Except it's not even catering companies. It's even stranger. It's even more esoteric. So based on the limited information available, because mind you, they don't even say who their primary customers are on their websites or anything, right? I actually had to figure out that shit from like indirect clues here and there from other stuff. That's again, like the army was another really, really, really good guess, right? And that was another call, right? That's what I was assuming. But no, it's even more strange and esoteric. No, this company. Well, actually, let me first tell you, before I spoil the surprise, what the one innovation that they had on their website is. Like what their claim to fame, I guess, as a company is. They made shelf-stable yogurt that stays good for 1.5 years, unrefrigerated. Fascinating, no? And I feel like in this answer of like what this is lies, yeah, shelf-stable yogurt. Yeah, extremely weird, right? Now, before even getting into fucking the entire like can of worms that is shelf-stable yogurt. So again, another great guess, and Ren guessed this initially too, right? You see like why this is super fascinating to me, because like it was a whole mystery, right? I was trying to figure this out for like 3 or 4 days. But like I decided, no, today I'm gonna solve this mystery, and so I did. And in fact I did solve it. And turns out it is exactly, hospitals have fridges and are very dependable, so the shelf-stable yogurt's gonna be no point. It seems that the only thing that this company does is make their shelf-stable yogurt for specifically food boxes for things like Meals on Wheels, which you know what, I'm gonna, because I've always wondered what specifically it's for. I'm pretty sure it's mostly for like people on Medicaid and whatnot, but I want to make extra sure about this. Meals on Wheels, what is this precisely? So, nutritious meals to homebound, elderly, and or disabled Monday through Friday, with the exception of several holidays. Prepares the meals to meet the individual specifications of each diet order, under the supervision of a licensed dietitian. And basically, they make these meal boxes, right? And bento boxes are so much fancier than what this is, because this is, I guess I would describe it as poor people and disabled people's lifeline, but fundamentally, the way most of other parts of American society look at it, it's like a pity program, right? Not like it's a social service, basically, to some extent, right? But essentially, a lot of people view it in a much less healthy or sensible way, right? Because ableism and capitalism together don't go well. But basically, one of the things they have in these food boxes, which, mind you, they have these food boxes at the food pantry because they're regularly donated, probably because they are excess from Meals on Wheels, or they are intentionally made in excess for the purpose of tax deduction, because charity and donations to charity allows you to basically, especially if you do it enough and you're already manufacturing something in bulk and you can donate it to charity, you fundamentally have created a situation where you don't have to pay taxes on it. That's just how it works in America. And basically, yeah, you can basically get a situation. I looked up the state where it is. If I'm not mistaken, it was New Jersey or was it New Hampshire? I know that it. No, it was New Jersey. And in New Jersey, their tax laws are very favorable to this type of strategy, right? And so, and furthermore, actually, um, there are specific types of commerce things that go on, like with interstate trade, to my knowledge. Oh yeah, I actually could. I could look at this. Give me a minute, and I'll get up and I'll go grab the thing, and we can look at it, because it's damn interesting. But yes, I need to have another bite of my tasty sandwich. Mm. It's so good. Mm. How is it so delicious? I have so many questions. Okay. I definitely. I see what happened. Yes, I definitely started eating a bit too early for like the Adderall I took earlier, but realistically, it probably won't be like. I'll probably still get a significant amount of efficacy out of it, but not as much as I would have liked. That's unfortunate. Oh well. C'est la vie. But hey there, free doggy. It is Subway. What's Subway? Or you making a joke about the like one of those like old ass Subway ads? So, actually, you know what? I'm gonna just type in who qualifies for Meals on Wheels. Age 60 or older, homebound, and unable to shop or cook meals for themselves. Local programs set exact rules. Eligibility often extends to younger disabled adults or spouses of eligible participants. Okay. Okay. Got income limits and cost structure. Okay. Interesting. I will certainly look into that shit a little later to see if we qualify. We probably don't because of it's Kansas, but you know, c'est la vie. I will find out. But I discovered that this yogurt is apparently almost assuredly just for Meals on Wheels, basically. And it's just utterly bizarre, incredible, and fascinating. This is the case, right? Because I was certainly not expecting to go down this rabbit hole when I was like, okay, where do I get more of this yogurt? It's delicious, right? And it was a hell of a time. But also, welcome on in, Free Dog. I hope you're well. Okay. Now, let me just resettle now that I've finished my food. Mm. It's so delicious. Oh my god. I'm telling you, if someone ever says that the taste of food can't be art, they're so wrong. Because the taste of this food is art, I tell you. Oh, I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad while I then get up and find the ingredient list for the shelf-stable yogurt. You're good, you just came out of a sauna? Ooh, exciting. That's very fun. Well, shit. If you just responded, I don't want to immediately run the ad. But yeah, how are you doing today, Free Doggy? It's been a bit. I mean, not that long, but how are you today? Because, yeah. Man, that food was good. I'm telling you, like, the interplay of the Gouda cheese, the bread, the eggs, and the, like, aftertaste of the bacon, as well as, you know, the subtle notes of, like, the way that the bacon was smoked. It creates this, like, complex interplay, this symphony of taste. And the type of bread, as well as I believe is probably like an extremely light salting on the bread itself. Perhaps it was maybe possibly sugar. I don't think it was, TBH. It was you know, some part like I'm pretty sure it was salt though. It created this truly delectable interplay of flavors, and every time I eat them, I am consistently amazed at the fact that there is something new I can appreciate about them every time. I'm just like, wow, damn. Crazy. God, how does it get so good? That's pretty good. Sleepsy beepsy squeep. But yeah, that is indeed every stream that I've had. Because, of course, Ren has been here for all of them, which is awesome. But yeah, I suppose I shall run the quick little 2-minute ad and grab the ingredient list. I'll be right back. Alright, rock and roll. Okay. Yes, I should clean my glasses. That would be smart. Let's do that. Alright. Okay. I found the ingredient list. And I shall read it. For I have no doubt it will be marvelous. I also cleaned my glasses, which for me, I feel like that's my official way of saying, like, Oh yeah, Ren is having a fantastic sleep at the moment. I think that they just like were like, huh? Because I probably woke up to the smell of the sandwich I made. If I'm gonna be like totally honest with y'all, like it seems sensible. And that often happens, right? They'll like wake up briefly, they'll be roused. They'll be like, oh look at that. And they'll notice that I'm streaming, and they'll be like, oh. And they'll open the thing up. They're very cute like that. But yes, here is what the ingredient list says. We've got grade A, cultured pasteurized, low-fat milk, non-fat milk powder, cane sugar, natural strawberry flavor, natural fruit and vegetable juice color, modified food starch, and natamycin or natamycin. I'm gonna look up that last one. I don't even know what that last one is at all. Natamycin. Natural antifungal medication and food preservative used to treat fungal eye infections and prevent mold growth on dairy and meat products. Fascinating. It's produced by the bacterium Streptomyces natal or natalensis and works by binding to ergosterol in fungal cell membranes. Fascinating. So it starves them to death, I presume. Wow. How incredibly cool. I love that shit. That is so awesome. You see, this is the fun types of things we learn on the hamperchamp stream. That sometimes food has antifungals. Oh yes, I mean, well, to be fair, Meatball, that's okay. I have, like, many people have issues with preservatives. Many people have. I actually think that the way that they keep it shelf stable is with two things. That, because that's actually more standard, right? I think it's the way they pasteurize the yogurt. Yeah. Because the manner in which you pasteurize any kind of like dairy product basically determines almost all of its chemical properties. And yeah, like, to my knowledge, I learned rather recently, actually. I was pretty shocked that, like, there are, like, so many different ways to culture and pasteurize milk and, like, other dairy products that, like, the same person could find one type of pasteurization and culturing method produces an inedible substance for them that they cannot digest due to, like, having not being totally lactose intolerant, right? But having very little lactose production. Yeah. Because most people who are lactose intolerant, truly what's going on there is most likely that they just don't produce very much lactase, as opposed to none. Such people, and they are the majority of the population, do exist, right? But as I understand it, even those people, because, you know, babies produce lactase, the thing needed to break down lactose, the protein in all dairy. That such people, although they, yeah, like, basically it's not an issue of, like, having none of the stuff, it's about just not having nearly enough of it to, you know, be able to do that. And some types of culturing and pasteurization seem to make it so that it requires less lactase to break down. That's my presumption. I could just as easily be damn wrong. I'm not a dairy expert. I just sound like I know things. Yeah, oh god, that's fun. What can I say? I speak with confidence about things I don't know that much about. I have done this since I was a little baby child. It just be how it be. That said, I will readily acknowledge I don't know very much about something. Like this. I see. Acceleratium potion, you say. Okay. Good stuff. Now, let's drink the entire Acceleratium potion for fun. And toss the flask. Ooh, a chest. Great chest ahead. Nom 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 nom. I think. This is a polymage, is it not? Nom nom nom. Hey. I'm not done eating these pixels. Stop it. Quit falling down. It's that darn Acceleratium, I tells you. Oh well, that's fine. And open a chest. A heart, you say? Sure. But yeah, personally, I don't mind preservatives very much, from what I real with you. Right, because, like, the number, like, you could tell me that something has a high risk of, like, causing cancer, and I would just kind of shrug at you, most likely because of, like, a simple fact. If whatever, like, the situation I'm in is just so undesirable, right, that, you know, basic survival is the primary concern. So preservatives, being unhealthy in some respect, is at the bottom of my list of things that are that important to me, right? However, this always cast, I love this. This is beautiful, actually. Always cast large magic missile? Yes, please. I don't, however, need these dormant crystals. They are not at all necessary here. Actually, what happens if I use this always cast? Did I leave at least one dormant crystal on there? I did not. Oops. Wait. Is this a Oh no, it's cast delay. Oh, I understand. I need a chainsaw. I need a singular chainsaw on this thing, and that will solve the problem. Of course, of course. Why did I not think of this? But of course, but of course. This is obviously the problem. Oh, yep, that did it. Uh-huh. Whoop-bam, whoop-bam, whoop-bam. It's not quite one frame, but that's okay. In fact, it's not really even that close to one frame, but I'm not that concerned about it. Okay. But yeah, like, the trouble with preservatives, right, is they're in everything. Some of them are less unhealthy than others, of course, right? Some have more long-term consequences than others, of course. And I would be interested to know, like, the long-term health effects of this particular one, right? But at the end of the day, my primary concern would obviously be getting fed. And, you know, if something that is a little bit less than stellar for my health gets me fed at the end of the day, so be it. You know? And that's just kind of how it is, because you can't necessarily always have the best of foods and things. Man, I really like this always cast. This is very fun. I rather quite love that. Ooh woo, coitus. I was telling chat about something marvelous that happened. So, remember I was eating the delicious yogurt just the other day, right? And how it was great. And I was like, oh my god, this yogurt, it's fantastic. Hamperchamp, I love it. I love it. That was great. So this yogurt, right? I was like, okay, where can I purchase more of this yogurt? I want more of it, right? As you do. And so then I basically was looking into where the hell I could get more of it. And the answer was, it seems as though there is no place you can actually get more of it as like a individual citizen, because it's some type of like what you call it, it's only for meal boxes is what they're called. Do you have anything like that in Finland? Slash, do you know what a meal box is? Meatball too, that's quite funny. Aim a moves. Yeah, a meal box, correct. It's basically a thing for, it's intended to, it's related to things like Meals on Wheels, which you may or may not have heard of. It's very significant in a lot of different things in the United States, but basically it is for homebound seniors, it seems, and disabled people, and who qualifies for it differs from state to state. However, apparently, like essentially, I was looking into like where this yogurt came from, right? And I was like, how does a company just like not sell to people? And it has everything from hors d'oeuvres to dessert. Some of the time, yeah, you like in many cases, yes. Yeah, that is the case. Ooh, this is actually a very good one. Ooh, and it's got drilling shot on it? Oh, yeah. That's fantastic. I think I put something on here. Oh. Of course. Silly me. For some reason, I accidentally took the chainsaw from this one and put it on there. How silly of me. Wait, what? Huh? What? I have questions. What exactly is going on here? Oh, I don't have enough mana for it to function, maybe. No. Who the hell knows, actually? I don't know why it's not working. Why did adding a chainsaw ruin the thing? So it doesn't have an invisible spell, does it? No, of course it doesn't. Okay, that works, I see. Or no, it doesn't really. I guess it does technically work, but this isn't exactly what I was going for. I'm going to need to investigate what the hell is going on with that wand later, because that is not how it's supposed to function. A 10 stream streak, hell yeah! That's very exciting. Thank you very much, Coitus. I really appreciate that. But yeah, essentially, the way this shit function... Oh, wait a minute. Or did I have the wrong thing? No, this is definitely the one. Man, I was using the correct wand, but... Wait. Or did I intend it to be a single target blast spell? Or wand, I mean. No, clearly not. Interesting. Get wrecked. Come on. Perish already. I know you have a lot of projectile resistance, but man, those things just, they take forever to die, I tell you. But yeah, the idea behind them is people who are homebound and unable to shop for themselves easily can have like a source of meals, which is, you know, obviously a good thing. Yeah. And it's a darn good thing that is very helpful to a lot of people. And in essence, the way that shit works is, you know, you obviously want something that can, you know, be shipped safely from place to place without, like, causing many issues. And so you need something that's, like, mostly shelf stable. It doesn't need to be refrigerated at every single stage. And here arrives the, this yogurt. Because this yogurt is shelf stable for 1.5 years without being refrigerated, which is kind of crazy. I had never known that that was a thing before. And apparently, like, I also learned that in France they don't refrigerate their milk, which I also found entirely whack. That is very new to me. But yes, you found out something new about base. Let's find out what. Meal box 1! That's so good! That's so good! Figured out something about bass. You were digging too deep in the lower strings. Played with less power, and it sounded much better and in balance. Ooh! That makes good logic sense. That is something it's pretty easy to do. Because it's very fun to hear the deeper strings, oh my bad, go, like, make the slapping and, like, I really miss playing the bass. Actually, I should definitely get back to that sooner rather than later. Because that shit is so much fun. Yeah, it's good shit. Let's see here. I also love the way that just the gold is just overflowing when it kills the bad guys. It's really funny. Okay. Riff sounds better to you. Oh yeah, that's rough. This is one of those, like, sometimes it feels a bit like a philosophical issue, but in many respects it's more of a practical one, right? About, like, okay, how do you want to balance the sounds of that particular, like, song and, like, playing and whatnot? Like, do you want to go out of your way to make it more like yeah, it's just like, how do you want to balance the sounds? Because yeah, it's not the easiest thing to do, but also there's lots of ways to go about balancing sounds, right? You could just, in that particular song, play the other strings a lot louder and or harder than than that one, and then you can still do the thing you're looking for. Or you, of course, you know, you could even it out in post, that sort of shit, you know, make a low pass filter type thing, but you know, like, it just varies, you know. There's a lot of ways to go about these things, and I'm not going to say, like, there's usually the correct answer for a particular musician, but I don't think that there's, like, a universally applicable right answer to that sort of thing. Although maybe there is, and I just don't know what it is. Who could say? Could just learn to mix bass properly and use both. It's true. It's true. But that would be a lot of work. So in many respects, that might be the correct answer, but, you know, in that sense, it's not always the correct answer, because if you don't have the energy, time, know-how, or otherwise, or even just maybe just the access to the software, then that obviously isn't the right choice. Because it's not exactly a choice now, is it? But yeah. That do be one of them things. Alright, now we got this thing. What we'll do is we will just toss this right here. Yeah. No, that's not necessary, really. Yeah, I'll grab it off of here for now. Wait a minute. Pew! Pew! Pew 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 pew. I forgot that wand experimenter only works before you modify things. Well, or, you know, you toss them off of the wand rather than into your inventory. But yeah, hey, it's fine. I've got 3 million something, or more than that, actually, quite a lot more HP than that. you know your technique is lacking. So it's best to learn proper technique before using software to fix it. Exactly so. Very true. If you're gonna learn the bass, gotta learn the bass. It's true. Oh gosh, I do love playing the bass. It was always a lot of fun whenever I do so. I especially love the fretless bass, which is my favorite. And in my opinion, it is the most fun way to play the bass. But I'm also going to say that there are a lot of things that are made more difficult by it being fretless. Also, here's a question. Are fretless basses also dauntless? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, it's a very bad joke. But I like it. Very good. Let's see. I am very pleased. It's true, half-assing it is generally not worth the trouble. And Fear and Hunger is peak, you say. It's so dark, but you just can't stop playing. I mean, hell yeah. I am thrilled to hear you're having such a great time with it. Rock and roll. Yeah. That's good shit. I'm very pleased that you're having a good time with it. Because, yeah, it is always very nice when something is very fun and like this good shit. Yeah, honestly, that joke was pretty hilariously bad, and I kind of love that about it. I especially love that it didn't make that much sense, right? That's my favorite part about it, actually. Very good, very good. I gotta drink some water here. Oh, look, a worm. Let's get him! Get him! I'm enjoying this concentrated light build I made. It's a very silly build. It's very fun, though. Well, that is correct. What I wanted to do was toss this. I wonder if this will knock over the other one. No, it did not. Good. Ooh, utility box. Yippee. Okay, that's pretty good. Fretless too. Water. I do so love water. This is what we call in the business a very good and tasty thing. Alrighty, crit on bloody. Very good, very good. That's electric charge, and this last one's crit on burning. I see. And let's see, how does this sound? It's nice. It's nice. It's nice. And let's see. One time, you lost to a monster, woke up in a pit full of corpses, you missing both your legs, crawled out of there, only to find a torturer who chopped off your remaining limbs, and other things, and then your neck. Great experience, would recommend. That's very funny. Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, I would despise this game, frankly, if I played it. I'm glad that you're having fun with it, but yeah, on a personal level, no doubt, I would hate it so much. Look, that is the teleportation mage, not the swapper. Yeah, I just don't tolerate that sort of shit very well because I'm just like, no, I hate this. Hell of a party, you say. Teehee. The other time you had a bad infection. Close to death. Is it child you'd saved? Oh damn. God, oh god, I know of a very good pun for this situation. Yes, the child was disarmed. So naturally, Coitus sacrificed them to the gods, wishing for a miracle. And you died due to an infection. I think the gods spoke very clearly in that moment. God, that is absurdly fucked. I am glad that you enjoyed my disarmed joke. It is, yeah, like, I'm actually really surprised that one came to mind, but I am very pleased that it did, because most of the time I have one of those, like, I think it's called stairwell humor, and it is how it translates from French. You know, the idea of, like, coming up with the right joke or comeback for a situation after you've already left. That is my understanding. I do not know for sure, though. Let's see. Finally found out how to save the game and progress in the story. Well, that is good. Oh, wait. How to save the game in the sense of, like, using the save function? Or, just, like, to save that run, I guess. Or to save the, progression you've done thus far. Or to salvage the situation, I guess. Yeah, I would be a little concerned in this particular run if things were to continue in terms of going through the New Game Plus loops, because, yeah, the enemies are getting very tanky. Interesting. What is this? Not a very good one, I do not think. Yeah, nah. However, I shall pick it up and fire it several times for giggles. There is no save function. You save by resting in a bed. But some rooms are not safe, so you flip a coin if you get to save. I understand. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, that shit's sketch. Let's see. Honestly, it's gonna be a humorous bit of adjustment I'm gonna have to do whenever, like, in my next Noita run, because I'm so used to smoke and steam being worm blood. That is gonna be weird when they're not anymore. That's ridiculous shit, I say. So it casts every spell on the wand. What? That is incredibly bizarre, actually. Wait, let's just do this real quick. Yes, I cast streamer wands. Okay. I see. So there's nothing else remarkable about this particular goofy-ass looking wand. With its 0.99 speed, except for the fact that it casts every spell that it has a slot for. How funky. Very goof. Okay. I've also yet to locate any, what the hell does he call it? iRoom in this New Game Plus loop. I've not checked Parallel Worlds, of course. But, yeah. I have yet to locate any such thing. I also updated the iRoom wiki. I will need to... I hope they didn't revert those changes, because I added very good details that are very valuable about New Game Plus 2. I hope, or maybe if they did change something, I hope they just moved it around and reformatted it, because I just added a tips section. Because frankly, where the hell else am I supposed to put that? Maybe I should make a New Game Plus section? I don't know. It's for the Hourglass Chamber, right? Because the Hourglass Chamber is where the iRoom wiki thing is. And I had nothing about whether or not things spawned in various New Game Plus loops, and it's just like, yeah, this is not very helpful, is it? Where it's not got any of that shit. So I'm just like, what? What's the person is supposed to do? And the answer is, modify the wiki, because there's nothing answering your questions. You gotta find the answers and then, you know, modify the wiki yourself. Because if something is unsatisfactory in this respect, sometimes that's just how you gotta go about it. Okay. That was funny as fuck. I love that. That's great. Ooh, interesting. I'm actually enjoying this. What a fun way to dig through the meat realm. Ooh, look, a utility box. Ooh, with blood magic. Yes. I love blood magic. Yeah. Hey there, Dawn. How you doing? Oh, I know, right? The utility boxes, aren't they awesome? I love the utility boxes. They're so much fun. Concentrated explosion. We've got plasma beam thrower. That's the one I'm after out of these. I believe this is fire arc, correct? Yeah. Well, I guess I might be interested to do a few experiments with fire arc. Why not? I wouldn't mind knowing a couple of interesting or good applications of this particular very, I suppose, what's the nicest way to put this? Mediocre arc spell. Because when you compare it with, like, electric arc, right, it's drastically less good. But how are you doing, Dawn? Utility box? They remind you of all of your all-terrain runs. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, personally, I have decided I'm not even going to bother attempting such a thing with the utility box until, very specifically, I encounter a meat realm in some New Game Plus loop that is very, very, very close to the surface. And then I will think about it. Tee hee hee hee. Because, yeah, I would prefer not to be terribly traumatized in that way, because, frankly, you are super valid, and I don't think it speaks that well of, I guess, the process itself, right? That it does that. Interesting. That's an awful lot of plasma beams, isn't it? I love it. Man, the worms have quite a lot of HP, don't they, in this iteration of New Game Plus 3, that is to say. Doing fine. Playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh gosh, you play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? Hell yeah! I fucking love Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I don't play it that often. Say, is the, I think it's like the Synchro Fusion Festival or whatever, that's still going on, right? Or when is that ending? Because I wanted to play it just a little bit to get some of the gems, because Ren and I absolutely love to open the card packs, right? But, you know, we, of course, you know, we would never spend money on that shit because we don't have that option. But, yeah. We love opening card packs. And so often, especially Ren especially loves opening that shit, so I often like to just, you know, win enough that I'm able to get enough of the gems that we can then open up more card packs, because I love opening up the card packs with Ren. Ren loves opening up the card packs, so I mean, it works. Let's see. After finally, sure, you recently went back to playing the game. Start all over again because your old account is lost. No, you're a returning player. I got you. If you're looking for a deck that is consistently useful, but like doesn't require that many ultra rares and super rares, I recommend Kashtira. And another great card that I really quite thoroughly enjoy that is a rare material, it only requires rare materials, is Lost Wind. It's a really quite strong trap card that is reusable, as in as soon as it goes to the graveyard you get to use it a second time as soon as your opponent does a special summon. That is to say, immediately. Yeah. But I agree, that is no good. Having lost the account, yeah, that is rough. Assuredly so. But yeah, I also have many other recommendations about Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel if you would like any. And I am always happy to talk about it, quite frankly, because I really, really enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! And always have. It's a really silly game. It's not even that good of a game, but I enjoy it. Oh, both Predaplants and Dragon Maids are quite good, but if you're picking between the two, I'd go for Predaplant. Because, yeah, Predaplant is exceedingly powerful, and it recently got some new support. So now there's more Predaplant cards that are even better. Yeah, they're really quite... They were always strong, especially with super polymerization. Yeah, but nowadays they're even better. Because they also, if I'm not mistaken, they've also got built-in ways to negate the effects of your opponent's monsters, which is obviously fantastic. Yeah. Why did... Yeah, I'd like to know why exactly did this particular... Why did this... Oh. Wait. Well, no. 1, 2, 3. Are you telling me Oh, it's got... Oh, it still has cast delay. Because it needs this. Right? Is that it? No? Why can't I see it fire? What the fuck is... Oh, no, that's it. Of course. I'm silly. I'm a very silly person. How am I still not figuring this out? What the fuck? And welcome on in, Ash. Glad to see ya. Let's see. The Dawn say they spent most of their gems pulling on the Predaplant banners. Still a number of cards you're missing. Imagine you'll take the, take you some more time until you have a proper deck going. So you'll just have to stick to the a slightly modified Synchro Star deck. That makes a lot of good sense. If you want a one-card win condition, go for Kashtira Fenrir. It's a great use for your gems. It'll also produce a lot of situations where as soon as you summon it from your hand as an opener, people will surrender. Even if you have none of the other cards. It's absolutely worth the 30 points, ultra rare points. Just throwing that one out there. Yeah. And it's also, got these, we're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And because Kashtira Fenrir is a type of, it's a monster that basically has the best type of removal, which is banishing face down, because it basically removes it from the game. And there's only a couple of extremely specific ways to remove that card from the game. Yeah. Oh yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so fucking complicated. It's absurd. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, it's an extremely silly ass game, if you ask me. And it's really not even that good. I would even go so far as to say Yu-Gi-Oh! Is pretty mediocre. Let's see, actually. I just had a really fun idea. I would like to make an utterly ridiculously goofy wand, and that's precisely what I'm going to do here. I'm going to put this wand up in the ceiling briefly. Yeah, what we going to do is, it'll need Omega. But other than that, it should function just fine if I can find the correct one to support the mana costs, which will be astronomical. Oh wait, no, with Omega they won't be. Yeah. Okay. Okay, good, good, good. Yeah, because the idea I want to do with this one is to just have a wall of black hole spells that are cast, and basically just remove everything, like all of the things in front of me, and make it so that I've got no, like, just deletes everything in front of me. That's the whole idea. It's not very complicated, but it will be fun. Indeed. Wishing Ash has 8 more gigabytes of RAM. Valid, valid. Ash's computer wouldn't constantly crash while playing Zombie. That's super reasonable. Understandable. You either like to use Melodious or Dolce. Really? You really like those archetypes. But without a specific banner, you don't think it's worth it. That's fair. That's really quite... I understand. Because, yeah, the other bit of trouble with those two archetypes is, like, especially, I would say Madolce. I mean, actually, both of them, to some extent, they're hard to run, and they're not as competitive these days. I think you need to wait until, like, more support came out for them realistically. Yeah. Sometimes it'd be rough like that. Okay. There is an Omega right there for me. Perfect. That is precisely what we was looking for. Also, maybe we'll need this Tau. That'll be a good possibility. I think I will also go ahead and put maybe I'll put the LARPA bounce right there. Grab the add trigger off of here. Is there anything else here that I would like? Huh. No, actually, I think I got it. I'll put the LARPA explosion here as well, so we can do a few experiments with it in a bit. Water. Computer shouldn't crash, says Meatball. If it's got 8 instead of 16, low RAM doesn't mean computer will crash. Supposedly. I mean, computers do strange things when they're not able to make, well, particularly programs do strange things when they're not able to, like, execute their intended purpose the way they're supposed to. I wouldn't be that surprised if that kind of shit happened, although I would agree with you that, like, the root cause is probably not, like, the RAM itself, like, causing the explosion. No. The crash. But probably something in Zomboid itself, right? Like poor optimization causing some type of, like, error. That feels very, 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 very likely to me. Okay. So the triple. 1, 2, 3. This. 1, 2, 3, 4. This over here. Last thing it needs is a chainsaw. Okay. Let's find a chainsaw on one of these wands, because no doubt I've got enough. I tried to spread out a sufficient number of chainsaws on a bunch of different wands, like here is one of them. I could just grab it off of that one, but I would definitely prefer to grab it off of one that's got multiple if I can. Oh, no, actually I'm going to do this one because this one also has one of the other spells that I need, namely an extra one of these. 3. Good. Okay. Yeah, it should be fine. Rock on. Oh wait, no. That won't work actually, it just occurred to me. I'll put you up there because I just realized I can't really afford to have it on this build. Instead, I think nor do I need this bad mana actually. Just realized that. I will put it over here. Very good. And that shall be all. I also wanted to look at the velocity of this wand. Exactly 1.0. Fascinating. You like Yuzu from the anime. So you like Melodious as an art. That makes sense. Designs of both archetypes appeal. That makes sense. But yeah, Meatball, my presumption is that, like, would it not just be the poor optimization of the program, right? Like, the program might just need more fucking RAM to handle the errors. That'd be my presumption there. Because I have certainly encountered a lot of things like that. Let me rephrase that, because optimization is probably not the correct word. So, modding, right, creates situations that are fucked because the person probably did not, like, do that good of a job making all the things work the way they ought to. Right? And, yeah. That's right. Do this. What? No, why aren't you working? You should be working. Oh, it's because of the blood magic itself. I get it now. But yeah, with modding, a lot of shit is just probably not, like, done in a way that's, like, good for much of anything, right? So it'll just cause a lot of issues. That's my assumption of what's going on here. I feel as though that's not an unreasonable assumption. Right, but a lot of people, when they say crash, right, what they're talking about is that everything locks up, right? That's what a lot of people are talking about, you know? You say that no matter what the program asks, the computer will not crash, you say. I mean, well, in that case, I would ask, what's happening when a process in a program is happening, and then basically it creates a scenario where you can't do any further inputs anywhere, and you can't even alt tab out.
I don't need this, you mimic come. I don't need you to mimic come. Mimics come.
That is really a funny sound every time it gets me. So good. Utterly ridiculous. Oh, wait a minute. It just occurred to me. I could make this wand even better if instead of this type of wand here, I wouldn't even need the add manas. If instead, what I opted to do was... Well, actually, wait. Actually, yeah, that'll work nicely. Because what I need to do is instead of opting for this type of thing, rad manas, I could just get a reverse mana charge wand, and that should theoretically work. Nice. Yeah, that does about what I wanted it to. It's pretty close. I'll need to workshop that a little more. But I like it. It's nice. It's fun. It's cool. It does about what I expected. Okay. This guy... Yeah, that one is not very special in any real manner. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. So that should be the 8th. Why does this cause issues? If I remove blood magic, does it still have issues? Yes. Why does it still have issues? It shouldn't. What if I go to heavy shot? No, that's clearly not it. Yeah, why won't that work? That is fucking strange. Why does that still? Why the fuck does that work? Does it fire it off so fast? What? Because I used what? Maybe that's actually it. In that case, I suppose this. Okay, that did work. I'm glad to know that that does in fact fucking work, but you know, what the hell. And it's a solid question. Does it stop working unexpected, the computer or the game? Because yeah, my presumption would be the game, but that the game causes some other type of lockup, right? Oh, interesting. What an odd little wand. Okay. You know, I rather like the large explosive box spell. It's really fun. Wait a minute, here's an idea. I can do this. This is gonna be very funny, very silly. I wish I had a different type of thing to mess about with this with, but yeah. This is funny. Yay, it does work, but yeah, that's right. I want anti-gravity. Or upwards gravity or whatever. Yeah, anti-gravity, yeah, that's the one. That's very fun. Utterly goofy and ridiculous, but very fun. But yeah. I was certainly not expecting to learn that there could be like 1.5 year shelf-stable yogurt when I was trying to find the type of yogurt that I enjoyed. It was such an adventure. And a hell of an unexpected turn of events, really. No, because you don't go into solving a mystery about what type of yogurt did I eat, expecting the answer to turn out to be a yogurt you're not allowed to purchase anywhere, and that, like, is also shelf stable for 1.5 years. Very strange. Oh, by the way, Ash, if since you're doing you seem to be somewhat involved with the modding scene with Project Zomboid, it might be worthwhile to let them know that there are yogurts that are shelf stable for 1 year, or for over a year, right? 1.5 years specifically. Yeah. God, that's funny. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad. I'll be right back. I'll see y'all in 2 minutes. Okay. 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 Let's see. Ooh. Multiple polymage corpses. Fantastic. Very good. Okay. Very good, very good. That is much polymage corpse eating. Superb. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Marvelous. HP. There's so much HP, it's ridiculous. Utterly absurd. Okay. Alrighty. Do that. And toss it. Very nice. Okay. Very good. Okie doke. Whoa. Man, that's an awful lot of these mages. Such a tight little corridor, too. Yeesh. Very tiny little space for them. Golly, I wonder what all these mages are thinking, right? Like, because all of their, like, mage friends just kind of got evaporated. I am grumpy that I cannot eat that particular polymage's corpse. Grumble, 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 grumble. Okay. Very nice, very nice. But yeah, I was really kind of like thrown for a loop the other evening when I discovered that yes, in fact, one of the options I was considering for my like solid state drive like upgrade was something I had purchased in 2010. I was just like, excuse me? And it obviously like also just had really good ratings too, right? Which, does that mean that solid state drive technology has, aside from like is it NVMe, is that what they're called? Aside from NVMe, like solid state drives, the technology hasn't improved that much, is that true? Slash, any improvements there have been haven't really been widely implemented? Is that the case? Because otherwise, I struggle to understand why something that, like, is quite literally, in the most exact and literal of senses, the same item is so different in, like, price in this respect. It just doesn't make very much sense to me at all. Let's see. It's very funny that this just kind of like explodes in your face. What a silly little thing. How odd. There have been improvements, but not like strides, I understand. So like, those improvements that there have been, like, do you think that, like, getting a newer one, how many frames per second of improvement do you think it would get me? Because I'm already noticing, right? Like, I hope you guys are as well, that the game is, in fact, running, like, 3 or 4 frames per second faster. Because all of the game files are on the solid-state drive. Not all of them, but the vast majority of them anyway. But, yeah. Hopefully that's noticeable. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, next to none, right? That just like the older technology in this instance is perfectly sufficient. Because it seems like most of the people I was asking about it on the Dunker Slam like subreddit seem to be referring as though the only relevant solid state drive technology was like the NVMe drives, but I think that's not just patently absurd, but demonstrably not the case, right? Because just due to just what drastic improvements there are, like with solid state drives over the, just normal HDDs, right? They're just a lot better in every conceivable way. Meatball, that's not true if you don't have enough RAM. You should know that. If you don't have enough RAM, what you said is untrue. And I don't have enough RAM. Open Task Manager? Sure. Let's see. Manager. And what are we looking for? Memory tab, you say? Oh, I see. There you go. It's quite serious. We're already using 61% of it. And I'll have you know, I'm not doing all of the things I want to be doing in terms of like streaming. In fact, I need to do things like if I want to simul stream to YouTube, which I do want to do, this would increase it. But yeah, if you'd like to look at give me a sec. I'll just do display capture. Here you go. Right, we're sitting at 61% of the memory usage, right? Because remember, we're at 8 gigabytes of RAM here. At DDR3, the performance tab. The fuck am I looking at with this shit? Because mind you, but the problem, my other issue with this crap is, but yeah, you see here, right? This shit happening all the time here. And the memory. Why does it? What does it mean? What does the committed 9.7 out of 16 gigabytes mean? What does it mean? Cached? There we go, 3.1 gigabyte, yeah. What's FFS? Fuffus? What's Fuffus? Let's also just take the opportunity to look at my Ethernet. Interesting. I don't know what this means. Neat. Ah, yes, this is that other. This is the solid state drive I spoke of, right? And it's just because I was removing things off of it and things we're not using it at all right now. But yeah, this is the one that I would like to make into my main OS drive, because right now I'm just using this fucking ancient ass laptop hard drive here. Kindly patient internet dying. I see, that makes sense. Let's see, how much of my GPU stuff? Oh, okay, so the OBS is using a not tiny amount, but it's not huge either, of all that. It is using a lot of power, it seems. Interesting. Why does it say, like, what the fuck does this committed 9.7 out of 16 gigabytes mean? Like, what is that just telling me? Like, actually, no, I have no concept what that could feasibly mean. Right? Like, what in the goddamn. I have so many questions, right? About what that could feasibly mean, right? And I don't know the answer to any of those questions. Whatevs. Okay. Okay, I see. So, in memory section, notice where it says cached 3 gigabytes. It means the OS decided that not only it has enough RAM to keep all that's needed in RAM, but also keep extra stuff in RAM that doesn't need to be, just so it has access faster. And yes, many questions. That is fair about the offering the answers to the questions, and that makes good logic sense. Yeah, I mean, my biggest question. So, like, my biggest thing right here is that, like, in theory, having the entire OS installed on the SSD, that should theoretically speed up literally every process, including the game. That is right. Yeah. By a noticeable amount. That is correct, yes. Yes, that's what I've been telling you this whole time, Meatball. I've been trying to explain this. My OS is not on the solid state drive. Like that's what I've been talking about with cloning my like why I need to clone this hard drive in the first place. It was why I was getting my why I was gonna get the hard drive in the first place, the new solid state drive in the first place, because yeah, all that shit. Darkcast, welcome on in. What, to have the thing on? Yes, my problem was, of course. Now, you're leaving. That's fantastic. Please don't. Yeah, no, like, cause I can probably do it later today. I am aware that that's what I'm doing, right? Like, and that's what I've been trying to like get help with, right? Because I need the. I know you're not exaggerating, Meatball. I'm well aware that you're not exaggerating, right? And mind you, I didn't know until just now that my solid state drive was 240 gigs and not 120. Because think about my situation in that I don't have very much like available space on my main like drive, right? On the OS drive. But yeah, like yeah, it's quite funny. No threat. That's humorous. But yeah, like I thought I only had 120 gigabytes, but it turns out that that my bad memory was bad again. And the 240 gigabyte solid state drive that I have evidently had this whole time. I have not only had this whole time, but that it's 240 gigabytes and not 120. But because yeah, that means that it's certainly enough for me to like install the OS on and all that and have plenty of extra space on and all that good shit. Which, of course, up to this point, I was under the impression because of 120 gigabytes, especially because you're not supposed to have your solid state drive like almost full and crap. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, right? That the thing would be orders of magnitude faster. And, yeah. My biggest concern for a very long time as to why I didn't do this in the past also, even before now, was that I was unsure what the situation for a completely hypothetically product activation key lacking copy of Windows, what the deal would be when copying that to a new drive, like cloning the drive rather. And I also still don't know the answer to that question. Sits harder. It's really funny, actually. Fat meatball. That's actually really silly. Let's grab a storage wand briefly to store things. Well, this one is, it's not got as many spaces as I want, but that's really kind of okay. Oh wait, that's right. Oh, never mind. I was gonna put it on a different one. That wand is elsewhere now. It's fine. Oh, I do not need that many fucking spitterballs. Why do I have that many goddamn spitterballs? That's too many. Okay. And grab this guy. Perfect. Put that away. I've been thinking of getting the smallest SSD possible for a future hypothetical computer and getting hard HDDs for anything else. Yeah? And that sounds perfectly viable, sensible, reasonable. Always cast random damage is not very impressive, really. Which one did I accidentally just toss into the void? I don't remember. Shit. Oh, it was just... Oh, it was the freezing gaze damage one. That's actually... Oh wait, no it wasn't. Which one was it? It's fine. I'm not actually that worried about it. It will pop up again relatively soon. I'm not that worried. Okay. Let's see. And mind you, I only also just figured out that I have this fucking... that I had this a solid state drive of this size last night. Which I'm still unironically just astonished by. I don't remember obtaining this. It must have been gifted to me, realistically speaking. In the sense of, like, I purchased it with, like, money that my parents gave me for Christmas or something. Something like that. Because otherwise I don't really understand, like, how I could have forgotten such a thing. Because it's not the type of thing I would ordinarily forget. Or my memory's just failing me, and because I'm getting old. I'm not really getting old yet, but you know. It's certainly how it feels. Because that is not the type of issue I would have had memory-wise. My types of issues with memory are usually different. They're usually more short-term type of stuff. Okay. Anti-gravity. Perfect. Good, good, good. Lovely. And we got this guy. We got that guy. Okay, and we got this one. This one's got plenty of empty spaces. Very good. And here with these, and anti-gravity. Lovely. Beautiful. Actually, yeah, plasma beam torch is probably a little bit better in this instance. Okay. Okay. Okay.
but I've seen Donkey perform. It may have been in my dreams that I was like conjuring it up, but I've seen him do it.
God, that sound really is so good. Let's see. Let's see. I agree, the conjuring it up is great. It's so funny. But yeah, Meatball, I was also, whenever you get around to it, I still am wondering, like, or maybe Darkcast, you'd know, and in either case, I would like to know an interesting thing to happen after just misfire this wand. It's extremely pretty and interesting. I think that was maybe infestation and ducks or something. I'm not quite sure, but it's fine. But yeah, I just kind of want to know like what the. Wait, if I do this and this and this. This is the last spell I actually need to properly like not have on the wand. Actually, yeah. And then this guy also ought not be on the wand, but I suppose let's have him up in the hotbar. But yes, yeah. My biggest question is about like the product activation key for Windows, because hypothetically, if a person who might be similar to myself were to be asked for an activation key, this is not something I could provide. Do y'all think that the process of cloning the hard drive, which used to be a Windows 7, mind you, and was upgraded to Windows 10, and never, and no activation key was ever provided? Yeah. Dude, I don't have a. I think you're kind of not getting what I'm putting down. That the OS was from sailing the seas, as it were. Does that make more sense, right? Like the profession. I have an account. If I yeah, yes, exactly. There you go. There you go. There you go. Because that is explicitly the reason I have never upgraded it like to the new one, to the like moved it from the one like HDD to the SSD. Yeah, the key that I used is assuredly one that if the rig that I'm fairly certain would not be accepted for Windows 10 because it was used for Windows 7 and may or may not have been used by unsavory folks who definitely did not buy their legitimate copies of the Windows OS. Not that I would know anything about that. Why does it... I see. Oh, that's right. Why does it not work the way I would wish it to? It does not make any sense. I don't get it, man. I need to figure out why this wand in particular is not working the way I'd like it to. Like I have the other damage wands, but I want this one to work. It was working semi-recently, but now it's not. I just don't get it, man. Just don't get it. The account could be linked to the key. So, here's another question. I have a separate Microsoft account that is not related to the Windows, right? And, yes. Should I actually wait a minute. Let me check. Here we go. Let me just read this real fast. No, not this guy. This is not the right thing. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that Yeah, I'd have to go to some semi-incredible lengths. Or maybe this is it. Oh! Okay. Alrighty, yes. I do have, I guess I have some of them here. Yeah, I have the things. So explain to me what I should check, Darkcast, with that information. Okay. Very good. Alright. That's right. And get rid of that guy. That should be fine. And I will make that into a delightful and powerful wand later. Now you need to check. Oh god, that's funny. And possibly so, Meatball. Hypothetically, maybe. It depends. I wouldn't know. Because obviously, this is all perfectly hypothetical. I don't even have a computer. Or an OS. I'm no chump. I operate all my programs using my own eldritch intellectual capacity. Obviously. It's pretty fucking absurd. It's goofy as all hell. But it does make me laugh, and I do enjoy that. That's a good one. Yeah, you guys are noticing like how much faster the game's running, right? I certainly hope so. Because yeah, like I did do a few things to improve things. Well, let's also, I wanted to look over on here. That's right. Guys, look, 1 pixel moved. Tee, look, another one. I mean, that is pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. If the improvement is that minor, then that you're not even noticing, then, I mean, I guess that does answer the question. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Wow, another just moved. And Juan moment, I got you, I got you. Good to know. Oh, that's right. I wanted to check several things. For one, I was looking at a study, or rather news about a study, and I wanted to actually look at the study itself with you guys here in a minute. There's the study. Very good. It's called The Cognitive Cost of Brain Rot. And it's referring basically to the fast-paced and frequently tonal whiplash-inducing nature of things such as TikTok and the like, and other short-form content type things. I just thought it was an interesting thing because it's actually, you know, talking about it from like an academic point of view, as opposed to, you know, quite frankly, entirely pointless and nonsensical, like rhetorical grandstanding, which is usually what you get on such topics, right? I'm not necessarily convinced of anything that they have to say as of yet, but it will be interesting, no doubt, to look at the study here in a minute, to check over various things. I mean, the fact that there's like as many pixels moving as there are, right? And the fact that this is causing way less slowdown than it normally does to hold the potion indicates to me that, yeah, no, this is making a pretty huge difference, because in part, one of the big and major factors in my eyes here that's going on, and like big contributors, is the fact that I discovered also that I had like a, you know, what the fuck is it called? I had this just a moment ago. I had a, yes, I had installed the item, the solid state drive, using a bracket that had, because I didn't used to have the proper power connector, and it didn't occur to me that I could you know, this was not an issue any longer because I have the new like power supply, and so I could just remove the bracket thing that was connecting it. That was basically just an intermediary step that was like just slowing everything down, basically, right? It did not occur to me that I could just do that, and so I just did that last night, or rather this morning. And yeah, so that should be speeding things way the hell up a good bit, right? And that's nice. Man, this guy has a lot of HP. Oh, why, hello there, Mr. Fuffle Kitty. How are you? Would the little man like to be a snuggle buddy? If so, I have a little space made just for you to be a snuggle muffin. You can be a little cuddle buddy. Or would you prefer that I snuggle you and hold you like an infant? Either is fine. You just let me know, Mr. Fuzzles. Would you prefer be held like a little baby? Or would you like to lay between the legs, like you normally do? You thinking about it? You got it, kitty. No rush. You can take your time to think about it. It's a big decision. You don't. It doesn't have to be a forever decision, but you know, it's a sizable decision. It'll determine where you'll be laying for the next little bit. All right. Well, first, let's set this stone thing right back down where it was. There we go. Now this can just occur while I hold this little kitty cat. Okay. Because clearly the kitty has decided he wants me to hold him like a small child. Hello there, Dream Hunter. How you doing? I've got a cute little snuggly fluffy kitty in my arms right now. I have he jumped up from the floor, and he decided he wanted me to snuggle him. And I asked him if he wanted to you know, lay in the normal spot he likes to lay, or if he wanted me to hold him like a cute little child, and it seems he wants to be held like child, and he looks moderately happy about it. I can't decide if he... I think it's that he can't quite decide if he's having a great time yet or not. No, he started purring. He's having a good time. How adorable. Oh. He's just such a precious little precious fluffy guy. Full of love, and puff, and fluff. He's a good little fluffle. Yes, he is. Nay, he's the best fluffle. I also love all the goofy words people come up with to say to their kitty cats. It's marvelous, and it makes me smile. Because it's delightfully goofy every time. I also really enjoy the fact that the mana stone here just like will continuously turn this infinite source of toxic mist into just like an infinite amount of concentrated mana. It's very funny to me. Like it's a great interaction, and I'm thrilled with it. Honestly, it's great, but it's very silly. I enjoy it a lot. you've got a way of just looking at the key. No Microsoft account BS, no nothing. And looking at the key for what purpose exactly, right? I mean, because I have the key in front of me. It's okay. I'm sorry if that was unclear. That said, it might be the wrong key. That's also possible. Well, I mean, if that's all, like, my question is, what do I do with that information, right? Even if I have the thing, there's no guarantee that it'll still be accepted, right? Especially if it's a key that's been theoretically used by many people sailing the high seas, right? Okay. I see that you, Kitty, have... I see you need a back rub, is what's happening. Let me just give you a little back rub here, Mr. Man. Okay, you don't want no back rub. You just want the scritches? You want infinite scritches? Okay, I'll give you infinite scritches. Kitty has clearly jumped from far too high of a place and hurt his back. He does this sometimes, right? Oh, I know, it's his chest muscles that he hurt, and his back is actually reacting because he hurt his chest muscles. That's what happened. Probably because he jumped from far up too high, right? Because, you know, plenty of kitties do that. And fun fact, I've told you this one before, but I would not be surprised if you guys had forgotten. It's a very minor detail. Mine Ren's kitty cat has the same joint condition that we have, right? So they are a little EDS kitty, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. That said, it's less of a problem for a kitty cat in many respects because they don't gotta live near as long, right? And so the troubles that occur for a human being do not occur for kitty cats nearly as fast. Okay, how do we do that? Let's first see how to do just that exact thing. Okay. Windows key. System? Do I type that into the search bar? System information? Okay. Am I looking at software environment components? Or maybe I have clicked on the wrong thing, mayhaps. Okay. Wait, you say. Search. System. Control panel system. Okay. I got you. I know. I think I understand better what you're going for. The control panels, then system. Okay, then what? I need to go to... Oh, Windows key and I. Okay. I need to go... Display. Okay, let's see here. Fucking hell. Okay. So, okay, give me a moment. I'm just gonna turn on the display capture here. Right, so I was here, and then I was in the control panel. Yeah, control panel. Yeah, the settings. Yes. This is where I was. This was where you wanted me to be, yes? Or did I fuck that up? I agree, my eyes. My eyes. I agree. It's misery, and I'm so sorry. Just know we're suffering together. But, let's see. So what the hell am I looking to... What am I doing here? Virtual memory. What does that mean? What does it mean? And welcome on in, Quicks. Well, let me just help you out by going back to the game then. Don't you worry. Okay. Case, go to home first. Well, because poor Kiwi X 6883 here is the poor man be suffering, it would seem. Here you go. You can watch the pretty thingamajigs. But welcome on in. I'm glad to have you. Don't stress, you say. What would be doing the going to home? Okay, I understand what you mean. Sure. Let me do that real quick. Settings. Home. Yeah, so after I would go to home, what would I click? Would I go back to system? Because then I would think it would just take me back to the... It does not take me back to the same place I was in the first place. You got it. You're gonna open Discord? That's fine by me. But yes. I'm certainly glad to have you, Quicks. If you don't know who I am hamperchamp, the Eldritch Slime. And I am here to achieve world domination, one stream at a time. And, my evil agenda is to make the world a slightly squishier place. That is, a more gentle and comfortable place for people to live in. Using my immense Eldritch and Squishful powers. And this is, of course, why we grow the Eldritch Squish power. Such as it is. Oh, I see. You were telling me not to stress. I see. Then I shan't. Tee. But yeah. And if you like my goofy nonsense, so is it actually it's Kiwi X? Like, would you prefer I pronounce your name Kiwi X? Is that right? And I can't tell if your name is meant to mean something else. That is good to know. You is typing on the Discord, in which case I shall open that up in a separate tab. Not a separate tab. Device. There we go. So that I can read it. DMs, you say. I see.
No.
See. Let's take a peek here. Okay. System. No, that is not at all. My thing is Windows 10, so nah. That shit don't really look like that, but like I can click on system afterwards, right? That I can do. But yeah, Quicks, if you enjoy my silly nonsense, today is a bit more like doing upgrading on tech things so that I can basically have a much better frame rate in the very, very near future. Yeah. So that's what's going on with that. But other than that, you know, we generally just talk about goofy things, philosophy, we talk about nonsense as well. Um, we talk about science, we talk about, you know, ethics, all that good stuff, as well as, you know, just a bunch of random shit. Alrighty, you got it. Let's take a look in that tab and see if that's what we're looking for. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I mean, alternatively, I could just look up the word activation. Activation settings. Yeah, it says that Windows reported that no product key was found on your device. Error, and that gives me an error code. Yeet. That's what it's saying. And of course, I don't know any possible reason that could be the case, because of course, everything is as it should be. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. I see. Okay, okay. I'll share the error for you. Give me a sec. Let me just type it. Oh, fuck, that is such small letters. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad while I get up and look at this far more closely so I can actually see the numbers and shit. Give me a sec. Okay. Okay. Oh shit, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Lizard. Okay. Alrighty. Good stuff. Maravilhoso. I've done the thing. Now I can sit back down. I can readjust my visuals. But thank you so much, Mr. Beware the bloopers. Oh, what a great name! Holy shit, that's an amazing name. That's incredible. Very good. Very good. Thank you so much for the follow, Mr. Beware the bloopers. That's such a good name. It really is an absolute delight of a name. Oh, why, hello there, little fluff kitty. Who's a good little puffle? That's you, Mr. Man. That's you. You're a very good little puffle, Swaffle. Full of love and squaffle. Oh, I see. So you would like, actually, to just lay down directly adjacent to me. That's what you were looking to do, kitty man. That way you can have occasional scratches. The kitty wants occasional scratches, I see. But yes, in case you were in an ad till just now, Mr. Beware the bloopers. I love your name, and thank you so much for a follow. It's much appreciated. And Lizard. And if you guys are interested in goofy nonsense, you guys can take a look at a sampling plate of goofy nonsense in the form of this exclamation mark sounds. One of my favorites is this one, as well as this one, as well as this one. Very good. Perfect. Water. I was about to say it truly is one of life's great mysteries, but I mean that is true to some extent, right? Because water, if you guys didn't actually know, we thought we understood water very well until very recently. But it turns out that there's a whole bunch of different types of water, and that basically there's also a bunch of situations, such as those that might be occurring in places such as, like, I believe the ice moon of Titan, that could lead to certain situations where there are, like, highly unusual types of states relating to the phases of water, and basically it's thought that this may have played a key role in creating the first amino acids and proteins in life, and I think that's very fascinating. It's really quite cool and neat. Though we don't understand water nearly as well as we thought we understood water, and that, you know, that's kind of awesome, really. It means that, you know, we got lots of good shit to learn even about the most basic stuff in the world. It's awesome. Good stuff. Water. See, it's a Darkcast save. It's a surrealist dungeon. A surrealist donjon existential RPG. Game you would not enjoy at all. Understandable. Understandable. BRB, meatball say. Interessant. See you soon. Interesting. Right. So, Darkcast, this leads me to my question about the thing. Given that it's not activated, right, is it then a reasonable, safe, or will it be even an effective thing to do to then, like, clone the drive? Like, clone the OS off of it, right? Or would it entirely be prevented from booting, right? Or is it the type of thing where all I need to do is, like, you know, like, not be connected to the internet, etc., etc., etc.? Cloning it shouldn't be an issue, you say? That's good. I certainly hope not. Because I sure as shit do not have the money to get a new copy of, like, a new activation key for that shit. I have no such luxury. Oh, dude, you think I plan on upgrading? No, in fact, like, until, like, the issue was forced with Steam upgrading to Windows 10, right? I was very extremely seriously
This run made me
planning to never
literally
upgrade.
despair.
Ever. Yeah. And Darkcast, don't you worry. I have every intention of testing the clone drive. Don't you worry about that. I just don't want to, like... First, I've got just such limited energy, right? In a general sense. That I don't really... I don't really have the luxury of failing, I guess. Because frankly, like, the amount of energy I'd have to invest, like, with how disabled I am, to just, like, do the entire cloning process for the thing is so significant that, like, if it were to then net me nothing, and I also would have then moved my, games and shit off of the solid-state drive, oh boy, that would give me a migraine and a half. And I just feel very terribly defeated about it, and I just don't know quite what I would do. And I'd be very sad, and it would be, yeah. I would have trouble emotionally recovering. I mean, I could emotionally recover, right? But I'd be very sad for like several days. I'd personally prefer to avoid that, right? Yeah, that's just how it be. Because, you know, it's never any fun to, like, have all your efforts be for naught. Talking about emotionally recovering. Tee. Oh my god, well, that's a lot of gold, isn't it? Holy shit. Okay. I see, that was a mimic. Good to know. Okay. Oh, very good, actually. Except this one does not quite have enough of what we're looking for here, but that's alright. Boop 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 boo doo 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 okay. This guy can go into the bin. Very good. Excellent. And now we zoom. Oh, heart. Very good. Alrighty. That is right. Now, because I was a bit of a fool earlier, and I did the thing, and I went, that means I should have that, but at a different time. You're afraid, just sitting in a corner reading your books? Avoiding fights? Say what? Hopefully you don't mean in real life. Because that'd be unfortunate. That'd be sad. Is that a bit? Oh. Okay. Let's see. And Meatball Red. Whose Twitch DMs? Yours? Oh, I see. I understand now. Coituses. I understand. Okay. Motion recovering. Now y'all stuff. Elite cards. I see. Yeah, I guess for me, like. So, like, oh, I see. You're asking Meatball to read the. I understand. I understand now. Okay, I get it. I get it. Makes sense now. Yeah, I guess for me, like. I guess for me, the issue isn't so much like dismemberment in and of itself. For such a game, it's the needless cruelty. Yeah. Because fundamentally, what ends up bothering me in most games is, or media really, just in general, if I've got a problem with the media, the thing that probably is what I have a problem with is extremely likely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, actually, this could work. Is extremely likely to specifically be the any amounts of like excessive and truly needless cruelty, right? That just, it tends to bother me a lot. Cause, you know, life has too much of that, as is. And that's why it needs to be a squishier place. Meatball just say, oh no. Why Meatball say, oh no? What happened? Oh, I see. Meatball was asked to read his Twitch DMs. I understand. Not the Discord DMs. I somehow interpreted that as Discord DMs for some reason. Oh, I see. So, for me, as a mighty eldritch slime of, you know, grand mathematical powers, I have quantified the exact amount of required and necessary suffering in order for my grand plan of extra squishiness to occur. Any amount of suffering beyond that is excessive. and it's needless. Also, any current amounts of suffering um, that are ongoing because the die has already been somewhat cast in terms of my grand eldritch squishy plan. Any amount of suffering greater than what has already occurred in this exact moment of time is needless. However, in a more specific and more applicable sense, needless in this case is generally referring more particularly to beyond the threshold of cruelty and okay. This is some fucking high tier philosophy that I cooked up for you. What's the purpose of cruelty? You guys, I would love to hear each of you guys' answers. What is the purpose of cruelty? Now, do not tell me it doesn't have one. That's not the right answer. And I'm not going to get into why that's the right answer until I've heard you guys' what answers you proffer me as to what the purpose of cruelty itself is. To give a lesson. What is that lesson? Fundamentally. Because that's what matters in this instance, right? Darkcast, you're very funny. There's no purpose for anything, so get wrecked. I mean, I understand that perspective, but that's not the vibe. In a story, that's also a relevant one, right? In a story as well, yes. Yeah. Okay. Tee. Gosh, I do so love Omega Saw Blade. It's so much fun. You know, this might be my new favorite Omega Saw Blade delivery method. Just the large spark bolt, or the large spit bolt with trigger. It's pretty good. I dig it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay. Now, so, I'm going to say that there are many different lessons to be delivered with cruelty. Indeed. This is true. And Meatball, leveraging the perception of pain and horror so that someone does what you want them to do. Indeed, that is often how it is used. But, yeah, and that's a very reasonable conclusion, TBH. Let's see. You're not playing game, or several. Yeah, I mean, yeah, severed things is legitimate. I agree, that's insane. Who said anything about loot? Meatball see. So you do it for the love of the game? Dope. That's pretty fucked. It's absurd. Coitus say that they can understand that here you think Needless cruelty is a central part of the story. How humans become indifferent towards the cruelty around them and allow it. That's interesting and understandable as a thematic element in a story, truly. And personally, I guess I do not begrudge any story that has that going on. I guess to me, if I'm going to be entirely real, honest, and forthright, that's just been the actual story of my life, just full of needless cruelty, left, right, and center, at every turn. No mercy to be had anywhere I would have needed it, and no rest or respite when I most desperately begged and or needed for it. So, in essence, I don't need that in my fiction. Any lessons a fiction like this would offer are both useless to me and just dredge up bad memories. Yeah. Yeah. As a consequence, that definitely shapes my views on these things. Let's see. And Meatball say, look, I appreciate the suggestion, really do, but really do I get game or anything suggestions? But for the past 5 years or so, you've lost nearly all interest. Understandable. This is what we call in the business anhedonia. No longer enjoying the things you used to enjoy. Anhedonia. It's one of my favorite. It's a very nice word. I'm pretty sure I read you guys my poem titled Anhedonia, about the concept of anhedonia. But yes. Back to the concept itself of cruelty. So, coitus say, to give a lesson. Darkcast say, there's no purpose for anything, so get wrecked. And, Meatballs say, leveraging the perception of pain and horror, so someone does what you want them to do. Darkcast says, in that respect. Also, coitus say, to teach to behave accordingly, for example. Indeed, that is one common usage in many respects of certain people's views. Yeah, Meatball, very much so. Yeah, that fucked up shit. Yes. Lesson to be delivered with cruelty. But exactly, Meatball, it is in fact more like a torture or a threat. Efficiency, indeed, is a different thing. And revenge, which is a quite primal feeling. Cruelty, primal feeling, but many cultures allow revenge and may even venerate. True enough. Greek word for revenge is directly derived from the word for just or justice. And in fact, I would argue that indeed there are many cases where, revenge can in fact be perfectly just and part of justice. But there are many cases where it can be the opposite, right? This is often, where I would draw distinctions between the words vengeance, revenge, payback, etc. But, that's, to be totally real with you guys, an entirely separate and lengthy discussion. We're talking about the concept itself of cruelty, so we're not going to go there just yet, at this particular point in time. You need to say revenge, tightly coupled with a sense of justice, and I do agree with you. Big, strong plea. Maybe. Going to say, maybe if you sacrifice some chins to elder gods, you could come to terms with your past. That's very funny. Let me see. Give me a moment, and I will address the longer message there in a sec, Darkcast. Give me a moment. Dislike the I see former accepted or blinded. Wait. You dislike the former, except when blinded by anger, and doubt the existence of the latter. What, justice? I see. Oh, you only believe in restorative justice. I understand. I understand. I mean, that's reasonable and valid, but I would argue that in most cases, yeah, that's right. That's fair, understandable, and or rather, I'd say it's always understandable, but I would agree with you in most instances, but I would argue that there are very select, difficult to define, and likely beyond my capacity as a person to be the one, to be my right to define, what really is the bounds of, like, when those particular, like, when non-restorative justice is accounted, like, when that's what the doctor would order, as it were, for justice. Right. So in that sense, like, I like largely agree with what you say, right? But at the end of the day, that's also quite pie in the sky. Restorative justice, I mean. Punitive justice, mind you, I don't actually think is ever really that good at all, and in fact, I'm mostly just against punitive justice in most situations, right? So I don't think it is really good for anybody, like, ever. Especially in terms of, like, a systemic approach to justice. I think that punitive justice is entirely poorly suited to a systemic approach towards justice, right? If you want interpersonal justice, punitive justice can work between, like, a few, like, a small number, like a small town of people, right, governing themselves. But when you, like, amp that up to any level of, like, scale, it does not work, in my opinion. And I mean, this is when we get back into discussions about, like, that one guy that wrote the paper about how, like, bringing back flogging is more ethical than mass incarceration, and, you know, that's as funny as that discussion is, right? It does cut to the heart of the issue of, like, mass incarceration not being a good thing and being a bad form of justice in general, because it's not just in the first place. But yeah, let's see. Quite a same meant how it's related to cruelty. When carrying out revenge, humans can be extremely cruel, and I agree with you. And then we have those who just enjoy cruelty. Don't forget, Coitus, the people who engage in cruelty, not out of malice or enjoyment, but because it's A, habit, and or B, in their opinion, easier. That is to say, they are fine with cruelty if it means they get to be lazy. I do not approve of such things personally, but you know. It is, my approval doesn't matter very much. I'm just an eldritch slime. And aside from my plan for world squishiness, I don't really interfere too much in the world. Let's see. Sounds like going for retribution in certain cases. That hampered. Yes, Darkcast. Yes. Correct. I mean, here's my thing, right? It is my opinion that in certain instances retribution can be warranted, but that human beings don't necessarily have the ethical, cognitive, and societal frameworks and institutions needed to do that ethically, right? Under really any circumstances achievable in our lifetimes. Thusly, it could be said that I don't believe that, you know, retribution is doable or good in this life, right? But of course, like, if we're talking purely like a pure-minded type of, like, hypothetical, like, and whatnot, and, like, ideals and the like, maybe that could work, who knows. Hard to say, truly. But of course, it would require humanity to be a bit seriously different than they are. Yeah. With that said, let me see. You need to Google. Okay. So many words you need to Google, but you're not going. So retribution. Okay. Actually, you know what? Because it's fun, I'll read you some definitions. Okay. We're gonna go to Merriam-Webster. Let's go to the Merriam-Webster thing, and now we're gonna first look up retribution. Something given or exacted in recompense, especially punishment, the dispensing or receiving of reward or punishment, especially in the hereafter, i.e., afterlife. Now, the word recompense. Let's go over to that one, because this is a beautiful word. I love this word. It's one of my favorite words in the English language. To give something by way of compensation, as a service rendered, or damage incurred, or it also means to pay for. But my favorite use for it, to return in kind. I love it. And then recompense is also a noun that means an equivalent or a return for something done, suffered, or given. Compensation. Yeah, I love that shit. But that's not the only word we're looking up, of course. We want vengeance. Coitus, you would also get an apology, and basically everybody would work to try and, forgive one another, as well as, materially re-enfranchise whoever was disenfranchised by whatever crime. Now, vengeance. Great word. Punishment inflicted in retaliation for an injury or offense. It is generally synonymous with retribution. The definition we just went over, of course. I mean, other than recompense, right? Because, recompense is really, it's even in the definition for retribution. Yeah. And generally speaking, that's not an unreasonable interpretation of such a thing, right? Now, depending on, I suppose you could just call it, the spiritual orientation of a society, and whether or not they institutionally believe in an afterlife, this will definitely, and it has historically very significantly influenced whether or not, a society chooses execution more frequently or not, right? Because you can basically, in a society that, is heavily religious and believes in an afterlife and, divine judgment and all that shit, basically the death penalty is more looking at a situation from, you are expediting God's judgment of that, criminal, right? This is fucked up. I don't like this. It's not a good way to look at things. But that is, fundamentally, from that type of perspective, how that be. Hey there, Teedlar. How you doing? How you doing? Big cat kisses. Indeed, we are having serious combo time, and it's fun. But not to worry. Let me see. And I haven't forgotten about your other message, Darkcast. We'll get there in a sec about your story. However, I believe that the purpose of cruelty is as follows. It is simple, yet elegant. And this is also what Ren believes, but mind you, and I'm very, very extremely strongly agree with them. It is that Cruelty has but one purpose, and anything beyond that is needless. Its one purpose is to teach a single, uncomplicated, unambiguous lesson. The value of mercy. That's it. It is the reason the cruelty is there is so that others may understand precisely the value mercy has. Any cruelty in excess of this understanding is precisely what I always refer to as needless cruelty. The same goes for Ren. That which is needless cruelty is simply that which does not teach mercy. I mean, well, yeah, Darkcast. I mean, it's pretty obvious. In the U.S., like, the U.S. has. I mean, did you not know that the United States has always been a very deeply religious place? Generally speaking, Meatball, yes. Generally speaking, yes. I'm sure that somebody could cook up a ludicrous example in which the answer would be no, but yes. The answer to your question is yes. That cruelty is an opportunity for somebody to learn mercy, yeah. And it's not that one should use, like, you shouldn't necessarily go out of your way to do that. Like, that's fucked up, man. What right do you have to do that, right? It's a fair question. I don't have an answer for you. Odds are the answer is pretty simple, and it's that you don't have a right to do that. But that's a separate discussion, frankly, and I'm not interested in having it. Because it's a bit too many variables. A few too many variables, really. Too many variables. But how are you today, Titular? I hope you're doing well. We are discussing the essence of cruelty. But yes, I mean, the United States has always been a deeply religious country. Even in the modern day, guys, the entire concept of the drug, this is part of why I actually, yap about the concept of my body as a temple, right? I'm sure that there is a one-word, definition or word that means that concept. But basically, it's just the idea that, God gave you this fine and lovely vessel of your body, and your body is a temple, and so you should not sully it with outside forces and unnatural things. This entire idea is why the war on drugs happens. To some extent, it is why, it's a factor in why many different groups, particularly people who are labeled like having deviant sexualities, are i.e. gay people and whatnot. Why such people end up getting persecuted. My body as a temple is often used against them because it's also framed as a choice, which obviously it's not, but that's how these things go. And essentially, my body's a temple is also the exact reason that the war on drugs happens, right? From a moral and ethical standpoint, because otherwise there's no justification for it. When you really think about it for all of a while, actually, you have to think about it for quite a while to actually come to these conclusions, because it's pretty fucking complicated, TBH. But the fact of the matter is that the way that all this has happened is it's related to the temperance movement as well. I.e. the movement that made alcohol illegal and was responsible for prohibition for a time. And mind you, of course, I'm not a fan of alcohol. Alcohol is a very detrimental drug, but also I don't approve of the criminalization of any drugs, because it's all, again, founded in the idea of the body being a temple. Whereas in my view, the human body is nothing but an imperfect meat sack that is made to suffer. It's a, frankly, irrelevant thing. An inconvenient and ultimately random object. And thusly, it has no significance to me or anybody else except whoever's body it is. Right? The person whose body it is the only person who should, like, have a say over it. Right? And that's fundamentally the entire thing with that, right? And that's generally a big part of, like, why the war on drugs is such a morally and ethically fraudulent concept. Right? Because it purports to, upon the basis of saving you and helping you maintain the sanctity of your supposed temple body, right? It, you know, is supposedly just protecting you from things you need no fucking protection from. And, yeah, that's... And it's all, like, got deeply religious under- and overtones. And that's some absolute fuckery, if you ask me. Because that's just some trash. It's just some trash. Terrible, gigantic garbage. Do we own the meat we inhabit? I don't know. Ask the meat boss. I'm sure that the meat realm boss knows the answer. If he doesn't, then no one does. Interesting. These guys get hit by the... I think they're getting hit by the... Yeah, these things have friendly fire, don't they? Yeah, for sure. Good stuff. Fascinating. Okay, but yes. Oh yeah, and of course the death penalty is older than the U.S. Dark, yes, obviously. But you know, like I would make a very strong argument that the concept of God and or something adjacent, right? Not a monotheistic God, of course, but of a spiritual judgment after death, and has always been a thing, right? Not always, but like for a very long time. But yeah, basically, the entire vibe that's more important here is that indeed, at the end of the day, when you really analyze what the death penalty is doing, it is the ending of a person's life so that they, in theory, hypothetically, right, in the best cases of like scenarios, can no longer hurt other people. But I think we all know that that's not usually how these things play out. And obviously, like, many people were innocent or didn't do the crime, or, you know, where death is very much not warranted, you know, they end up dying, you know how these things are. But as to say, it's some terrible fuckery. And a deeply unjust thing. In general. That's certainly my view on the matter, but, you know. It certainly also varies quite a lot from situation to situation. So really, broad prescriptions on the topic are not the simplest thing to make either. Ooh, that's a lot of gold. Whee! So, also a lot of stuff is being reframed in the US from some American God's view. You can't keep up. That's really quite funny. Well, I mean, yeah, it's been happening for much of history, realistically, in American history, I mean, right? But also just many other countries' histories do the exact same, right? It's a very, like, dare I call it, a deeply human thing to do. Not in a good way. Not in a good way. Using cruelty for that in real life only validates the continue. And I agree with you, Darkcast, that using cruelty for such a purpose, indeed, only validates the continuation of cruelty. However, there are, I would say, three fundamental currencies of physical reality. They are violence, right? Entropy. And there's the other one, and I think that it's no, it was violence, desire, and fuck, what was the last one? It's so good. It's so elegant. Shit. That's right. Lacking. Or basically not having everything you need, basically, right? And the generally like the pursuit of homeostasis. There are a few other like very important factors I'm leaving out, of course, but like these are several very important factors that are pretty universal to physical material existence, right? And generally speaking, oh, actually, I mean, I'll type them out for you. It's let's see, it's it's not, and this is basically just shit that I came up with, right? It's violence, lacking, and desire. Desire is the other one. Desire includes need, so desire and need. And basically that's obviously the inclusion of the motives to like go after these things, right? Because what's really important about all of these things is that they are like these fundamental things about reality and just existing as a physical creature that of course results in these like situations where basically so as long as our society is not constructed to remove zero-sum thinking from everything, like, because basically if we want a good society that will be great, one of the fundamental things from the ground up we need to do as a society is tailor every aspect of everything to ensuring mutual benefit, gain, and the multiplication of resources, right? So rather than creating zero-sum problems and situations, people work collaboratively to ensure that it's no longer a zero-sum problem, right? You know, like let's just go with water. Okay? So drinkable water, it could be made a non-issue if the majority of countries on Earth, of course, dedicated vast sums of money, time, manpower, and scientific rigor to desalination of ocean water. Right? To find the singular most efficient set of, or rather, there's probably more than one. There is more than one, surely. But, like, the most efficient and low energy and, like, labor input ways to solve problems, right? And I understand what you're going for, Meatball. Like, and that, like, yes, you're not literally creating more things. I understand. But this is about how people look at things, right? It's more so about the solving of problems. Of desalination, right? Because right now, one of the major issues with desalination is obviously that, like, basically, it's like, it's very energy intensive, right? Like, yeah, solving problems, the source of all our problems. You're quite funny. That's pretty good. But yeah, at the end of the day, right? It's a situation where everybody is supposed to work together for mutual benefit. They don't, obviously, right? And as a consequence of not working together for mutual benefit, I mean, okay, I can understand what you mean there, right? But to me, the actual trouble, what produces these problems in the first place, is that they're framed as a problem at all. Because to me, there is no actual, like, like, fundamentally, when you look at the situations of society and you remove socially imposed constraints, definitions, and other things onto what's going on, right? Theoretically, and this is all very hypothetical, right? Because this is not the world we live in, but it is the physical reality we live in. We could have a land of plenty where everyone is fed all the time, where nobody is really in danger very much, and nobody has to worry about basic necessities. That is the physical world we live in. With technology, resource extraction, right? Logistical chains and all these things, right? In theory, these things could be, made to make a lot of other things good. And we're not getting into the invisible exploitation of people across the world. I know, I understand, it's irrelevant in this particular discussion. If you want to talk about that later, we can. But at the end of the day, the true problem here is, of course, that because we have all of these socially constructed worldviews, concepts, and institutions that we've made, right? It has created a situation that creates a bunch of our problems, right? Even like the concept of the economy is in some respect an unnecessarily fabricated illusion that could entirely be bypassed given the correct circumstances. Is that pie in the sky in our lifetimes? Yes. Yes, it is. But I'm not getting into that particular question at this moment. That's so I don't think it's like impossible, just very, very optimistic. Meatballs say that the problem with humanity is that they see everything around them as a problem to be solved, as a situation to be improved. So humans can't just comprehend and leave as is. We almost do not have the words to express that point of view. That's understandable. And that I agree with. I strongly agree that humans are unreasonably optimistic most of the time. That is true. However, I would also point out that given the fact that, although people are too optimistic, I'm not necessarily of the opinion that is, that's more of a third order problem. Let's see, Darkcast saying that he is against punitive justice in all of its forms, because you can always make up a justification for anything. Plus, it doesn't fix anything. And I actually agree with you in most respects. Right? In most respects, I very much agree with that. And, again, it's, yeah, like this is where we get back into that discussion of, like, what is more ethical, and, like, the mass incarceration or the flogging, how most people given the choice would choose flogging, right? It's a complicated discussion. And let's see. Anything? Plus, it doesn't fix anything. The only thing you would punish someone is with exile. I mean, I will say that, like, exile, I do believe, is a fundamentally necessary type of punishment that no longer exists in society and has created other problems. That said, I also do believe that exile is a deeply unjust type of thing to do in many cases, because a lot of people get exiled for the exact same reason people would be given the death penalty, right? And so in many situations, like, exile would just be used to be equivalent to, execution, right? Because, like, a lot earlier in history, if human didn't have a group to live with, that was a death sentence, right? In a lot of times and places and environments, death sentence. So, exile and death sentence are fundamentally the same. As such, by this, like, logic, it is equally as unjust. That said, there is more to be said about the exile punishment, I suppose, as we might call it. But truly, it is a complicated enough phenomenon to warrant books. let's see. Can't coexist, give them the bare minimum. To exist somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable. Tell everyone else about this person, and have them go elsewhere. So I can understand this like kind of perspective, and like theoretically, yeah, that might work. That'd be nice for certain like individuals that are particularly harmful. But I mean, until you've solved the aforementioned earlier issues of like removing the zero sum thinking and the lack of cooperation, right? People are going to be like, why should I pay for this person who's like, killed so and so's husband or son or whatever, right? And yeah, it is going to be an unfortunate situation that the political will for which would not ever exist, which is unfortunate. Because truly, like, it is, of course, gets back to another discussion of like the practicality versus the idealized ethics, right? But yeah, fundamentally, because we are like physical creatures, like we are all subject to like physical forces like entropy and the like, right? Darkcast says that he's morally superior to Hamper. Interesting. Um, and welcome on in, Zode. I'm glad to have you. It's good to see you again. Yeah, good stuff. Wait, let's see. Okay. You take care of something. Be back in 15. Good stuff. About to fall back asleep? Well, I hope you sleep super well, Tito. And I hope you have extremely sweet dreams. And I'm going to run a 2-minute ad, go to the bathroom, and be right back. And in the meantime, attempt to catch up on chat. Oh, hello there, Mr. Fluffle Kitty. Don't worry, I'll be right back. Don't you worry, Mr. Fluffins. I will be rejoining you in just a moment. Very good. Very good. I have returned. Oh, I am sorry, kitty. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Man. I am terribly sorry that I had to move the bathrobe so that you would not, so that like, I could wear the thing. Kitty got upset because I decided to put the bathrobe on again. Because he made me take the thing off in the first place because, he was laying on it. Oh, kitty cats. Internet being complete butts past few hours, says Meatball. I see. Let's see. Yeah. And trust me, Meatball, I understand what you say about optimism, but I do not wish to get into a discussion of the flip side of like the types of global types of thinking and pessimism that occur in depression. Don't get me. If we discuss optimism, we must discuss the opposite, and I will not get into this discussion right now because I don't fucking feel like it. Now, let's see. Exile, when, where, and how? Great fucking question, man. IDFK, bro, because I don't know that I have the goddamn like moral standing to make a make a claim upon such a topic. Truly, yeah. Don't get me started on positive psychology. I will yap about that for like actually eons and eons. I will never stop, yapping about why it's terrible and why it's basically pseudoscience because it's awful. But and I can support that statement. Yeah, probably I'd be a more measured statement, right? That basically it's been applied in ways that are pseudoscientific, right? And it's basically led to more harm than good. But yeah, and been used to basically blame people for their own misfortunes. That I can support. Let's see. When? Just as soon as possible. Where? Oh god, that's pretty funny actually. Um, let's see. Let's see. The where outside, wherever we are. How? With enough tools and whatnot to survive. Right, but is it done with like baseball bats with the people, right? Or do they use baseball bats to, exactly exile? Do they poke them with a stick until they leave, right? Is it done with like physical force where you like lift them up? Do you get a forklift, right? And you like lift up the couch they're sleeping on very surreptitiously so they don't notice you, right? Like what do you do? Yeah. Oh my god, that last idea is really pretty good, isn't it? You sneak in with your forklift, and you sneak the forklift underneath the couch, and then you just very quietly lift it up. And then, you very quietly beep, 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 beep. And then drive them several hundred miles. And let's see, exile wasn't always a distance in Greek society. Yeah, like the big shots, the exile always came back. Right. But of course, you need to think about the fact that such big shots would have had a support system that non-big shots would not. Right? They had money, they had social capital, they had economic capital that they could expend for like basic necessities that people who did not meet those classifications could not. Thusly, death. And indeed, there is quite a significant range to the way these things are, and that's part of why I also don't wish to discuss optimism right now, or pessimism, neither. Because 'tis complicated. Optimistically enough, to not usually, Sudoku is that was pretty good actually. Indeed, sweet dreams, Tito. He'll cook now. Trying to reverse engineer your combo. Which combo? Whose? Oh, that. Don't worry, Coitus. I will actually get back to it in a moment. And Meatball, I understand what you're saying. The human beings are pathologically self-damagingly optimistic as a species. I understand. Trust me, I get it. I also don't want to talk about it today. Maybe another day. Because frankly, I actually have written papers about this topic, and I just don't want to talk about it because I'm a little bitter about it, I guess. Yeah, for a very complicated reasons I don't feel like getting into. Yeah. We can talk about it another day when I'm feeling a bit better about it. But yes, Coitus, let's get into what you missed. So, basically, we discussed partially that one of the main issues of like society is the zero-sum thinking as well as in-group out-group thinking, but this also occurs, it's a second order function to zero-sum thinking. The reason in-groups and out-groups are made, the reason out-groups specifically are made has to do more with limited resources, in psychologically speaking, right? You perceive there to be limited resources, so you limit who is in the in-group, right? And then, of course, the in-group is psychologically limited by the number of people that humans can easily keep track of their names and faces. But that's I'm going to be totally real with you, a much secondary concern, because you will see people make in-group and out-groups in exceptionally small numbers of people. It happens all the time. And fundamentally, this comes back down to a zero-sum type of thing. But what they're zero-summing is social capital and social positioning. There can only be one leader. Hierarchy, right? Power as a concept. Which I'm not sure if I've ever actually made very clear my position on the concept of power. I despise and detest power as a concept. I do not believe in it, for it is completely temporary. It is nonsense. It is valueless and only achieves emptiness of heart, of life, and of soul. It corrupts very little, in my opinion. All that power does is shows what was there already and amplifies pre-existing problems. Absolute power does not corrupt absolutely. It amplifies pre-existing character flaws. Simple as. Right? It does not create ones that were not there to begin with. That is my perspective, as well as Ren's in this instance. Though Ren's views on power are a bit different as well on other points, but on that point we strongly agree. Because, of course, additionally, power is an ephemeral, temporary thing that at the end of the day, when you perish, you cannot bring it with you, nor can you necessarily even give it to the people you love. Furthermore, oftentimes, people that are remembered for their power are not being remembered for who they truly were. They're merely being remembered for a position they occupied, a position of leader, of the person with the power. Thusly, having power in many situations is tantamount to admitting you aren't a person worth remembering. And as such,
I'm gonna paint the town red.
Welcome on in, Bayhue. Tell me, Bayhue, did you hear any of what I just said about power? I'm very curious. Well, honestly, I'm glad to have you, Bayhue, because as always, I am thrilled when you're here. Ooh, indeed. But yes, I basically... Essentially to me, because power at the end of the day is, like what we refer to as power is basically just the ability to, with a shiny coat of paint that conceals it from a lot of people's notice, enact violence. That's what it is. Power is violence, fundamentally. right? And so because, furthermore, I do not believe necessarily that power represents anything aside from a, because there's basically power to like enact change in the world, but at the end of the day, that power is usually not negotiated on friendly terms. If it's negotiated on friendly terms, it's influence. It's not power in the same way, right? Because power as a concept is something that people crave. Not all people, but usually the people who really ought not have power, realistically speaking, right? It is control. And control is one of those other things I do not fundamentally believe in. I believe that all control in life is an illusion to keep you happy and sane. And that's fine. That's all well and good. I don't care at the end of the day, right? It doesn't. It's no skin off my back if people think they control stuff. That's fine. But most things that happen to most people are outside of their control, right? And as a consequence of this, the idea of control to me is a little ludicrous in the extreme. And a thing that, at the end of the day, is something many people spend their lives grasping at to no avail, because, again, trying to grasp at control is like trying to contain the ocean. You just can't fucking do it. It's infeasible. You accept that the ocean is already contained on the planet and you move on with your life. Right, that's just kind of what you gotta do. But the problem with control is that a lot of people sincerely need it, to some extent, psychologically speaking, to have a healthy, fulfilling life, right? And so basically what this results in is a fundamental unsolvable problem, an unmet psychological need. And the only way to deal with that unmet psychological need is to provide power that is not harmful. That does not mean total control over people's lives, livelihoods, happiness, and ability to just do shit in the real world, right? You need to actually create a situation where they have control over, like, valuable, meaningful things to them. Because at the end of the day, why is a person trying to seek power? It's because they had somebody have power over them at some point, and they just had an insufficient amount of it in their life, and that's unfortunate, but that is how it is. That is how the world has been for more or less all of history, right? And that's bad, but like it is that way. But this can be addressed with social institutions, right? And to me, the only reason a social institution ought to exist, and mind you, this is of course an ought type to thing, right? How it should be, not how it is. My view on what makes a social institution legitimate, to me, not to other people, but to me specifically, I want to make that extremely clear, is if it provides real, tangible value to people's lives. If a social institution doesn't, to me, it's illegitimate and worthless. Except for that value which it provides to people's lives. And if it doesn't do that, it's useless. Do I think that means anything to other people? No. But that's how I feel, right? That's my opinion. Yeah. I mean, that's also quite true, Coitus. If you have lots of money, you can cause uncertainty and fear, which gives you power. This is quite true. Extremely so. Right up until you're dead, in which case you can't do anything. Which is, yet again, why I have never been very invested in money, power, fame, etc. Just never felt very concrete to me. So it seems like a lot of people have some type of psychologically concrete idea of such things. That is actually a pretty good meta channel joke. I love that, Bayhu. 10 out of 10. I am uncomfortable with the Eldritch being talking about power over humans. That is actually pretty good. 10 out of 10. Let's see. And indeed, to have true power over others is where they cannot be bought over your word. I'm not. What is that? What do you mean by that? I don't think I'm having trouble parsing what you're saying there. Could you rephrase that? Yeah, 'cause I don't get it. But yeah. Yeah. So at the end of the day, given the fact that we are all like physical corporeal beings on this earth, it behooves all of us to work together to multiply resources rather than to basically reductively analyze it as a zero-sum game. Yeah. I am well aware, Coitus. What if those who use the power are actually not betting on afterlife, but on this life? And I agree with you. That's precisely what they're doing. Which is, of course, why a lot of situations arise as they do. It's very, it is as it is. I haven't a clue who Ronnie Coleman is. Pretty famous bodybuilder. He once said everybody wants to be a bodybuilder, but nobody wants to lift heavy-ass weights. That's really good. That's actually fantastic. You think that that is applicable to almost all aspects of life. You are actually super-duper right, Bayhue. Although personally, neither I nor Ren want to be bodybuilders, even if we could. Because, actually a lot of reasons, but I'm not going to get into it. But yes, Meatball, you do actually point out something essential. Most people don't know the depth, like the deep core of what they actually want, right? Many do, though, right? They know. So I would argue it like this. Most people know the vague direction of their want, right? They are able to articulate the directionality. Hey, 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 Om Nom Nom, how are you doing? We are talking about the concepts of society, desire, the purposes of cruelty, justice, and what else? The concept of power, fear, and uncertainty, as well as, well, some other things. Concepts of exile in society, as well as something we are not talking about is optimism, nor are we talking about pessimism, because I refuse to talk about them today because I don't feel like it. And now I'm scrolling back up so I can reply to Darkcast's message so that I can put it off for a little bit longer. Lamau. So I'm very silly like that. Here it is. Here we go. Perfect. Reply. Boop. There we go. Perfect. We have discussed many things on this day. And I agree. It's true. Let's see. Okay. And the other thing that Meatball say was expect. They do not know what they are doing. And you are also quite correct, Meatball, that they basically have no fucking clue what the hell they're doing. Because the thing is, the set of skills it takes to become extremely wealthy are not the set of skills that are needed to basically successfully construct a society. Yeah. Quite the opposite, actually. Because to successfully construct a society, you need both significant quantities of empathy, things that are basically adjacent to the concepts of EQ, emotional quotient, right? But additionally, you also need, what's not a job? And it's true, Bayou. It's, like, even for people who, for, like, streaming is a job, it's not a job, right? You don't need to be sorry in that way. Yeah. Exactly, right? Because although, like, the reason I started streaming was because I didn't necessarily feel like I had any other good options for career prospects, I also didn't initially think that I could even try. In the sense of, I didn't think that my efforts would be in any way, shape, or harm um, rewarded, right, or be remotely helpful. And as a consequence, right, it, it didn't really feel like a thing I could do, and so now that I am doing it, right, it's like it's not a job in that way, right? It's more of like a enjoyable activity of doing something that I have always loved, which is having conversations. I said harm instead of form. Humorous. But to me a hobby's different, right? To me a hobby's different. Cuz even if I end up like in a wonderful situation where I end up making enough money to do life things, like I have enough to like buy food and stuff with the money I make doing streaming. Even if that happens, what I enjoy about streaming fundamentally is having engaging conversations with people, right? Because at the end of the day, I have always loved having conversations with people. I am very engaged and intellectually stimulated and like made very energetic and happy by, engaging with intellectually complex and fun and like interesting things, and it makes me happy, and it's good shit. And like I think it's cool, and I'm glad that it's the same for you. That's awesome. Nom. That makes me happy as well. But yeah, like it's the type of thing that like I figured streaming might work for, but I like for a long time I was like, nah, surely that like nah, it's got to be the same as basically acting in many respects, in the sense of like it's a closed field. You have to know somebody, right? And essentially, as far as I had been concerned for most of my life, as long as streaming had been around anyway, right? Um, I was basically like, well, I probably don't know the right people to get into this. I probably don't have the social like tact and skills to be able to persuade enough people, like to persuade the right people to like give me a shot to get into this. What I was gravely mistaken about, however, is that that's not really quite how it works at all. Um, and that attention economy is not the same as like the type of what is fundamentally a political process. Political in terms of like the relationships of power between people and whatnot, type of definition that you would find in a textbook. Type of politics, not other politics. Um, because in many respects, like when you are advocating for yourself, you are engaging in that textbook type of politics. Right, you are, and that is also what capitalism and the economy and engaging with it and getting a job and working are in many respects, right? And this is also something I have fundamentally always been terrible at, because to me I could never feel any true intrinsic motivation to engage with it. Because especially when you look at my like worldview, which I've had since I was extremely young in terms of the value of social systems, that the value of a social system is what it gives to people like tangibly in their life, right? A social institution, a social system. And given the fact that all of these things mostly just produce misery, I had no I couldn't feel motivated to engage with a system that gives me nothing and takes everything. Thusly, I found that like I didn't think the streaming was an option, but of course, I was mistaken. Um, Streaming is more like having a complicated conversation with a bunch of people over the internet, where there's an asymmetry of like how much people like the rate of communication, and yeah. And this is obviously not the best thing in some respects, right? I mean, not great, but yeah, I'm good at it. Well, thank you. I very much appreciate that, Coitus. I think part of it has a little bit to do with the fact that I have struggled desperately with communication from the time I was a little tiny child. You can stream your arguments with people, yes. To some extent, yeah. Like, but the thing is, people don't like watching conflict. Okay, that's not true. That's actually a lie. People love watching conflict. People don't like feeling stressed out by conflict. So if you can present it in that way. Oh wait, I'm saying, I have a very expensive DJ controller and haven't brought myself to stream much at all recently. Interesting. Can you tell me what a DJ controller is? Cause and like what types of functions it has? Because I'm actually quite curious. Because I've always wanted to do such a thing, or like understand such a thing rather. Yeah. Instead of form, that is pretty funny, honestly. And Behu say that, you know, but it's very typical of you to promise people stuff one day, and the next day you don't follow through. So here's the thing, Behu. It's aw, thank you so much, Coitus. Coitus say that I love your academic approach to things. Tingles my brain just the right way. That makes me sound very, very happy. Sincerely. Behu say that I just like Hamper's worldview as approach to things, and I appreciate that a lot. I also like mine. It makes me happy. It's good stuff. But yeah, it's like you can think of like whenever everyone will overestimate what they can do. So this is part of the fundamental human condition. It is a rare person indeed who has the foresight, self-knowledge, and understanding of the complexities of a problem and set of tasks, and then the energy, resources, and expertise, and like multiple sets of expertise and knowledge and skills to actually do something and follow through on it, right? And such a person is so drastically, incredibly uncommon as to be what I would call vanishingly rare. For example, I would know. I was one of these people. I'm using the past tense here for a very important reason, and it is basically my entire point. Anybody who can do that, the reason it's vanishingly rare is it requires every single factor to align in your favor, Behu. Apologizing for like over-promising is basically the same as pardon me. Apologizing is one thing. Truly feeling bad in your heart about over-promising something is basically just like beating yourself up for reality existing precisely as it is. It is not something you will ever change. In the sense of, like, you are an aging creature subject to entropy. Exactly. You're apologizing for what problem you've caused to whom. Exactly, right? Basically, the worst thing you have done, Behu, is you have caused someone to expect something, and they have been disappointed. Let me dispel this notion for you, and I will repeat it as many times as you need until you believe it. Disappointment is not that serious, frankly. It's sad and unfortunate is what it is. But that is also what life is. That is also my everyday experience of many things. That is most people's everyday experience. There is sadness and disappointment everywhere. So really, unless the person is extremely, like, critical and aggressive in their worldview, people are likely to forgive a bit of disappointment and sadness, right? They're likely to forgive a lot of it, actually, if you're honest about it. If you're just like, I overestimated my capacities. I overpromised and underdelivered. I'm sorry, right? It's that simple, right? Overpromised, underdelivered. I'm sorry, right? You disappoint yourself more than anyone else. And that is the core of a lot of these problems, is that as this is a problem I had a lot more in years past. I still do to some extent. It was especially bad right after I got disabled, right? That's quite funny. I mean, fuck. That's fun. No, apology is a Greek word for. It's a Greek word derived from. It's derived from a Greek word, which is made from this, which means apologia and defense, justification, or plea, excuse, which provides support for behavior or a belief, or for a belief or occurrence. The court heard the defendant's plea, or also it seems it's related to the word apologia in terms of like literary religion. So, you know, like if somebody is giving apologia for a religion or an extremely distorted belief. Yeah. So yeah, like at the end of the day, like, yeah, so for a lot of years, like, especially after I was, so like, I want you to understand, I used to be very physically fit, like exceedingly so, to the point where I think I've said this to you guys a few times, but I was very seriously considering doing the Olympics, right? I was very, very seriously considering this, for to running the mile, as well as a few types of like weightlifting categories. But indeed, we do fully accept. We fully accept your apology, even if we feel it's not really needed. That is quite true. The worst thing we could do that we could do would be to reject your apology. But even that, I would even go so far as to say, however, that you don't need forgiveness, right? Because you didn't do nothing wrong. You don't need forgiveness. You're not exactly. But also, we forgive you if you need forgiveness. If you really feel like you need it, you. But at the end of the day, what I'm getting at is you need to subject yourself to the same level of forgiveness that you subject others to. Meaning, you are kind and generous to others. Do that to yourself. Exactly. Be nice to yourself because you are my friend and because I don't let anyone be mean to my friend. That's a good enough reason, TBH. But there's an additional reason. Bayhu, you should be your best friend. Like, this may sound weird, but like, you have to live with yourself every day in your brain. You should be kind to yourself. You should love yourself dearly. Well, here's the thing, though. Why? You have faults. I have faults. Everyone has faults. I've done wrong. Everyone has done wrong. This is not above forgiveness. The essence of what it is to be human is to err and to forgive. So, Bayhu, I know what it doesn't matter what you want to be. I know exactly what you are. You are Baekyu. It's that simple. You are the person you are, right? You don't need to know, right? People exist beyond their comprehension of what they are, right? So like, let me just let's look at literally any creature in nature who's got not even a speck of intelligence. I'm not saying that that's you, right? But it'll make sense in a second, right? So just like a stick bug does not give a damn that it's a stick bug. It doesn't give a damn what you think. It doesn't give a damn what I think. It's a stick bug and it's valid existing as a stick bug, right? This same intrinsic validity of existence is to be applied to yourself. And the idea of not doing that is a socially constructed lever of control, hatred, and suffering used to contain you in a prison with no walls. That was I was straight spitting fire right there, wasn't I? I'm gonna make a clip. Oh goodness, I had a very quiet burp and it was extremely tiny. But it felt mighty. Okay, we'll title it Prison with No Walls. Drag it a little further back. Okay. That's probably good enough. I don't give a shit. It's close. It's good. We all good. We done. I made clip. It's a clip. It exists now. You is stick bug and otters. That's quite funny, actually. Actually, I'll title this one for the YouTubes. It will be... it'll be clickbait. It'll be... Free yourself from the prison with no walls. Excellent. Done. Perfect. Hello, fluffy kitty. Okay. Exactly. And most difficult part of forgiveness is forgiving yourself for the simple reason that you yourself know what you've done and why. And the thing is, here's what the truth, and that's true. Yeah, like the screw the Olympic wrestling. Let's talk about oily wrestling. That's pretty good. This isn't the Bayou Therapy Group stream. Fair. Skull always in the Olympic. So I wasn't necessarily planning to do Olympic wrestling, but what I was planning to do was like do just various Olympics things. And what occurred was that, because mind you, I would call it the paragon of physical fitness, and nowadays I'm extremely weak, deconditioned, frail, and like mostly bedbound. Like I used to be able to like in a matter of like 3 to 12 seconds, but really closer to 3 to 5, like I could scale about like, how many feet is that? Like actually I was doing meters actually. I could scale 15 meters of rope just with my arms in like 10 seconds, really. Right? And I could do this regularly, easily, without that much effort. So, basically, I went from being about as physically fit as a human being can be, straight down to the bottom of the barrel to, like, about as disabled as a human being could be. right? So it made it exceedingly obvious the ways in which my perspective was thoroughly warped by being physically able-bodied, right? It made it exceedingly, like, obvious the manner in which society is constructed by and for the able-bodied. And this got me thinking about other things, like, I wonder which other groups are excluded from what the, like, world is constructed for. You know, it's obvious, and essentially it's constructed basically to disenfranchise some groups in favor of others. And fundamentally, this creates a set of disadvantages, problems, pains, suffering, and misfortunes that afflict all human beings in the world. And thusly, you have to ask the question, at the end of the day, like, whenever something like a person makes fundamentally a mistake, they fuck something up, they are incompetent, they didn't do something, something went wrong, and they, like, why did this happen? And the answer is inexorably, always, well, I don't necessarily know their life, and even if I did, I'm sure it would kind of suck. Because the world we've constructed for each other is just a misery machine, right? As a consequence, why in the world would you, like, subject other people? Like, you obviously wouldn't subject other people to the judgments you subject yourself to. So, you're just left with one option. Judge yourself less. Repeat this loop of logic until you have rationalized self-love. Because you deserve it. And self-acceptance, because you are valid fundamentally, intrinsically. And there is nothing, frankly, you can do to change the fact that you are deserving of self-love. That's my view, anyway. I love Giga Disc Projectile also. It's pretty great. And, so what if you're a born cynic? Who gives a shit? What of it? That's life. Sometimes people are cynics. What of it? Who cares? Hey, Darkcast, welcome on back. You did miss a couple of moments of me absolutely spitting bars, but that's okay. If you'd like, timestamp this and then rewind about, like, 5 to 8 minutes. Actually, I don't really want this wand because it's meh. Oh, wait, no, I want to check its speed. If I look at the wand's thing quickly, I might be able to find its speed. Maybe. No, it's too late. And now I have to pick it up again. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Let's see. I see it's got a thoroughly mediocre speed modifier, which is not at all worth my trouble. I mean, it's not like straight nothing, but it's also nothing exceptional. It's just 1.08, which is not that important. Correct, yes. I'm looking at, yeah, the current thing is 4 hours 34. But yeah. And because I need to catch up a little bit on chat, I'm gonna run a 2-minute ad while I catch up on chat. I'll be right back. That's right, so we'll get back to that. Yeah. Also, little Fuffle Kit there, Fuff. The little puffins, would you like to come up here and be snuggle buddies? If so, I have a little snuggle spot for you, little guy. Little Mr. Man. Okay. I'll just scroll back up here for a moment. There we go. Very good, very good. That's right. I also wanted to take a brief look at this. So we've got all that. Is the chainsaw fucking it up? Surely not. 6, 7. 6, 7. Oh, I see, actually. Wait. I need to put this right here. Or alternatively, I could do this. That. Got a 6, and that is 7, and this will be 8. And then I can do this. Actually, no, I would like this. Yes. And 1. And 2. And 3. No, that won't do. Or maybe it will. Let's give it a try. I mean, wait. Also, I should toss this egg. I don't really need the toasty egg. Toasty egg? You know the eggs were toasty. That's fucked up, man. And Dark asked question. I had 2 things I was thinking about today related to the game idea. First, I wasn't sure if the game should start in a point that's neither high nor low, then the next storyline being more of a high point, and the next storyline being worse. Realistically, with most stories, like, it's good to like put them at a point of like mild stability that is basically preceding an inciting incident that will lead to a moment of great instability. This is I'm not exactly sure what part of like storytelling like books you would look up to, like, I'm not sure what search terms you would use to find the answer to like what the fuck I'm talking about, but generally speaking, that's what you want to do for like maximum like engagement for like games and things of that nature. 110%, yeah. Oh, Meatball, I also just noticed the, what you had said there. That's extremely funny. Like, oh my god, that's hilarious. I read, I'm finally black, and got confused for a moment. Now, that would be pretty confusing to see someone say, wouldn't it? It'd be very confusing. That's funny. And Behu, there is no such thing as a born cynic. I am that, and I'm telling you there is no such thing exists. Right? Because cynicism fundamentally is neither an issue nor like a ingrained thing, and any degree to which you are inclined towards one or the other is kind of irrelevant in my eyes, right? In fact, let's go ahead and look up the word cynic. Let's just pull up a lovely definition, because I love definitions. Definitions are beautiful. and they bring me joy, quite frankly. Cynic. Captious critic. One who believes that human conduct is motivated wholly by self-interest. For one, this is demonstrably not true. There are many experiments that basically prove as much. Children do a wide range of things without social benefit, just because they do that shit, right? It don't matter much. It's just one of those things. It's provably the case, right? Now, if you're referring to just being self-critical, odds are that it has a lot more to do with like your parents' like parenting styles and or like whether you were like bullied as a child and things of this nature, as well as your family environment and things like that, right? Because being self-critical is a learned behavior, not intrinsic. No one is born self-critical in that way. Yeah. And an answer to your question about whether I had answered your question, Darkcast, is initially the answer was no when you asked it. But now the answer is yes. People molded at a young age, I see that's what you mean. Or, of course, cynic, the adherent of the ancient Greek school of philosophers who held the view that virtue is the only good, and that its essence lies in self-control and independence. If you meant it in that way, I would think that was strange. But due to that being seeming to me rather unlikely, I'm not going to address that possibility. Oh, and the boop was to remind of the question. And to some extent, yeah, like, cynicism is just coping with shit. Cope these nuts! And that's what Darkcast's saying. If you let me. Oh. Tee. Indeed. Welcome. Thank you. I'm glad I'm back. And is coping inherently wrong? No, it's not. However, some forms of coping are healthy, and others are not. That guy in the Matrix who said ignorance is bliss. You mean Morpheus? Or no, you're talking about Agent Smith? Wouldn't one be happier not knowing? So, I would ask you the difference between several feelings. Happiness, satisfaction, contentment. Which is more desirable? And which of these are you very certain that you've felt in your life? Because I'd argue that each of these are very different. Contentment, happiness, and satisfaction, right? Now, being content, I would argue, is deeply uncommon and difficult, but also more achievable than either of the others, in many respects. However, satisfaction is more easily achievable with the help of other people, right? You can be satisfied with, just a little bit of help from get by with a little help from your friends, you know the song. Yeah. And there's that other song, Satisfaction. But that's not terribly relevant. That is terribly stupid. What a bad joke. I love terrible jokes so much. They make me so happy. They're just so fucking bad. Oh, that's great. I love it. Oh god. Give the kitty cat scritches. I will give this kitty cat scritches. You shall not worry. Scritches on the sides. Give those ribs a good rub. I shall do just this. I shall do just that. You need not worry. Oh no, Om Nom Nom's gotta head out. Oh no! Oh no! Well, I'm glad that you've been here, and I appreciate you, and I hope to see you soon. And let me see. Oh, that's right. I need to move this thing to right here. And that way the kitty cat will become jealous of the computer. And the kitty cat will decide he wants to come up and lay in the spot where the laptop is currently residing. Because that is the nature of my kitty cat. Let's see. Everyone keeps saying 6, 7. Nobody says, how is 7? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What are you doing agreeing with Meatball? You're using up time that could be going to Funger. No, that's pretty silly. Technically, you should start in media res because I'm trying to make it an epic. Oh yeah, of course. I mean that's always a good and that's the nice thing, right? Having some situation that's moderately stable in media res, right, is very handy, right? Because yeah, they're not necessarily contradictory, right? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. You're right. It's not that funny, but it made me laugh all the same. Native tongue, I see. And as everything else, humor is subjective, meaning something that you don't find too funny will statistically be very funny for someone else. Very true. Very true. It's also Greek. And also to someone else. Oh, I see. It is. That is funny. It's more of a figure of speech, born cynic. I have not actually heard that particular figure of speech by you. If it means a thing in your culture, I do not know what it is. And I also do not know what the question that before was no and now is yes. Not sure. That's something actual. The bald dude, not Dunk. Cyrus? Oh wait. Oh, you mean that guy? Thank you. Now I know who you're talking about. I know exactly who you're talking about. Okay. You know, that guy is wrong. The reason he is fundamentally wrong is that the reason that narratively the authors and directors chose to kill off Cyrus is not merely as like a type of like you'd call it like a divine punishment, because mind you, like people they underestimate how deeply drenched in religious symbolism that all of American media is, but I'm not going to get into that, and culture, right? Like, mind you, I'm not religious, but it is the way it is. Like, this shit is everywhere. And essentially, like, Cyrus is both being punished, right, for, like, his wrongdoings and whatnot. Because people like stories where the wrongdoers and evildoers are punished, because, you know, like, it's the way, it's what people love. Oh, shit, that's the Father, Son, and the Chicken McNugget. Oh, my goodness. Who is that raiding us? Oh, my goodness. We've got a raid with 5 people from Severinius. Severinius, my favorite Eldritch teleport wand maker. He used it during the Noita PvP tournament, and I love it. And thank you so much, Severinius, for the raid. I really appreciate you. I hope you're doing very well today. Right now, we are discussing very fun, like, philosophical issues, as well as running around in New Game Plus 3. And we stopped for a moment because I was, you know, remembering Cyrus from The Matrix, the bald feller. Not Dunk. I know that they can be mistaken for one another at times. Very understandable mistake. But yeah, and that's right. I need to take caffeine. Oh wait, no. I don't need to take a caffeine. It's actually time for me to have my afternoon painkiller. I almost made a mistake, but instead I made a right choice, and I took my afternoon painkiller at the correct time, and now I won't be sad. Because boy howdy, there is nothing more. There are very few things to make you feel quite like a doofus, like suddenly be like, oh god, why does everything hurt? Oh, because the medicine that you're supposed to take that makes things not hurt You didn't take it. It's like, oh shit, I shouldn't have forgotten that. But indeed, yes, I will get back to Cyrus here after I scroll down in chat some to see the people who say hello. But yes, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in, Severinius. The DMCA for that satisfaction. That's pretty good. Okay. But yeah, I'm glad to have you. And I also just want you to know, Severinius, I was deeply inspired by your marvelous wand during the PvP tournament. It was actually, like, personally for me, it was the highlight of the whole thing. I think it was Vexilus, who you just instantly murked during the PvP tournament with your strange, like, tentacle teleport wand with the Lumi on it. Oh my god, that was so funny. That cracked me up to no end. And it made all the work that I, done, like, helping organize the thing super omega worth it, right? Like, because Ren and I worked really hard with that, but oh my god, the laughter I got in that moment out of you doing that was of just, like, the fucking Jaws-esque terror and, like, horror that, like, Mina, the Vexilus's Mina must have been feeling in that moment as, like, you just approached with your eldritch tentaclery in every direction. It was amazing. It was fucking amazing. It was the best shit I'd ever seen. But if you got a raid and run, that's totally understandable. Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, I absolutely enjoyed that shit. It was great. And I agree, it was absolutely a super fun tourney. One of these days, I would like to work to make, like, another one, probably a bit smaller, but it'll be real fun. I'd like to do it again, because it was so much fun, man. And, yeah, it's so great. That shit is so good. Only 2 walls of text. I mean, hey, they're not bad. They're not bad, realistically speaking. Because, oh yeah, actually, yeah, very little text to catch up on, realistically, yeah. Called Cypher. You're right, Cypher. That's the one. And DMCA for that satisfaction. And let's see. Requested that. Yes, I requested chat interaction. That's pretty good. Oh yes, if you didn't know, Severinius, I have a lot of sounds. Some of which you may enjoy. Such as this one.
I don't need this, your mimic come. I don't need your mimic come. Mimics come.
I'm gonna paint the town red.
We've also got this
But
one.
I've seen Donkey perform. It may have been in my dreams that I was like conjuring it up. But I've seen him do it.
And one of the only Pepe emotes that I'm really okay with is that look up emote, because it's pretty fucking good. It's pretty good. But generally speaking, no, I don't have very many of them. And if somebody provides me one that's better than that one, I will replace it. On the second question, before you forget, so you said that you don't like needless cruelty, true? Okay, but you're not sure what would be the opposite in any story. Okay, I can actually answer that one. It is complicated, but I can do that. I'll get to that in a bit. If you make, let's go for you. The game in the beginning, you kill some wolves, ordered by a local authority. Reasoning being they attack people. I need the livestock. And you fight the last wolves, which are tired, fighting, and crazed. That's fine. It's fine. Let's see. Really enjoy reading some Greek tragedies. Oh yeah, like, I genuinely despise a lot of Greek tragedies for a lot of reasons, but mostly because I think they're bad tragedies. Tragedies, in my opinion, in fact, I don't even agree with most like, I'm gonna be totally real with you. I'm gonna give you some fucking hot takes here, right? So, the genre I'm the best at writing, and mind you, I am actually an award-winning author. Never forget this about me. And one of the things I won the most awards for writing was fundamentally a tragedy that was also a piece of journalism about the real world. Okay? Where the story and the moral of the story was that this person was living a nightmare. And it ended with them looking up at the dream catcher above their bed, wondering when the dream catcher will take the bad dreams away? The answer was never. Now, a good tragedy should fundamentally have core themes. It should have predictable outcomes. The character flaws that make everything bad and wreck the guy later should be very serious. Explosion! And the things that wreck the particular character, right, need to follow from the guy's issues. Now, the tragedy of Oedipus Rex, frankly, to me, reads a bit more like a terribly constructed, like really badly made comedy that isn't funny, right? Rather than actually being a proper ass fucking tragedy. Because to me, it's like, yes, I get that you like the prophecy and shit about the whole, like all these things, him trying to avoid his. I understand these things about this shit. I still think it's garbage. I think it's trash. I think it's lazy. And the thing is, that makes sense for the time it was written. Why am I having to read this as a modern person in the modern age? I don't give a shit about it. Don't make me read this. Right? That's how and this is just how I feel about many, like, types of classics, right? I want to read a more competent thing. I want a more competent tragedy done better. Right? Now, like, many people have made arguments such as, like, Requiem for a Dream is a very good tragedy. I'd actually make the argument that it's trite. However, even though it's trite, it does have a lot of things going for it on the tragedy markers, right? Requiem for a Dream is extremely sad for many of the same reasons. However, what it fails at fundamentally at being good tragedy is, at the end of the day, it has no purpose or like sensibility to it because its core theming and messaging is faulty, right? Because many tragedies are fundamentally just bad pieces of literature, in my opinion, because of three things. They're not enjoyable, valuable, or in the long term, increasing or enriching whoever read or watched the thing, right? In some respect, right? The manner of enrichment can differ, right? So, if you make a piece of like literature or something that is unpleasant to read, that like hurts, that makes you sad and upset, it needs to enrich the reader in some profound kind of way to justify that, because it's already missing one of the like three things you need for it to be a good tragedy or even a good piece of literature in general, right? And so if you're failing on that point from the get-go because it's so unpleasant, right, it means you fucked up in a lot of places, because you basically need to make up for that with compelling writing, which I don't believe that most Greek tragedies possess. Certainly not Oedipus Rex. If it's not clear, I despise Oedipus Rex. I think it's a bad story. Let's see. Dream Hunter back? Hamper or Champ? Or both? Who could say? Or hamperchamp. Eldritch Slime is fine. But then again, many names are also fine. Hamperchamp is generally alright, but Hamper is also a good one. These are all nice. Or if you prefer, you may also call me Max, if you desire, with 2 X's. And now let's see. Cute anime girl looking up beautiful. Oh, big cleave. Now I don't know about the big cleave. Just I don't know about the huge. I don't know about that one. Now that I'm not insufficiently funny, I say. But in any case, I probably already said this, but I may have just forgotten halfway through. If you need to raid and run, Severinus, I totally understand. I hope you have a great day. And shit, I need to give you a shout out. Fuck. Before I forget. I got this, guys. I got this. Shout out. Severinus. Now let's make sure I'm spelling it right. Yep. Severinus. Severinus 3. Maravilloso. If you have not followed Severinus 3, by all means, do so. He's lovely and has made very fun wands. It's good shit. It's not the end of the paragraph, Hamper. What's not the end of the paragraph, you say? Oh, you're right. I understand. I mean, yeah, aside from a person, yeah, in many respects, did not do anything wrong with the, got control by agents. There's a lot to be said there. Yeah, true. And don't worry, I read message. It's just long. Makes it harder for the eyeballs to focus. I understand. Like, I understand, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. They've been. I'm tired. Okay, the second question. Okay, you got this one. I got you. So they've been tired almost, dead, and they've seen the rest of their family die. Makes sense. But some players will not realize. Okay, so later, a later story. Remember, losing makes you the player control a new character later in the story. Yeah, like I think that's something that's a feature shared with Heavy Rain. I think. I started playing that game and I hated it, so I stopped playing. Yeah. Disliked it. I despised it. Actually, I really hated that game. I did not have a lot of fun playing. My brother didn't end up playing it. I think he's the reason we had the game in the first place. I was like, I felt weird about it afterwards. But yes, so some not realize. Okay, so later, blah blah blah. You control a new character. Later story, like a long ass time later. Well, a later sad storyline. You would be the one persecuted in a similar fashion. It's like, nah, that's poetic. That is functionally speaking. It's like it's poetic, but it is not. It's not necessarily like. If you don't dwell on the cruelty too long, it's not excessive, right? Let's look at ReZero. ReZero is excessive, like cruelty and needless cruelty in many situations, due to the fact of how lengthy the sequences are, where the guy is just suffering gratuitously, and how long it takes him to die in certain situations. I get that that's the point, but it's needless. You know, that's why I personally just I have trouble endorsing that anime is good. Let's see, talked about Matrix. Let's see. Wasn't the prompt window. That's funny as shit. God, that's hilarious. But yes, welcome. I'm glad to have you, Dream Hunter, rather. There we go. Yes. Or both. It's true. Both. Or all. Or some. You're hating him. That is actually pretty funny. That is pretty good. That is actually hilarious. Doing research for potential lookups. I'm very pleased to hear that actually. Skill or perspective. That's pretty good. Check Discord, hamperchamp. I see it for reasons. Not Oedipus. Also, Hampa, Angie. Did I hear you say that great tragedies do not have good writing? You did hear me say that, and that's a hill that I'm willing to defend reasonably well. But I also would actually narrow it down to a more reasonable statement, which is that there are many Greek tragedies which are poorly written. And that this is fundamentally just a reflection of, like, the lack of, like, literary development that has happened over the course of human history, right? And, like, especially, you know, more recent years and the like. And I would personally want to, like, if I'm gonna read a tragedy, right, I'd like something that really hits home about... Because the thing is, like, a lot of these things are supposedly about human nature. There are several things in several different Greek tragedies referencing parts of human nature that are not part of human nature. Demonstrably, provably, and, like, scientifically, very obviously not the case. And it's, to me, it undermines the entirety of the theming for the entire ass play. And I'm like, ugh. Just ugh. it really, really makes the whole, like, watching the entire thing a real rough process as a consequence of this, right? And that's just not great. It's just not great, I say. It's just not great. And, yeah. I'm glad that I remembered to shout you out, Severinius, but that's totally okay. And I hope that you have a lovely day, and you get the things done you're looking to get done. Thanks for raiding. I really appreciate it. I did follow you, right? I certainly hope so. Give me a sec. I'm gonna check. I want to make sure I did that. Otherwise, I'd feel a little goofy. But I want to make sure I did, because otherwise, oopsie boop. Oh, and we got for picture, we got a big titty anime lady. That is, I mean, that's always a winning formula. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like that is just a winning formula right there. Let's see. I do believe I'm following. Yeah, it looks like I am. I think I am, and if I am not, I don't know. The thing is gonna let me fix it right now. Let's see. If I click the name and I do this, I think I am following. Yeah. Good. I'm glad. Marvelous. Also, I love Meteor. Meteor is such a fun spell. It's also not very good, but it is very fun. Also, here's an idea. I could put a singular chainsaw right there. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, no. This is much better idea, actually. Blood magic. This is perfect application. This is an ideal situation for some blood magic. This guy's gonna go right there because it's got the always cast large magic missile, and I love that shit. It's marvelous. And I agree, Darkcast. Like, Oedipus, it's awful. It's just trash. It's terrible, man. You're gonna call for the evening, Bayhue. I hope you have a lovely evening. And I hope you enjoy whatever it is that you watch. And I also hope that, you know, you have a bit of an easier time loving yourself. And yeah, I hope you have a great evening. And, you know, whenever you go to sleep, sweet dreams and the like. Yeah. 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 Boing, 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 boing. Boing, 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 boing. Now let's see. And just going back up there for a moment. Yeah, okay, good stuff. Yeah, because Oedipus, oh god, it's too rough, man. In particular, like, there's just a lot of Greek tragedies that are not, their theming is just lacking relative to, like, what it hits home, right? Now, like, if you guys are interested, I could share the absolute, like, heartbreaking, like, journalism story that I wrote about, like, about a real ass person. Like, that I, in fact, I have permission to do so from the person, mind you. Let's keep that one in mind. But, like, that shit, that is adequately, like, tragic, and it speaks to the lessons of, essentially, it makes you, like, have to ask questions of, like, why would this occur, right? Why is this happening? And the answer has to do with society, right? Now, most of the issues I have with Greek tragedies is that they place a lot of the onus of the blame on the person, right? On the person with the fatal flaw. This is a big problem, because in many cases, right, it would have been very difficult for whomever to have done differently. Not all, of course, right? Not all. Right? But, like, and even if it would have been easier to, like, do something differently, in a lot of these, like, Greek tragedies, there's this question of, like, that's missing in my, like, basically they're not addressing, like, why exactly were their circumstances as they were. And the answer is, it was irrelevant to the construction of the story. Which, to me, that actually drastically takes away from its, you know, like, value and shit in many respects. Yeah, and it's just, it's rough. It's rough. That's a good question. I do not know why your internet is so butts today. The whole point of your game is getting the best ending, which is saving everybody. I got you. So what's good in whose opinion? Low latency. But 160p, and it's still buffering. That is utterly bizarre. Yeah, that is really quite strange, because yeah, like, it's going peachy. This time I can say for once the issue does not seem to currently be on my end. That is whack. I'm not sure why the thing would be so rough for you, but that is not good. My apologies. That's no fun at all. That is so much gold, man. Like, there's so much. That is so incredibly much gold. 10 million gold I have. That's so many gold. That's a lot of gold, man. That is not what we call in the business a small amount of gold. That's what we call a lot amount of gold. Okay. So. Zippity-doo-dah. Zippity-dee. Something, a wonderful squee. And as fluffy as a tree. Very good, very good. Now, got this feller. Now, let's explode them with the meteor spell, because it's fun. I love the meteor spell, it's so much fun, actually. Yeah, I love the meteor spell. It's one of my favorites. Like, I understand why a lot of people don't like the meteor spell. It's not actually that good in many respects, but I especially love that it doesn't give you any cast delay or anything. Of course, it's got a pretty unhinged mana cost, like, obviously. And that is, for sure, an issue. But, you know, it's fun. It also digs a little bit. See? And, you know, if you're patient, you can also just blast through everything. You don't even need to be that patient. It just takes a few moments. It's just all around. It's pretty good, right? And it does solid-ass damage to, from the get-go. Right? And, you know, it does both fire and explosion, which is nice. It's good, right? You know, like, anything that adds projectile damage is gonna do good. So you ain't got dealing 3-ass damage types. It's nice. It is nice. Granted, its ballistic qualities are pretty strange. And I can understand that being pretty problematic, for sure. Wait, the latency to the broadcaster was 28.83 seconds. That is actually insane. Your connection can not sustain 200 kilobits per second, not even half a megabit. That's crazy. That's crazy. We'll finish it and maybe stop playing. True. True. Meat Standing. Welcome on in. I'm glad to have you. Thank you for being a real viewer. I appreciate it. Question, says Darkcast. For everyone in general, how many stories do you know that start in the middle and then goes back? Or tells you a bit of what's going on before, of what happened before, bit by bit, when you think that works. I mean, it works. I mean, in a lot of situations, if I'm gonna be real with you, like I know I can think of like about a dozen different like movies and other things. Like Memento is the first one that comes to mind. I mean, actually, Fight Club, I suppose, is another one. The movie Snatch. Actually, a lot of I think it's a Guy Ritchie films. I was about to say Guy Fieri films, which actually, no, lots of Guy Fieri films. They start you in media res while the guy's eating food. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty fucking stupid. I love it. I am utterly delighted by how ridiculous that is. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. And that's right, we need to just zoom directly to the left. And then get distracted immediately. Let's see. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Meat Standing. I hope that you're having an alright day, that your studies are going reasonably well. Yeah. And that life's treating you okay. And you've read like 3 manga like that about very old MCs. Oh ho. Okay. This is a moment where I want to check the, like, task manager, but as soon as I, like, alt tab out, the task manager will have, like, it'll be doing something different. Right? It won't be the same situation. Yeah, like, right now it's using fucking, yeah, okay, yeah, fully 5S, like, gigs are, like, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, that's pretty fucking rough on the memory there. So then the disk, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely having, like, occasionally do, like, data writing for the purposes of all these things. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, wait, to what, wait, you mean on the PC? You think I can afford to have Chrome open on my PC and stream at the same time? Oh man, you're a very funny person, Darkcast. That tanks my ability to like have frames to a catastrophic degree. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I was more just looking at the specifics of the nature of these things because I was kind of curious about it for more so just for oh yeah, no, I'm mostly just memeing about the fact that, like, computer can't even do, like, internet browser things, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so, like, the fact that it's, like, currently using 5 of my 8 gigabytes to do everything it's doing right now, yeah, it is rough. But, like, oh, wow, that's a... I like that they just decided, hey... Actually, wait, why is Floating Arc making them do that? And that? That's actually interesting. I've not... Float above the ground. I've not actually seen... This is a really quite peculiar interaction. I'm not sure I've seen before. Huh. Huh. Fascinating. I'm gonna put this away for the time being and deal with this guy later, because this is I'd like to try out more strange and fun interactions. Is Hamper still talking right now? I'm going back and forth, right, between speaking. I see. Procrastination's going unreasonably well for you. I am simultaneously sorry to hear that, but also, I get it. That makes sense. You valid. Let's see. Sometimes they have systems, I see. And not that the system makes any difference. They're just as broken usually, I see. Yeah, no, like, yeah, I don't, like, in fact, like, the reason part of why I do the, wow, that was a big damage number, what? Oh, and it did, in fact, kill the crystal. Good to know. Huh. So this can one-shot the crystals. That is actually a really good damage metric, and that's what this is a pretty low investment here. Now, it's interesting... Oh, that's right, this wasn't a full hit. But yeah, with a full, like, hit of the proper payload of this wand, yeah. Kills most things with, like, reasonable amounts of investment. Like, an extra projectile damage from things, that's good to know. Okay. Good, good. And this wand is pretty alright. It's pretty I say. However, this, I would like to fire it at this trap here because it is causing me mild inconvenience. So it shall perish. Ooh, fun. Interesting. That does give. A lot of the summon. Okay. Ooh. Alright, you know, let's do this. Oh, it's still recharging. Fascinating. Interesting. We learn something every day about the functionality and lack thereof of the summon missile spell and other things too when playing Noita. Okay. Now this wand actually is kind of sufficient, yeah, for this other shit, so I'll probably use it for this to this end. After I demolish these guys. Because they are causing me a few too many inconveniences as is. Very good, very good, very good. Now, we're gonna grab this guy. This has strictly superior wand stats, really in most every respect to this guy, so we're just gonna do this. Okay. Well, that's right. I also wanted to do this, actually. Because I need to add bounce to this build. Because it will actually, I think, make the build. In many respects. Hey, you two can do like Dark Fox. I'm like, ho ho. It's been a while since you've seen a manga without. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I always like that. There are things I like about those mangas, especially for like, they're interesting because they like. I especially like when the world is like, particularly kind of like, thoroughly twisted and broken. It's neat. It's fascinating. It's interesting. It often adds something kind of cool, usually, in interesting ways and shit. 00825. We got the same recharge time. This has also got 4 fewer slots. But also, it doesn't matter that much. I guess these. I mean, honestly, I'm just gonna put this one away and not think about it because I don't fucking feel like it. I don't feel like dealing with it. That's fine. Explain to me, Wand, why it is you refuse, under seemingly all circumstances, to work correctly. 1. 2. I see, never mind. I figured it out. I'm a silly person. It needs 1 more projectile. Like that. But it still won't work. I see. Six, 7, 8. Cast 1. This would be cast 2. I suppose I could do this. Why won't this fire? I don't understand. Is the speed too much? It might be. Yeah, I think it is actually. I'm afraid that this might well just be the answer here. Regrettable. So this will be 1. This will be 1, 2. Followed by this 3, 6. That is a 7. Now I need to find something to be 8. One, 2. And I see that I need to get rid of these as well. That's unfortunate. Okay, that means I need to go. Actually, I'm just going to zoom around a bit more and see if I can find what I want. Before I do that, I need to eat slime. Okay. You can do like Dark Fox and I. Tee. Oh, they say, hello, Dark. Hello, Dark. I love it. That's great. Oh no, Darkcast, you must leave. Well, I hope you have a lovely day, evening, and such. And I will see you sometime reasonably soon, I'm sure. And I hope that you have a lovely, great day, evening, and such. And we'll see you, and thank you for being here. It's much appreciated. Yeah. Good shit. Rock and roll, do 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 do. Yeah. And indeed, it does seem not unlikely that poor Meatball cannot currently see the sprite moving amongst other things, I'd guess. 200 megabits is not very, or kilobits, or what, yeah, kilobits is not very many kilobits. Because although it may be easy to forget, I do in fact actually stream in 720. And that is not like a tiny amount of like data. It's not like a huge amount of data, like 4K or 1080 or anything like that, but it's not nothing. Let's see here. Alrighty. Do 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 do. Yeah. Let's see. Very good. Very good. Oh goody, we have finally arrived at the overgrown cavern. Marvelous. This is what I was looking for. Excellent. I am hoping for some more 26 slot. Always cast wands. Well, let's pick up this wand and fire it several times. Or at least once. And yeah, that's not... Well, actually, wait a minute. What are the stats on this wand? Let's find out the speed. 1.04. Interesting. Nothing special, really. Okay. Looks like somebody was firing something in that direction. We've got another Matter Eater. I mean, I love Matter Eater and whatnot, but I feel as though maybe I have enough Matter Eater. But then again, what I could always do, because I have a little bit of space in the bar, is just grab it and get rid of it. I don't need it anymore. That will be fine. Awesome. Hell yeah. Okay. I see that's just a holy bomb and whatnot. That's fun. Whee! Hee Interesting. Hee How fun. Oh, I see what happened here. So 1, 2, and 3. And then this with this inside with that inside. I see. So 1 and 2. And 3. How funny. What an incredibly silly little wand setup. I minorly enjoy how ridiculous that is. It's incredibly silly. How fun. Good stuff. Okie doke. Oh damn. Even more wands and shit. Damn, that's a lot. That's a lot of things. Small space. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this one's not very impressive, realistically. Okay. Now we've gonna drink the entire concentrated milk. Jump up, toss the bottle. Grab that. Drink the entire chaotic polymorphine bottle. Toss it. Okay. I mean, explosive projectile, I mean, I guess, sure. Yeah, I know exactly what to do with it, in fact. Good stuff. That'll be very humorous. Also, what is the speed multiplier on this ridiculous one? 1.11. Fascinating. Not all useful, but fascinating. Cool. Oh, hello. And drink this. And then toss it. And then zip. And here we go. Now we've got that, but otherwise this one is mediocre in many respects. But also, what's its speed stat? I would like to know. Come on. You can load only once. I believe in you. 0.94. More what I'm looking for, but not exactly totally sufficient, but that could work. But I mean, okay, you know what? I will grab it so that I can make a fun one build a little later for this particular thing, because it's going to be fun. So I do have something in mind for that. I'd like to make a mid-game type of budget build for basically if you just only get trash spells. How you could also theoretically use that and go into possibly as far as New Game Plus, maybe even New Game Plus Plus, depending on the build, using pretty just awful spells in general, if you just didn't get any good ones the entire run, you know. Because I find that oftentimes, hi little kitty widgeons, who's a good little fluff? Would you like to come here and receive the pets from the people? Give me a sec. I need to console the kitty cat about, you know, lights, you know, shining, as well as to go to the bathroom. So I will be back in no time. I'm going to run a 2-minute ad, and I will be back in about 2 minutes. Okie doke. What's up, little fluff meister? What's going on? Hi there, little pup. Oh, he's a good little Mr. Man. Oh, hello there, Mr. Fluff. Oh, Mr. Mountain guy. Oh, did you hurt your back running around again? Poor little guy. I think he also got upset about the about a fruit fly, not a fruit fly, some type of fly, and the fact that it was out of reach. It was also him like slash chittering a little bit, like he was like excited, but also, gosh, I do love the cute little bongo tap things. I feel as though a bongo tap emote is exceedingly within my capacity to create. Right? I really would like to make something like that. I don't feel as though it would be that difficult to make such a thing. Now, I wonder... Yeah, because really it's... How many frames is that? And hey there, Coitus. Let me see. So it's... Is it just... It's... Is it 2 or 3 frames? What do you think? For the Britty 10 bongo. What do you guys think? 2 or 3 frames? 2? Okay. It's only 2 frames, yeah. I think I could pretty reasonably do exactly that. Yeah. I could make something of this sort. I could make something of this sort with my limited abilities to make GIFs. 2 or 3? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was not sure because the human brain does this really nice and very genuinely omega super convenient thing where it basically it does a bunch of data interpolation and extrapolation. I wonder what the fuck extrapolation is, because it sure as shit ain't extrapolation. That's funny. That's silly. Although maybe I should write down extrapolation, because that's really silly. I am actually, I'm writing it down because it's funny. Let me see. Extrapolation, not extrapolation. Good stuff. And I was about to give the kitty cat his side scritches, but he's got the zoomies kind of hardcore at the moment. In fact, I had my plan was in fact to do just that. However, as you know, I'm sure kitty cats don't often give a shit about your plans. Oftentimes kitty cats just they do the opposite of give a shit about your plans. In fact, they'll be like, "Oh, now that I know you have a plan, I'm gonna ruin it. Just give me a minute. I'll cook up the best possible way to do that." I mean, not all kitty cats, just some of the time as well. Right? Because many kitty cats honestly don't want to, ruin people's plans. But some kitty cats, I think they do genuinely want to ruin people's plans for the giggles. But of course, it varies quite significantly. But that's right. If I plan to do any further fungal shifts, I do actually need acid potions. That's right, because I need to try to prevent acid from getting shifted away. If I plan to do that. I'm not necessarily that sold on it at the moment, because I'm planning to use acid to deal the final point of damage I need to perish when the time comes. But yeah. Okay, I need to fetch this. Oh, I see no space for it. Okay, I guess that's alright. Well, first, I'm just gonna get rid of that. And this. And yet. And yet. And yes. Put this guy here. And that. Perfect. Excellent. And now, I can just do this. Tee-hee-hee-hee! How fun! Whee! Yay! It's not very, like, it's not nearly good enough for, you know, New Game Plus 3, but it is a fun little build. Now, let's actually, you know, yoink out some type of actually legitimately serious thing to deal with this foe. Like this ridiculous bounce machine gun wand. Oh god, this is thoroughly unserious. I am so unserious when I play this game. And that's part of why I love playing it. Is it's a really fun game to be unserious about. Wow, I am a little shocked at the lack of useful spells on that. It's like, wow, like nothing on that wand is really even remotely useful. Fascinating. I feel like it's not that common for like every spell on a wand to be like unambiguously kind of useless. Like that does not seem to very much like happen to me frequently. Where I can't even conceive of a usage for them most of the time. That said, I'm determined to find some usage for the spell firecrackers. What it's gonna be, I've got no idea. None whatsoever, actually, because it's actually been quite a struggle to find a good usage for it so far. But I am pretty confident that I just have not tried all the correct projectile spells. My bet is that some projectile spell will be very well suited towards it. I expect that Freezing Gaze might be one of them. Yeah. Wow, what a marvelously bad thing going on here. But it's fun that it's all set up together for you, you know, like so you can just fire it as is. That's nice. What does the... Well, the purple glimmer. I will say this for this setup. The purple glimmer with the fire flamethrower spell, it's rather quite pretty now, isn't it? And I like that. That's nice. That's a good thing. What's Coitus done in the memes channel? I'm kind of curious now. Let's take a peek. Tee Very good. I approve. That is some good high-tier nonsense. I approve of this. That is what we call in the business delightfully stupid, marvelously silly, utterly ridiculous, 10 out of 10, obscenely squilly. It's like being silly, but if you were also squishy, squilly. Surely you've heard of it. Surely. As I suspected, 'tis merely acceleratium. Okay. Whiskey potion. Mediocre wand. Boop ba doop boop 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 boop. Okay. So let's see, what's this? bunch of concentrated light that is on a wand that is big omega useless in a pretty amazingly profound sort of way, really. It does have 0.93 like speed, but that's awful. Like, it's just not good enough. Like, the other things are awful, I mean. Increased lifetime is a major W, simply due to the vast array of extremely useful things you can do with increased lifetime. I would argue that of all the spells in the game, I think you can make a really solid argument for increased lifetime being one of the singularly most useful and like widely applicable spells in the entirety of the fucking game. I think there's a solid argument to be made. And I agree, Coitus. Hey, look, a dancing slug cat. I agree with you. 10 out of 10. You speak the truth. Hey, dancing slug cat. There's profound truth in this. And I love that. Just trying to distract everybody. That's beautiful. 10 out of 10. I approve. Distractions are a great way to handle, people in the short term when you've done something embarrassing. And then you get to then you use that time to decide whether you're going to own it, pretend it never happened, or bury the evidence, or remove the victims. No, that's damn it. No, I fucked up the punchline. No, it was remove the witnesses. There we go. That was what I was trying to be like. Yeah, I mean, it's clear what I was trying to do, but I failed. It's fine. This is far from the first time I've fucked up a joke, and it will not be the last. Believe it or not. In fact, I'd be surprised if you didn't believe it. I'm actually pretty bad at telling jokes. Like, I'm actually, like, a little bit terrible at telling, like, especially proper joke telling, right? Like, a such and such and a such and such walk into a bar type of jokes. I'm especially bad at those. Like, very fucking terrible. Like, more so than most people might assume. Oh, wow. This wand has 0.87 speed, which is exceedingly, profoundly, and incredibly slow. It's a shame that literally every other facet of this wand is garbage. Tee. Okay, I really mediocre as all hell. It's fun to fire, though. It's a cute little wand to fire off. I don't mind. But it's also not very impressive or nothing. I would call it, unexceptional in most respects. Although it is, a pretty fun, cute, goofy little wand. And I like it. It's nice. It is fun, but definitely not worth keeping. Now this wand is interesting. I'd like to see what happens when you do a bunch of dormant crystals inside of one another. Like, what the fuck happens there? Like, dormant crystal triggers with just more dormant crystal triggers and even more dormant crystal triggers. In fact, yeah, maybe let's just toss it here. And do that. Honestly, I'd be interested to know what happens if you put a single rock inside of one. That'd be really silly. I wonder if it would function anything at all like the infinite damage recursion wands, right? with just like a bunch of like spark bolts with trigger slash timer inside of one another, like nested, and then a single rock. Because yeah, that shit generally just like it's a good way to make like an infinite damage recursion type of one. It's pretty simple to do. Like, oh, I guess the other ingredient you need is a multicast of some kind, but it's not that hard to do. I'd even call it very much, highly, and indeed extremely achievable. Very achievable, I'd say. And that is right. I remember what I was going to do over this tab. I was going to go here, and then hit the button to do... That's right. I got this shit. Rock and roll, yeah. Excellent. Got that taken care of, nice. That's right, I was going to look at the speed multiplier here. 0.85, wow. Huh. You know, if it didn't have such awful recharge time, I might actually keep that. Oh, treasure chest. Woo. Exciting. Ooh. A runestone of fire, you say? I don't know that I actually have one of those. In fact, this might be my very first one. Which, that's very exciting. I don't even know what they do. If somebody knows what they do, I would be interested to know. Okay. 700 mana recharge, you say? That's certainly not as good as 800 and whatnot. Okay. Let's see over this away. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Trump reaction despicable. In what do you do this time? What's he done this time? What horrors await me to know about? Definitely what it be these days. Such things. Okay. Tee. Oh, that's very cute with the tentacles. It's always so much fun to do. It's so goof. Not strange, though. Many big, peculiar. Okey-dokey. Redirecting attention to something else without addressing the question or accusation. Oh my god. Very funny. Very funny. I am amused. Now this is what we call deflection. It is a common tactic. There are times when it's the right call, but you know, it's very, yeah, we know it's prototypically and, you know, very frequently and indeed excessively used by individuals with narcissistic personality disorder, for sure, for sure. No question about that. No question there, really. Okie dokie. Kaboom. Gosh, yeah, I still don't know why that's not working correctly. It's fine now. I can simply just fire meteors at the guy until it works. Or until he's dealt with. Trump is indeed a clown. He's going to say a clown. At least I'm not a president. True that. I mean, because, you know, little known fact, all presidents are war criminals. Or maybe not a, maybe it is a well-known fact. In either case, it is generally the truth. It's certainly not the same as an internet clown, because that's me. I'm an internet clown. So obviously it's got to be different. Whatever definition we choose, it's got to be different. But yes, this one is a war criminal every week. Now that's actually super true and a great point. Arguably one of the worst war criminals since Andrew Jackson, in my personal view. Yeah. I mean, then again, you've also got like Harry Truman, right? You know, so there've been some pretty fucking infamous ass war criminals. Presidents, I mean. I like that sounded as though, like, I was using the words totally interchangeably. And the fact that it sounded that way proves my point in a very humorous kind of way, I think. Or at least supports the point, I would say. And I don't know. There is something amusing about that. Very good. Now I shall stand here. Now that I found a solid equilibrium point where the amount of concentrated mana being made is sufficient that I can just have a whole lot of it and drink a lot of it very quickly. So stupid shit that is funny. Yeah, I agree with the rest. Yeah, fair. Fair. Yeah, because some of the time you find yourself in a situation where you have two options. You can cry or you can laugh. And some of the time, and everybody copes differently, rather, is what I would say to that. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'd say. I don't necessarily think that one is necessarily, like, better or worse than the other. Just, you know, some of the time, people do one, some of the time other people do others, and that's okay. It do be that way, though. Very good. Very good. Very good. Nearly at 1,000 of the stuff, which is good. Of the You know the stuff. Concentrated mana. There we go. Got it. Good shit. Gosh. So one of my favorite, you don't find condoning racially profiling people for deportation without due process funny. Now that is understandable, meat standing, and you are correct. You are right and correct about that. So what's usually funny about this person is that the type of stupid bullshit they say is so beyond irrationality, so beyond what is sensible, logical, and normal, that it not merely borders on the absurd, it is absurd. And what renders it, and for many, especially if you are highly removed in some respect, right, from it, I think it's a lot easier to find it rather funny, right? But I also get, you know, like it ain't that funny being like one of the people who, you know, like have been already like, because mind you, like I've told you guys before, but the reason my like disability application was rejected is because of Donald Trump and Elon Musk and their policies directly. In fact, like Elon Musk more so than anything else, because in fact, like it was the day he took over the Social Security Administration. It was the date of the rejection letter, right? And many people do, in fact, feel removed from it because of bad education. True that, yeah, exactly right. But the other part is also because, like, they are sufficiently removed as to not directly be impacted instantly, and so it makes it so that the true devastation in your heart that you feel about, like, the fact that they're the president, right? And they're doing all these fucked up things, that devastation is soothed a very slight amount by laughing at what there is to laugh at, right? It's unfortunate, but it is how it is. The unfortunate thing is that it is that way, that we are, like, in a situation like this, you know. Coitus say that the thing is that this kind of person was chosen as the president, and now we see the close circle of tech bros. It's a major blow to democracy. People, yeah, exactly, yeah, people need to actually think and research their vote, but you're afraid that the American model of democracy is too far gone, yeah, I think that's what you're trying to say. And is now long gone. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. And I mean, the trouble is, like, fundamentally, this is why you must simply submit to your slime overlords. And this is, of course, you know, the correct course of action. I can, of course. But basically, this is a fault with, like, with democracy, in a sense, right? Which, here's the issue, right? Like, I'm of the belief that, in general, democracy is one of the best systems available to human beings to organize society. Full stop, no notes. Here's the trouble. Here's the issues. It's also basically extremely fragile to certain types of things. In particular, if a lot of, like, things like economic inequality, essentially, if you don't leverage that democracy to permanently reduce. Okay, here's the thing. Democracy is a temporary solution to a set of problems of governance. No matter how you slice it, democracy will always be, has always been, and is kind of in many respects intended to be a temporary state of affairs prior to some other type of, like, more enlightened and functional type of governance, right? Now, like, the trouble with this, of course, is, you know, like, because democracy can only exist for a... You just finished your second Stalker 2 playthrough. Hell, you go, Meatball, you go. 250 hours total in both runs. I'm proud of you. That's a lot of work. And that, you know, like, that's pretty damn difficult shit. And I'm impressed. You go, Meatball. Kick ass. You go, man. That's great. But yeah, like, fundamentally, like, the trouble with democracy is that no person can really, and not even like a population in aggregate, even if they're very, very exceptionally well educated, it's not like people can actually make the right decisions all the time, or even know what the like correct and right decision will even look like. It certainly can't even be reduced to a vote in most instances, right? Because let me ask you this. Let's just say that a community has run out of clean drinking water. They put it up to a democratic vote how to get more of the water, right? Now, they have many different solutions, but, like, here's my question, right? How do you put that up to a vote? Even if you reduce it to, okay, import water in the near term, basically just import water forever. One solution. One is import water in the short term, while basically building a better, like, water, like, filtration infrastructure. Another is, like, do various types of, like, rain catching things, and then water infiltration infrastructure. And then, like, another might be, like, you know, like, use the nearby seawater, and you, like, fund, like, desalination plants heavily and whatnot, right? All of these are, like, theoretically possible options, but, you know, like, some are better than others. Some are more financially feasible than others. And welcome on in, Cow is the end of it. T-Cow? K-O-Cow. Chaotic Cow. Oh, thank you. I feel very silly now. Welcome in, Chaotic Cow. I'm glad to have you. And thank you so much for the follow. I very much appreciate that. And also, in case you didn't know, Lizard. And Lizard. Lizard. But also, in case you didn't know, I have lots of wonderful things for you to do in the channel, such as this sound. Nope, I misspelled the word. Yep, thank you. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. It's this one. And I very much appreciate that, Chaotic Cow, because yeah, I have been loving Noita since I started doing Noita. It's fan, really since before that, but yeah, I very much appreciate you giving me a follow. It means a lot. You like the jail one? That's good. I'm very happy about that. It's a really good one. It's a really good sound. It's incredibly delightful in most respects. And I see this particular one is very matte. And now I shall just cast it a couple times for giggles. Entirely just for the sillinesses. Actually, no, maybe I only have the patience to do it twice. But yeah. Oh, yeah, Noita and Tangle Worlds is something I'd like to give a try pretty soon. But this run's actually been... How long has this run been? Let me just check. Give me like one sec. I'm gonna look at my streamer logs real quick. Show, map, and game info. The playtime. 7 days. 7 days of playtime. No. Yep. Run started back in April. 1 day after my birthday. I also really love the new sound. It's a great sound, if you ask me. It's a really great sound. It's just delightful. Hopefully, Schlifu will show up a little bit later, presumably after the day of work. But yeah, let's see here. We were discussing just a few moments ago, like the something about politics. What was it exactly? Yeah, that's right. Technocracy. Yeah, I was about to talk about technocracy, basically. So basically, because of the complexities of so many different issues and the fact that humanity's strengths have lain in, I agree. I mean, very much dark as everything is politics to most many respects, right? It's just gonna how it be. But yeah, essentially, a proper functioning democracy needs technocracy. Now, let's see. Let me just look up the precise definition of technocracy so we can all enjoy the definition together, because it's something that I'm sure you'll know. You'll learn about me instantly. Chaotic Cows. I love definitions. They're some of my favorite things. They're just really fun. Technocracy definition. A technocracy. No, technocracy. Yeah. Technocracy is management of society by technical experts. And I agree, because first off, we need to talk about the fact that meritocracies are, as far as I am concerned, unless they are ruled by an eldritch slime such as myself, impossible. Right? But of course, because my goal is to make the world a squishier place, and to achieve world domination through the making of the world a squishier and softer place, and not so much to govern over human beings. That's humans' business, not mine. Right? Because that is the case, I think that technocracy combined with democracy is very much like where did I come from? What do you mean? Oh, you mean Darkcast? I see. God, that's funny shit. The difference. Oh, meritocracies. Well, first off, meritocracies are impossible. That's the first difference. And a lie, outright, right? Because first off, all of the what is merit is always defined by those in power. That is the first most important distinction here. Okay, so basically, no, don't get. We could discuss that in a bit, but there are three problems, and then I'll read what me standing has to say. Right? Although no, let's read that first, actually, and then we can go into the other things. Me standing saying I blame 2/3 of the stock market. The thing that has to grow for the infinite growth approach, and the fiduciary duty to stop to I believe it's fiduciary duty to stockholders. No, shareholders. That's the one. Yeah. Because it, and of course, it made technology, tools, and vehicles, and everything under under subscription bad. True that. That's true. Yeah, extremely so. Yeah. Basically, right. We need to look at here is some things in life and the world are too complicated. By the way, you say it's hard to any economist watching, but economic science is a pseudoscience. Your book. Now, I would agree in some ways, right? Especially if you're looking at. No offense to my friend who taught me about Keynesian economics. I do believe is the one. Actually, no, wait. What's the one that the libertarians often really like to bring up? You know, but I don't recollect the name of it. But shit, I forgot. But all of that shit, I'm afraid, yes, that is fundamentally not true. The stuff in it is not true, right? The trouble is that most economic theories are, especially neoliberal economic theories, and anything that doesn't prioritize what's called velocity of money. Oh wait, guys, I have just the thing for while we're talking about this. I have just the thing for you guys. You guys are gonna love it, and especially the new people who haven't seen it before. I'm so proud of this, even though it's not that good currently. I still need to make it better. This is a little academic hamperchamp, right? So little academic hamperchamp has academic things to say, And it goes back and forth between normal hamperchamp and academic hamperchamp, but you know. And it's a little unsettling, but I apologize about it. Actually, wait. No, I don't actually know which one is the other one. So I'm afraid it'll just have to, like, go back and forth, so I apologize. We're just going to have to deal with that shit for the time being. Yes. I made several other versions of this, by the way, so I just need to, like, import it into a thing. But, yeah, at the end of the day, basically, if you may I go to sleep? It's 1:45. Of course you may go to sleep, Meatball. Sweet dreams. I hope you have a lovely evening. What if you make the eyes black? Yeah, I've thought about that. I haven't yet come to a conclusion, TBH. I've yet to come to a conclusion about whether the eyes being black would be a good call on this one. Yeah. Oh, and that's a great question, and the answer is because democracy... Well, okay. The United States democracy was always a bit broken, but, you know, a different discussion. It's 1 p.m. for you? Dang, chaotic. What country are you in? Because Meatball's over in Greece, right? I'm over in Kansas, in the U.S., right? You're in L.A.? Ah! Yeah, I have a friend living over in L.A. Yeah, I got you. That makes sense. Yeah, that tracks. But yeah, basically, like, one of the... Not basically, this is very complicated. Truly, meritocracies are used to to control the masses to some extent. And to make them, like, believe that they have a fair shot, when in reality, I'm not sure. I mean, they'll probably try. I'm not certain that the military will let them, though, but that's a separate discussion. But frankly, I am not especially interested in, as like a vulnerable disabled person, to speculate on that particular part, because I certainly don't want to be pissing off any such person in power. You know, I'd like to be at the bottom of their list of people that they're pissed off at, right? Ideally not on the list, but that's a little, like, optimistic. Yeah. So, like, the major thing here is that, like, especially when you're looking at things like fascism, as well as a lot of really just authoritarian rule in general is the big problem here, right? Is that, and the other, I mean, Darkcast to some extent, but they're very distinct for a lot of reasons. Because, yes, who endorses them and puts them into practice? Yes, that is exactly the difference. And the difference is so profound and immensely important that it, of course, merits the distinction. Pun mostly intended. Right? Because, of course, like, a meritocracy is, again, it's basically just a lie told to the population to deceive people into believing that everyone has an equal shot at success. They don't. And it's never been that way, right? Especially for, like I'm not gonna, I don't get it. Basically, any minority has a fucking serious-ass disadvantage. Yeah. Now, technocracy... Well, here's the thing. Technocracies have existed in limited forms in every society ever made. Fun fact. The most functional aspects of every society are technocratic institutions. Right? When you break down what aspects and parts of societies have worked, have functioned, and done anything successfully for any length of time, they are all technocratic. Every one of them. Right? It is because technocracy is in many respects an optimized form of governance. Not enough for you? I mean, that's fair. I'm just telling you that technocracy is basically a very good balancing and counteracting actually, I would say stabilizing force for democracy in particular, right? It makes it so that people can still have a say in their governance without being bogged down in the minutia of like what type of like moss treatment should be used in order to like keep the moss alive in this particular pond in this place. And does the fact that it's endangered matter to you? Right? Yeah. A technocracy ended in Mercedes as a company in 1993. Whatever do you mean? I do not know what you speak of. If you, I would like to know what you mean, but because I do not. Your optimized kind of government has empathy and compassion way over that. I mean, that's very valid and reasonable, Darkcast, but here's like the cold hard truth of logistics. The numbers are not very empathetic. Oh, that's when they stop making quality products. I see, that makes sense, yeah. Makes sense, yeah. And that's actually, that makes a lot of sense in many respects, you know? And the real trouble here is that with all of these types of things, you need these kinds of, like, these technical experts are what make every single facet of society function, right? Like, if there is something really goddamn complicated in society, would you like a bunch of, like, you know, average people deciding, I guess, how your doctor is supposed to do surgery on you? No. No, you don't, right? Which is very much why people, generally speaking, agree with the concept that doctors are the ones who ought to decide what good doctoring is, right? They go to school for a very long time to do exactly that, after all, right? So, people intuitively understand the truth of this notion and the importance of that technical expertise as it applies to people's health. You know, right? And, oh wow, that was a damn good throw. Cool. But when it comes to other things, people have a, you know, they don't really want to accept technocracy for many reasons, some of which are entirely rational, incredibly reasonable, and deeply understandable, right? But that's not something we're going to get into at this exact second, right? Now, Darkcast. I'm sorry, but like that's ideal, right? Let's just say that this is an ideal situation. Like, even in an ideal situation, you need to keep in mind of a fundamental truth of human beings. They don't really, not everybody wants, right? Not everybody wants to be educated, right? Is the first problem. Second, do you have any idea how incredibly taxing that would be? Not just for the average person, right? But even for me, right? As a disabled person, how difficult it would be for me to be educated on everything. It would be impossible, dude. It would be impossible. The way humanity has come to succeed in many respects, and I know you don't mean that and then everybody got educated and that's it. I get that, right? The real problem is that humanity's like real strength is in specialization, right? Because like what makes human beings very like adaptable and like frankly worthy of praise in many respects is a human being's ability to be like, okay, this type of information is extremely relevant to me given what I'm going to be needing to do in my life. I'm going to make sure I'm very good at noticing this type of stuff, right? And then like for example, like anybody who does like basically blacksmithing internships that like used to occur very regularly, like where you'd be an apprentice of a blacksmith for a long time, right? You get very good at blacksmithing, all that shit, and you learn all the blacksmithing bibbins and bobbins and get better at that, right? And yeah, it is a Exactly. So basically, in order for democracy to work reasonably well, actually, I would actually just ask you this question, Darkcast, right? How do you feel about institutions that are there for food safety, right? Like just food safety, straight up. Oh yeah, me saying you are correct. Apprenticeships, are all but extinct in the modern day, right? Like they're not like truly that, but they are all but extinct. They happen, but they're not at all common. Right? So, and in many respects, right, Darkcast, like, democracy is only functional with technocracy. Because as I was saying, like, it's a stabilizing agent for democracy, and without it, it will not work in the long term. Because as I was saying, the problem of democracy is that it's a temporary situation, because every democracy in history has ended the same way. What do you mean, what other democracy? The famous ones. Fucking like Rome and shit, right? That crap. Don't get me started on like the flaws of that democracy, right? Many other modern ones, yeah, and representative democracies, yeah. Now, are you talking about like fucking? Do you want like full on direct democracy? Do you have any idea how like unhinged that would be? Because that'd be like, don't get me started. Like Athens, I'm sorry, Athens. That's what I was thinking. Athens, but then there was the Rome, and like, I'm not getting into this. That's not the important part. The important part has everything to do, exactly, starting with D and ending with tatorships. True. Exactly, right? You know, because that is kind of the issue. Yeah. And this has a lot to do with, like, the fundamental susceptibility of human beings to in-group, out-group biases. And this is why I said earlier that the main thing that you need to address if you'd like to fix this is basically you need to address resource scarcity in many respects and make it so people have a more collectivist ideal towards solving the world's problems, you know? And indeed, yeah, I mean, it did, like, ended with dictatorial rule, like, right? Because, like, the institutions have been, like, hollowed out and shit. Yeah, like, yeah, like, saying that they were always an authoritative regime is actually irrelevant to the question, right? Because although they were an authoritative regime, democracy existed, right? Was it, like, full democracy? No. Obviously. Because the thing is, I would make the strong argument that there is no system that is good purely on its own. Like, I don't think, especially as it applies to governance. I would argue that most types of governing systems need other aspects, successful aspects of different governing systems to function right. And ideally, I understand what you're saying, Darkcast, but you're kind of missing the forest. Okay, no, you're totally missing the forest for the trees here, right? Right? I also understand what you're saying about the difference between republics and all. Like, I totally get that. And I agree with that. yes, the Republic was an oligarchy voted by 95% of the rich people and 5% by the rest. I get that. However, again, right? You need to keep in mind that the U.S. is no different in this respect, right? Post-drunk, easily fixable, and made better by current drunk. Noita. That's delightful. Welcome back in, F-Disc. Hope you're doing well. Fort Wayne, eh? What's Fort Wayne? Where? Who? What? Trying to understand that. What's where? I believe you. I understand. I'm glad to know that you are, in fact, trying to understand. So basically, every type of governing system is good at least one thing, right? Even the shitty ones. Did he say Fort Wayne A? Fort Wayne A? Explosion! Oh, that's right. I need to change my thingamajig back. Because although I am still yapping about academic things, I think this is more normal, standard little hamper slime. Kind of, you know, vibes. Yes. But yeah. So basically, like, I mean, it's a great sound, Dream Hunter. It's a great sound. And also, I hope you're doing good, F-Disc. And no, I'm not actually Canadian. But I do like to say a boot because it's fun. Not because I'm Canadian, because I actually live in Kansas. In the United States, unfortunately. But it is the case. I most likely, if I had to pick a place I'd prefer to be, it'd probably be Austria, specifically. You were there last week, really? Damn! What for? Doing what? I'm curious now. Oh, you're a trucker. Oh, shit. That's awesome, actually. That's great. Wait a minute. Wisconsin. So, Isuna Dyer, I think... Guys, you remember Isuna Dyer said that they live in Wisconsin, right? Or was it Michigan? No, they were in Michigan. That's right. Never mind. They're in Michigan. That's all right. Never mind. Yeah, because I was just thinking, like, because something that was was a bit of an issue was the fact that, like, there's shipping prices and whatnot, because they were considering, like, giving me some random shit. It'd be kind of fun, because, you know, that'd be, like, a really cool little thing, you know, have people work together, but it doesn't matter, because that's it, because of how I said forward. That makes sense, yeah, and that tracks, honestly. Those people call bags. Oh, bags. Oh, you're talking about the bags? The bags? Yeah, like, I knew somebody in grade school who said bags rather than bags, and it was very fascinating, and I really, you know, I was astonished by this. It was my first real exposure to somebody who said a word in a way that, like, I never, like, could have possibly imagined that another person would say a word, and then I was just like, wow, the world is such a diverse and unexpected place, full of unexpected things and strange happenings that I do not understand. This was a grand lesson for me. And let's see, me standing say, under a minimalist definition of democracy, rulers are elected through competitive elections, while more expansive or maximalist definitions link democracy to guarantees of civil liberties and human rights in addition to competitive elections. Indeed. Yeah, second time in the last week, so the Kansas accent has thrown me. I mean, yeah, Kansas is... There's actually a lot of very fascinating and very different accents inside of Kansas, too, right? What's more is that, like, my particular variety of Kansas accent, I have intentionally kind of, like, modified and cultured it over the years. It has a little bit more of a Texas accent than you would expect. Like a slight southern drawl in many respects. But it's also got, like, very slight Canadian bits. Yeah. Like that Middle American Mormon. I mean, yeah, Middle American Mormons also, yeah, to my recollection, they have a bit of a soft, like, they're usually a bit softer spoken in many respects. But they've also got this type of stiffness in some of their, like, vowels and consonants. It's very interesting. Oh, and you're from Ohio. Interesting. Yeah, that tracks, yeah. Makes a lot of sense, yeah. Just make it sure human rights aren't violent. Yeah, for sure. Second part, that makes little... And I agree, Darkcast, it does make little sense in terms of that shit. Oh, Utah. You know, the one time I went to Utah, it was very pretty. I went to Dinosaur National Park for a Boy Scouts thing, and that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. It was very pretty. I took lots of pictures, too. They are big, pretty pictures. And I agree with you, Darkcast. It is well beyond what a democracy is. But a lot of people equate these things nowadays for various reasons. But, you know, I'm not going to get into that one. It's complicated. Oh, don't you worry, F-Disc. I am totally fine with just yapping about different things and multiple conversations at the same time. Because, I mean, frankly, it's a little easier for me because it's a lot easier to, like... I mean, frankly, I don't know many people that like him. So you're in good company. If you get what I'm saying. My 2 cents are that it's probably not safe for me to fully express my opinions, given what a vulnerable person I am, given the fact that I am super disabled, have no income, and I'm in a rather vulnerable state, a rather situation. But indeed, the fact that I'm in such a vulnerable situation, and in being careful about what I would want to say, may well say my opinion in and of itself. If you catch my drift. Yeah, all the reasons, true. Refuse to be contained. I shall not accept those definitions as... I mean, that's actually valid in terms of the second half of that definition. But you, Darkcast, do tell. What is your definition of democracy? Removing, of course, the silly bit about the human rights thing. That's quite expansive and maximalist, and to a pretty goofy, like genuinely just kind of absurd degree, to the point where it borders upon lunacy. I love fucking Meteor. It's such a goofy ass spell. It's so much fun every time. But yeah, and let's see. So we got. Yeah. Anyway, went on. Let's see. Just take a look at the wiki. Majority rule. I see. I got what you mean. So, yeah. Realistically, that sounds a bit more like what you're talking about is a more idealized type of like communism or socialism, right? Like a rule by committee of some variety. And this is actually what I was about to get into. The actual, like, when you look at what every single different governing system is good at, each has, you know, like, the idealized version of a lot of these things. Like worker cooperatives and whatnot, right? Like, which are functionally speaking, socialism or communism and the like, right? Put into practice, right? Now, let me just say this, right? What we're discussing right now, Darkcast, are distinctions of words that are all trying to poke at the same concepts, right? And none of them have actually successfully touched upon what they were even aiming for in most of their executions throughout history, right? So let's first examine what each of these governing systems is good at. Okay, socialism is reasonably good at distributing like resources and keeping a large number of people happy, and communism is a similar situation, right? And capitalism is good at, to some extent, motivating certain types of behaviors in people. That is to say, where you, yeah, like this, like motivating certain types of behaviors, at encouraging trade, at encouraging specific types of, it really is. It would be. We'll just leave it at behaviors because these general terms are important, and not me. That's good. But basically, that's those, and then even just like dictatorship, it has one advantage. It is rapidity of action. Right? It is rapid. Technocracy. They are very likely to make the right choice in their field. The type of democracy that was the United States bicameral, like legislature, as it interfaced with organizations like the FDA and stuff, about 20, 30 years ago, right? Fort Wayne. Oh, the Fort Wayne. Welcome to Fort Wayne. I don't know where that is, but welcome to Fort Wayne. Yeah. And I agree, bicameral is a cool word. But yeah, like, basically, being a dictatorship is essentially efficiency to the rapidity of action. Not the right choice, necessarily. Democracy has a higher chance to be kind of like the right choice. And I'll also say it's good for, specifically, military affairs. That's really what dictatorship has going for it, right? Violence. It's got efficiency for violence. And then something more like technocracy is, again, it's like just the efficiency of technicality, right? Which is good for economy and a lot of other things, but isn't necessarily that good for rapidity of action or military response. And then things like yeah, let's just leave it at these, okay? And then examine, are all of these completely, fundamentally incompatible? No, they aren't. None of these things. Hey, don't speak ill of yourself, F-Disc. You smart. I have no doubt that you're pretty smart. And that you know, being a trucker, I don't think that means that you're not smart. And in fact, I think that avoiding car accidents day in and day out, I think that means you gotta be pretty darn smart and good at stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Basically, every governmental style has at least one advantage. So, and indeed, it is good to chill. Whatever. That's very silly. But yeah, so basically, there is a hypothetical type of technocratic democracy that is predominated in large part by, anyway, chat, do we cancel half an hour? That's very funny. Oh man, if I did something wrong, I just apologize. Simple. Oh yeah, being silly is the way to go. How you guys all evolved into some serious political shit. Oh, don't you worry. F-Disc, this is pretty normal, and I would say that we are not talking that seriously, right? Because something to keep in mind is obviously, I'm just a disabled eldritch slime. I have no real power or sway in the world. So, my opinion at the end of the day, it ain't that important. And so, not that important to be serious. But also, I think it is good to be nice to yourself if you can manage it, F-Disc. Because I will certainly never agree with you. And I would certainly, my personal preference would be that you not use the R word. Yeah, that's my preference. I'm not gonna tell you that you must, because frankly I don't feel that that's people. It's a Yeah, like it is a slur, right? We can actually discuss like how it ended up that way, but it is kind of like it is interesting, but it's a whole discussion. First, we should finish the discussion about governance, because I think we're most of the way done. Actually, I've more or less made 98% of my point, and we are about to basically arrive at the part where it all comes together in a nice sort of way. Oh yeah, I mean it's so a lot of types of slang are to some extent they at some points or another have ended up becoming slurs, and that's a different discussion. It's kind of a linguistics thing, but it's interesting, but it's a whole thing. By and large, it's perfectly possible. Like when you look at the United States government, it is actually an attempt at the synthesis, the combination of the benefits of many types of different governance styles that came before, right? When you look at like various types of like monarchies and dictatorships and indeed democracies, like Rome and Greece and shit, and Athens, I mean, um, as well as like the attempts with the Articles of Confederation, right, to do like a confederation type of thing. Um, all of these things are combinations of different attempts to utilize the best parts of each aspect of governance, right? And in fact, when you look at the federal government versus state governments, the fact that the United States ended up with a powerful military means that one of the primary problems of, I suppose, like a more diffuse confederacy, like a loose affiliation, basically, of peoples. The biggest problem for a group of like loosely affiliated people with shared interests is they are militarily weak, right? They don't have a strong logistical backbone to succeed at war, right? And fundamentally, the United States did solve this problem. So it's already rather clearly the case that yes, there are ways to benefit from the good parts of each aspect and type of governance that it seems very possible to indeed just get all of the good parts and not have to suffer all that many of the drawbacks, right? And so truly, good governance is not even a matter of opinion in my view, or necessarily even unknown or unknowable. It's an academic question. You're gonna leave soon? Yeah, you thought you could kill the political talk. I mean, to be fair, the political talk is basically over. We are basically just talking now about the organization of society, you know? But don't you worry. And it's okay to chill for a moment, Darkcast, because we just got silliness. Yeah. Basically, Fort Wayne. But you basically have to deal with like a situation where you can absolutely make a whole lot of different types of like governance words describe like even the US, right? In addition to being a democracy in the United States for a very long time, you could also say it's an authoritarian regime. That's also accurate. You could also say that it's a confederation. That's also accurate. And the fact that like such dualities are true, of course. And your definition of communism, socialism, are not any of those. And I mean that's fair. Like I'm not getting into the specifics of the definition are not that important in my argument at this juncture. We can look into the definitions later. But Darkcast, remember, neurodivergent people have a habit of always missing the forest. Not always. Of frequently missing the forest for the trees, right? Myself included. And I think that's okay. It's just something that happens. And we can always do a little bit, like, to try not to miss the forest or the trees quite so much, you know? Now, the specifics actually are less important than you might think to this argument, right? They're not irrelevant, but they're not the most important part of the entire discussion, frankly. Telling me bad stuff for being neurodivergent. I'm just telling you, you're missing the forest for the trees, bud. I do it all the time too, friend. Yeah. But I see it. It's just a funny little joke, I get it. Well, that's right. I should definitely collect this orb because I need 11 orbs for the 11 orb true ending. That is right. That is what I need. Okay. Very good. Good stuff. Okay. So, basically, like, when you end up synthesizing what each of these types of governance has that can benefit a society, the things I was saying were more status struck. Yeah, I mean, I get that. You know, that's fine, right? But TBH, like, due to how effective nation states have been as an implementation tool, basically to monopolize resources and violence, actually removing any type of non-state, like removing state-based framing from the discussion is outside the purview of this lifetime, as far as I'm concerned, right? Yeah. So to me, it's irrelevant, whether it's statist or not. Because it's not the type of thing that can be dismantled in one lifetime. Yes, in the long run, Darkcast. But remember what I said about, like, democracy. It's a temporary state of affairs. Democracy is not able to be a long-term situation, if I'm going to be totally real with you, right? An idealized perfect form of communism is basically the ideal outcome if democracy achieves what it's really, like, supposed to. Right? So basically, like, my point here is entirely... Exactly, it's a post-capitalist society, and yeah. Well, that... Okay, I understand, like, mind you, I have read Marx's work, okay? I understand what you're saying there. But you also need to... You really shouldn't join this convo. No, it's fine. You need to keep in mind that what we're talking about, right, is also how these words are used in a general sense, as well as, like, their original uses, because, of course, words evolve over time. And indeed, the words capitalism and socialism, in fact, have. However, at the end of the day, what this all, like, gets back to is the same fundamental truth. And that fundamental truth is that no governmental, like, type / style is, like, totally, like, incompatible with all others, right? Because even monarchs in the past had technocratic institutions. They were technocratically leaning. They often would have, like, various people who are good at various, like, tasks, like, in charge of, like, things in their wheelhouse and whatnot, right? But it's also very easy for such a thing to, like, devolve, like, rapidly into cronyism and the like. It's extremely easy, right? And so, basically, you wind up in a situation where what the most important things are protecting against the same, like, deterioration through corruption and the destruction of the institutions and what they stand for, right? And that's okay, Dark has to have problems with it, but it is an important thing, an important skill to learn, especially on the internet where you don't have the opportunity to really draw out nuance, right? Like, especially in a text format. It'd be one thing if, like, I had you on voice chat, right? Because then it'd be a lot easier and faster and more, like, sensible to, like, have you delineate your point, right? But in terms of, like, text, yeah, it's, and that's understandable that you have issues with the narrative. I mean, that's valid and reasonable. But all the same, to me, there is a correct answer for governance. I don't know what it is, right? But to me, it's a technical problem with a technical solution with, like, scientifically testable things. I don't agree that it's too messy. Genuinely, I don't. And if it is, well, I guess then humanity is doomed, and that's fine. I don't actually care that much, if I'm gonna be real with you. I'm of the view that humanity kind of deserves extinction. Ren does not agree with me, but that is how I feel. This can't happen after a monarchy. Thailand tried and failed, and then they made some arrangements to make it possible by educating the public. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Prescriptive definitions and descriptive definitions. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, and one is used in EV environs where the word's meaning is set in stone, while the other is a pot of noodle of different meanings from different sources. I mean, it's actually super duper true. That's actually a great way of putting it too. Exceedingly eloquent, I would say. Standing great stuff. Let's see. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. I'm scrolling up for a sec. Hey, and me standing in dark house. Try to be nice to each other. Don't be mean to each other. Get along. Spelling mistakes are very normal. It's okay. Good. Kind of reform us on the tone. Yeah, the default explain. I can understand that. Yeah, that's valid and sensible. Right? And of course, you know, like a society entails the absence of private property and social classes and ultimately money in the state. I mean, yes, like the elimination of the commodity form is extremely important, right? And the thing about all this is that communism, as like its idealized version, it's like that which can theoretically be achieved, is so far off as to be irrelevant, right? Like, it's just not gonna happen anytime soon, I'm afraid, right? Like, maybe it could happen in 100 years or less, but, like, I'm not seeing that as the trajectory for humanity. And if I'm wrong, I stand corrected, but I don't think I'm wrong here. And yeah, like, for me, one of the big things is absolutely right, that yeah, basically, if you'd like to make a functional government that, like, is robust against external threats, that maintains various types of human rights, that it allows people to, you know, have choice in what, like, in their governance and whatnot, and all that good shit, but also does not, like, infringe heavily on, like, technical institutions like medicine. Fundamentally, there must be institutions like the Food and Drug Administration in the United States. I have issues with the FDA, mind you. It's not fucking perfect. I actually have quite a lot of complaints, right? But you do need institutions? Huh. That's a funny little stutter. Institutions like that in order for the world to function. Like, in a way that where, like, a democracy can survive, right? Because fundamentally, like, in a, say, pure-ass democracy, right, one of the first votes that would assuredly come up when somebody, like, one of the easiest strategies for anyone seeking to just destabilize a democracy in that situation is basically to just start doing an unreasonable and truly unsustainably large number of votes about irrelevant garbage that they don't care about and that no one cares about, right? Because this will basically reduce people's engagement, right? And this can be the beginning of a, like, essentially a long-term assault on the democracy of this, like, direct democracy, right? And fundamentally, you can't do anything about, like, this type of thing, this type of attack, unless you have technocratic institutions, or, you know, you go out of your way to, like, of course, make it, like, illegal in some respect. But then you basically need an enforcement arm to keep, like, this ability to, yeah, you run into the same issues that you run into everywhere with all these types of problems, naturally, right? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, I am almost done catching up. Good shit, I'm caught up. Okay, scrolling back down, bottom. Good stuff. D. Exactly, right. Yeah, like a monarchic democratic system for some. So, exactly. The fact that these systems can exist in mixed states is evidence of my point, right? That all of these types of systems can be meshed together to varying extents for varying, like, effects. And the fact of the matter is that there are probably several, like, objectively extremely good configurations that can be, like, looked at, taken, and implemented. And that the trouble is actually that the political will to do so for, like, a better world for everybody isn't there. Right? So, like, and let me ask you this question, right? If the answer to how do you make an ideal world for everybody where nobody is on, like where, like, everyone is like, really happy, right? And, like, just all sorts of shit is good and stuff, right? Let me ask you, if the way that you make that happen is extremely complicated to the point where the average person cannot even begin to understand the inner workings of it, how do you sell that to a democracy? Do you lie? Right? Do you lie for the greater good? What happens if then people find out that you lied, and then basically what you do and what happened, or maybe you didn't even lie, and it's just the fact that you had to, like, simplify it so much it made what you said kind of untrue, right? And then basically your opponent uses that against you just to dismantle your own, like, systems against those people's better interests. Because democracies have been manipulated to make people do things against their better interests many times in history, especially in fucking recent history, right? Especially with mass media and the internet and whatnot, it's very easy to do. So, of course, at that stage, what are you to do? Right? Because of that, you're left with the question of, like, what is a way to implement these situations, these, like, types of things in a democracy? And the answer is a technocratic institution that is not really fully accountable to the people, right? Because let me ask you, to what degree do you believe that a medical board who determines what the standard of, like, the medical boards around the United States, who just determine the standard of care, that is to say, what is acceptable medical treatment for particular medical ailments. To what extent do you think they should be accountable to the common man? Right? Like, how much do you think the common man should be able to say to those doctors, actually, I don't like that you use drugs. I think that drugs bad. Maybe don't do that. And then basically put it up to a vote. That's a horrible idea. Right? And I want you to know, me bringing up this example is unironically an issue that has happened in real life recently. Okay? So, like, yeah. Yeah. I see. Spelling mistakes was joke. And it is true that, yeah, like, in this type of situation, yeah, like, so, something, guys, I actually really strongly recommend that you guys do this, just for both you guys' ability to communicate, and also just as advice for life in general. Use tone tags. For example, like it might be a slash at the end of the sentence, and it's like joke, or slash serious, or slash sarcasm, right? Oh great, it just tells me I have an unrecognized command. Fuck you, Twitch. I was trying to make a goddamn show them how to use goddamn tone tags, and then you tell me you have unrecognized command, you joke. But yeah, basically, you add tone tags to things, and then you can avoid confusion like this. And personally, I don't think it reduces the humor of the joke. If anything, I think it increases it, because then, you know, it's the other person actually understands that it's funny, right? And then everyone gets to laugh at it and move on and be happy. Like Bayhu actually does this, and I really appreciate it. Like, it makes me a lot more able to interpret, like, when Bayhu is joking easily, and enjoy his jokes easily, because he tone tags them with joke, right? And like some people, like particularly neurotypical people, might say that like ruins the joke. I don't agree. I don't agree. If you don't want to do tone tags for that reason, that is your prerogative. But all the same, it's a nice way to, you know, be able to communicate a lot better. And I like, since I started doing such things when I feel like my words are ambiguous to some extent, I feel it's gone and done a lot of good. Made my words a lot more clear some of the time, right? And it was good shit. We got Nawu. We got Nawu. Hey there, Sleepfoot. Welcome on in. I'm glad to have you. I was wondering when you'd come by. I'm very happy that you managed to join us. Wee! Woo! We are discussing ideal forms of governance. And me standing say, oh wait, no, we got this one first. We got transition towards communism is not supposed to be called communism. Yeah, I am aware of this, that it's not supposed to be called such things, right? But remember what I said about people misunderstanding complicated things and technocracy? This is the same thing. And yet, do you know what that means? It means semantic shift. No, like, is it semantic drift or semantic shift? The drifting of the meaning of the word has already happened. The thing that you're trying to say is a battle and a war you have already lost. And to me, actually, like, it's just, the words I use are never that important to me, because they're all irrelevant, in the sense that words are just there to express an idea, right? Some words are prettier than others. Some words are more nice for one reason or another, and like a nice context and all this shit, right? Or like contextual baggage and other shit, like, that makes them like lame. But you know, like, at the end of the day, if a different word accomplishes the same thing and it sounds vaguely similar, or like it is good enough, right? I'm not gonna care that much. There's no skin off my back, right? Right? Except the only thing that's gonna make me sad is I can't do poetry as easily because I may have lost one word that rhymes nicely with another one, or I can't do assonance or whatever, but because consonants because I've lost this word too, that thing, right? But that's really the biggest thing you lose in there, right? And so yeah, it's just kind of one of those things. It's just it's a sad reality of life. And you say ignore you, but why? But how? But why? Today, for everyone, people, it just means a system under which we suffer should change the label, just like, let's see. Wait. And no worry, tone tags are awesome. It's easy to forget. I forget that shit all the time. It's adorable. Oh god, that is meat standing. That is so good. I love that. Like the fact that page is very funny. I just want you to know. In fact, yeah, I was talking about medicines. Yeah, it's true. And indeed, how is everybody doing? Do tell. And you think the pro-anarchists from Catalonia were doing way better than other places? You don't know about the Zapatistas? Because you lack information. So this guy. Now, everyday people, it just means system under which we suffer, that we should change the label just like medicine has to change names of medicines and procedures. Do it towards changing the public sphere. That is very true, yeah. Very true. Where nobody saw, okay, yeah. And that is, yeah, like, despite the fact that, yeah, like, that's generally, like, I would argue that's not exactly, like, the essence of, like, what communism is. That is kind of what it means to a lot of people these days. But to other people, it means quite the opposite. It's like, this is way less common than it used to be. But, of course, because of McCarthyism, right? In the United States, the word communism, it came to mean basically just like evil. It's just pure and simple, right? Which is nonsense, but that is what it came to mean to a lot of people, right? And the same is actually somewhat true of socialism, but that's a separate. I mean, it's not that separate, but actually, no, it's not separate at all. What am I saying? But yeah. Yeah. Let's see. And so here's one of the trouble, anarchism has certain things that it's good at, which is to say maximizing individual freedom, right? However, it is very weak in some respects, especially to external threats, right? However, I actually think that something to keep in mind is that good governance, in my eyes, the type of like synthesis of other things that I was discussing, will absolutely, inexorably, 100% of the time, involve large swaths of everyday life being left in a laissez-faire, anarchist sort of manner where everybody just does their own thing. Because A, this is efficient. B, it is cheap. C, it is effective. In many areas, right? Except where it's not. And that's the trouble, right? Which is, of course, why I made the earlier statement. No pure governance system really is that good, right? You want certain aspects of each of them, right? Like, I would argue that, like, I don't think they'd be that good. Like, you can make the argument that, sure, like communism in its idealized functional form, like, if it was made functional, yeah, like, it's fine. It's good as it is. Good shit. But the trouble... Good luck getting there, right? Because I'm a pragmatist at heart. Yeah. You tend to remember this. That makes sense. People are smart. Slash joke. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. If you write slash at the beginning. Twitch do go burr. It's true. Only joke you've ever done in a while. Is that one? That's good to know. And how am I, Schleif? I'm pretty well. I'm actually, no, I'm great today. I'm doing fantastic. I'm feeling reasonably good. Although I am in like moderate pain, that's a pretty common happening, right? So that's not that bad, really. Like, moderate trending towards severe, but like that is to say around the 5.5 to 6.1 or 2 range, right? But given my typical numbers, like around like the 6.5 to like 8 range, I'm gonna be real. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. It's really not that bad where I'd be sitting at the moment, right? It is not terrible in the least, so I'm pretty happy. Let's grab this orb and then not have to go back to this spot. I wonder, does the Leviathan respawn in New Game Plus? I have no idea. I see I'm not in the right spot to find out.
That's what I think of this scene.
Oh god, that's funny. I definitely thought that I would be, but yeah, no, this is not the right place. Not to get stuck between thinking the person is serious or joking or other intentions. I mean, I agree with you, me standing that in many situations that is what makes sense. To not, like, get stuck between thinking if the person is serious or joking or whatnot, but, like, some of the time a person may say something, and there's no comprehensible way to interpret it without knowing which of those it is, right? And the interpretations might be so drastically different between, like, this person hates my guts, and they're being, they're doing a little goof to make me laugh, because they want to be my friend, right? Especially when it's through the internet, it's kind of hard to. It's a rough situation because you kind of basically got to pick like what type of interpretation you want to go with by default. And if there's something that's not clear and you like, especially if you don't get the time or opportunity to ask for clarification, it can be very maddeningly bonkers because it can be very hard to like understand what the fuck they were trying to say. What's going on, really, right? Such is the struggle of people who are neurodivergent. Maybe I could just have left it at "such is the struggle of people," because that'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty goddamn funny. Let's see. Without me, anarcho-socialism go burr. It's pretty good. Let's see. And the USSR was a fascist country. True. So you cannot just shut up, or else somebody else will accidentally be advocating for fascism. Interesting. I mean, yeah. Like, do not get me started on tankies. I do not have nice things to say about that. Oh my goodness! Welcome on in, Goofy Goober. I'm glad to have you. Thank you for being a real viewer. It's much appreciated. You've used HJ, but that's it. And you don't know any other tone indicators. I like /S for serious. That's a good one. It's one of my favorites. Wait, who is this joke? Joke, not joke. God damn it. Who is this boss? I do not know Finnish. Is that the Leviathan legit? I can't tell. But also, 7,500? That's like no HP at all. Or is this the door boss? I have no clue. I also have no clue where he is. What's going on? Or is that the bridge boss? Is it the bridge boss spawning in a peculiar place, mayhaps? Oh no, that's the Leviathan! Look at that! I was actually in the correct area to, like, locate the Leviathan. Neat! How cool! Awesome. Now, let's see if I can locate the, orb in this area. I'm not very optimistic here. And let me see. And that's your main reason. That tracks. I mean, that's an understandable reason. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? What's the political slur? Just the communism, you mean? Good to update vocabulary every so often. Yeah, it's true. Not defending USSR because you're not, because you're a socialist. You're also an anti-fascist, after all. It is true, as am I. You know, like, certainly in theory, but, you know, if the government were watching, definitely not. Because I must be safe. But yes. But of course, Eldritch Slimes are always, you know, anti-fascist in general. Just how it be. It mangles so much, it means opposite things, and that's ignoring the now academic meaning. I didn't even know that there's a fucking academic meaning for the word these days. So that's fascinating, and I'm glad to know that there is such a thing, but I had no fucking clue that any such thing existed. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Goofy Goofer. I really appreciate the follow. And the lizard, and thank you, I really appreciate the follow. Certainly means a lot. And that means we're at the follower goal of 210. Whee! That's very exciting. Yay. Okay, what's concerned? Not academic. Some countries still use like that. Oh my goodness, what's this? Follower goal, right? Indeed it is. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Some countries, da-da-da-da-ba. Kind of oxymoronic definitions, and that is very true. Yeah, like that is extremely true. Yes, that type of oxymoronic definition does in fact it does perpetuate, meaning like makes it easier for fascists to argue various things. But yeah, that's a different thing. Socialism, communism don't actually we'll just make up definitions. But that's exactly very true, and that is kind of the essence of these things, and part of why technocracy is such an important balancing tool. What am I looking at here? What is that? What? It's fine. I just explode it and move on. Oh, it was a gigantic pile of sheep. How extremely bizarre. That is so fucking strange. Okay. Pragmatist 2. Just your priorities. Yeah, personally, for me, my priorities are also people, Dardcast. However, my issue is that oftentimes, I guess for me, it's actually very simple. 99 out of 100 of the extremely empathetic people who supposedly wanted to care about and advocate for my interests in my life politically did not fight for my interests when I explicitly asked them to, and in fact some of them advocated directly against my interests. And furthermore, like, especially medically, right, as it applied to, like, preventing doctors from, like, really preventing the government from, like, using law to dictate medical practice, right? Because this was the fundamental, like, line in the sand. And this, of course, very immediately, and I do mean fucking immediately, like, within the year, led to the government, like, cracking down on women's health by restricting, like, insurance coverage for, and then actual legal access in some other places, just various types of birth control, right? And that's fucked. And of course, like, saying that your, like, priorities are people, really, I understand that, like, you're coming at it from a more humanist perspective. To me, I'm taking a, you know, utilitarian type of, like, perspective to it, right? Because to me, empathy, like, frankly, empathy has never done anything directly to help me. People with their actions helped me, right? So to me, a person feeling empathy about a thing or sympathy and whatnot, unless they are materially helping or being kind, it doesn't register in my, like, moral calculus, I suppose, right? And for the entirety of, like, my life, I found that many people who are, like, in fact, some of the people, like, who are the reason I'm still able to, like, just be alive in general, are not people I'm even remotely politically aligned with, but they are interpersonally kind, right? And this brings up the fundamental, like, distinctions that occur and that makes people very complicated about interpersonal kindness, their political views, misinformation, perspectives on just ethics and morality, right? And then the intersection of religion and how these things create a bunch of conflicting interests and priorities in people, right? And I hate to say it, but empathy itself is a similar type of thing that creates conflicting interests in this way. And I agree, we do lack easy accessible text tonality. Shlifu say, "Hello, Coitus. May I offer you a bite of moss? It may contain traces of socialism, communism, and/or anarchy." That's so good, actually. That's really good. Let's see. Noita Sunseed Quest. I mean, and you do speak the truth, me standing. They do. And good night. You might have lost your baby son. It's flying straight up through the work. Do I just leave it and make another one? Oh gosh. Let's see. So, my first question, Goofy Goober, do you have this mod? Let me show you the mod. This one, quality of life mod. Do you or do you not have that installed? If you have that installed, you do not need to worry about it. It'll be fine. If you don't have it installed, fun fact, you can actually just quit out of the game right now and install it. Like, at the exact point you're on, like, I assume you're paused. And it will basically create a situation for you where you have a much easier time, where basically that the thing is way less likely to unload and disappear. Yes. And if you're worried about achievements, you simply need to download disable mod restrictions, right? Yeah. And these two things together solve it. Now, If you're looking to solve this situation without mods, it is a lot less easy, a lot less simple, a lot less straightforward. Yeah. 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 So the answer to those questions do kind of matter, right? Yeah. Just came from a meeting of an actual communist group near me. It was nice. Hell yeah. That's awesome, Sleep. Well, I'm thrilled to hear it. I also hope you met nice people there. And I hope they weren't tankies. They probably weren't, but you know. It's always worth pointing out. And why, thank you, Sleep. I much appreciate that. I like having based takes. I like when other people agree that my take is based. Oh yeah, you're right. You're totally right, Darkcast. That occurs to me every time I think about using /s for either sarcasm or serious. Excuse me. And then I decide to just write out the word serious. Every time. To read, and who does? I mean, that's fair, actually. Yeah, mostly academics. I mean, that's also very fair. You conclude your thesis with this. We should keep the old definition in order to inspire others to use it too. I mean, it's a solid, like, thought, an idea, and I agree that it should be kept. But the trouble is, you just have to add a layer of distinction, no matter how you slice it, right? You simply gotta. You just gotta be like, okay, the classical definition of communism, used by Marx. There you go. You've done it. And sometimes it's that easy, and when people don't use it like that, you can presume it's the other definition, right? Is that, like, fair in some abstract sense? Not really. But what do it matter? But you are quite right, Meat Standing. 99% of empathetic people do in fact goon. It's a fact. Statistical reality right there. And let's see. Utilitarian? Bad? No. Utilitarian good slime. Utilitarianism's the way to go. Cancel him was funny. I enjoyed. That's a goofy joke. Let's see. Know a lot of cool individuals. That's awesome. And had some interesting talks. You're still learning a lot. Rock and roll. I mean, and that's also a fair point, Meat Stain. The serious is, in fact, just without the tone notes, but sometimes you do need the serious tone tag for when you've been just memeing a bunch, right? It is necessary. It's not that common, but yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Darkcast, like, 100%, like, in case I've not made this one clear, Darkcast, the life I have lived is a desolate, dark one, full of unkindness and cruelty towards me that, frankly, I don't really feel I deserved. The same goes for a lot of the people I cared about and loved, and frankly, institutions did nothing to help me at any stage, and damn near every time I desperately needed help, I was unable to receive it. This biased my opinions very significantly, as you would expect, right? And that's an upsetting set of things to happen. But also, it led me to a perspective where I'm like, okay, there is but one thing here that matters. The tangible effects. Well, yeah, he had health problems, but frankly, that has often been the least of my troubles. I'm gonna be real with you. As extremely troublesome as my health problems have been in my life, in a lot of cases, they've been the least of my problems. Now let's see here. Which is because this wand is not work. I mean, I like this. I want this wand to work so badly. But I think I need to completely remove, like, all of the... I will deal with that guy later. I need to just yoink out a totally separate type of damage wand to be working for this stuff. But let's, in the meantime, grab the always cast COV and just use that for now. Or I could actually yoink out my favorite black hole wand that also heals, maybe? Don't I have one of those, I hope? I think. I feel like that's a thing I did. Did I keep it? Or was I a fool? Either are completely possible, I say. I see. So that means, in reality, what I ought to do here is... I'll just grab the Sebamicium one. This will actually help just fine. And then what I can do... Are you serious? I don't have a COV in here? Okay, I was about to say, if I didn't have a COV in there, I was gonna consider crashing out. I was gonna be like, are you for real? Where is my gosh darn COV? But no, you're right there. Let's see if I can collect this without accidentally... Son of a bitch. I thought I could, but... Nah, I really think I could, but, you know... I tried. But that's fine. You can't add the thing, the line after it. And that's the kind... Yeah, that's definitely my kind of thought process, right? Don't say classical, you say... I agree, utilitarianism is a W in general. Depends, and what depends on situation? On squishiation? In your case, you've had more problems with people? Well, I mean, like, my problem is that, like, a lot of my problems have been like with institutions, and then the fact that people do not and frequently would not like ignore the way an institution... Wait, what? I see. I need to do this, and that'll fix it. There we go. Good stuff. Yeah, basically just people, like, will not stand up against, unjust institutions, right? It's just how a lot of, like, basically, like, the vast majority of human beings are. I don't necessarily, because to me, institutions are fundamentally distinct. Like, they are not the people that make them up. Fundamentally, they aren't. Right? No. Institutions are social, legal, like social and legal rules that frequently end up having very tangibly real consequences backing them up. Right? Especially as this applies to things like medicine. So... what is acceptable for medicine, right, to treat people for various things, is very much a tangible sort of thing, right? But the people in that dealing, like in the institution, aren't necessarily the ones doing that deciding, right? They aren't the ones making those choices in many instances. And in fact, in a lot of cases, they defer, like, their their volition, their freedom of choice in a situation entirely, so that they don't need to be fully, like, accountable for their actions, so that they do not, like, an example of this is so that they do not need to take the liability, for example, of prescribing any kind of painkiller to somebody, right? And like, so they don't need to have any liability, and for them it's okay to let the person suffer. I've seen this more times than I care to count or even think about. And like, honestly, blame these people. They're in a bad situation, right? Where the government has, like, fundamentally, like, to some extent, criminalized helping people. And so, at that stage, right, I have been completely failed on, like, most every level by a lot of different things with the government, and fallen through the cracks in a lot of different types of things that were meant to help people just such as myself, right? Because they weren't, at the end of the day, designed with, like, disabled people in mind, usually, right? Is oftentimes what it is. And so, at the end of the day, you have to, like, look at this. Don't worry, me saying I will read your comment in just a sec. It's this fundamental, like, kind of problem where the institutions are not subject to human concerns. They are inhuman, cruel, and utterly cold, ruthless, calculating, and, as I said already, but inhuman. The institutions are inhuman. They have nothing to do with people. If, in fact, if, for example, the Social Security Administration, as, like, a government institution, as well as an institution meant to help the disabled and the needy in society, right? If it was really like, in any respect, remotely related to human beings, I would have gotten my, like, disability thing, right? I would have gotten supplemental security income and stuff, right? I did not. Because it's an inhuman, dehumanizing institution. In fact, the process of applying for, like, disability was so deeply dehumanizing that, frankly, it's in contention for the worst experiences of my life. And I've had some extremely awful experiences, including severe agony, right? Of the highest order. So I hope that that carries a bit of weight, but I understand for most people it won't really carry the weight that it needs to convey what I'm trying to say here. Because the depth of the cruelty and dehumanization of that process is immense and indescribable, profound and beyond words. Thusly, institutions are not the people to make them up. Alienation is doesn't begin to touch a Darkcast. If you're referring to an academic concept, link me a definition. Maybe that was true at some point. But at this point, there are some institutions that can't and won't ever be held accountable, and that is super fucking true. Omega truth. Let's see, you include, let's see. Also, insurance companies also illegally try to exclude people from insurance, also part of the index fund. You are so fucking right, Meat Standing. So fucking right. And that's good to know. I mean, I guess it's good to know in the sense that I'm not alone, but that's terrible to know. Because obviously, fuck that shit, it's awful. But yeah, basically, like... Yeah, to me, alienation is not even... It doesn't begin to capture what's going on, because fundamentally it is like a... It's the destruction, the hollowing out, and the rotting away of the purpose of the institution with the intention of leaving a husk of that institution, a facsimile so distorted and twisted and messed up that it can then be used as a political bludgeon at a later date to do something even more heinous than the really god-awful institution's hollowed out nature itself, right? You know, like, this is exactly the method of, like, people attempting to, like, privatize various, like, parts of healthcare and whatnot and shit, right? People who are trying to do that crap. So, like, it truly is. This is fascinating. Oh, that's right. It's because this entire area is like a gonna be a frozen vault thing. There's gonna be lots of enemies here. Interesting. No wonder it's going slow. But yeah. So it's basically a type of like dealio where the degree to which they don't care about like human life and like that the institution itself is designed to be not merely unconcerned with, but actively antagonistic towards and antipathetic. Antipathy, right? Antipathetic, it's not a common word at all. In fact, it's a very uncommon word to use. But the degree to which they foster and have designed it to create antipathy is immense. I see what you mean. I can understand why you would use this concept. I would use... So, you're not a person, but for some doctors and people in healthcare institutions, patients are not individuals, but resources, and they max how they see fit. Problems only exist during, depending on what they say. You did, actually. You missed it, totally. I'm gonna be totally real with you, Darkcast. You completely missed the mark. And it's okay. I will happily explain how you've completely missed the mark. So, it's actually, it goes several steps beyond what you initially assume. So, firstly, like the first layer of what is going on here is what is known as infrahumanization. And this occurs due to rather explicit and intentional training in the medical field, which, mind you, like, I want you to also know the doctors here are also victims, and I don't want you to twist it. This is the case. Because what I'm about to describe is fundamentally medical school traumatizing the doctors. I just want to make that very clear. And I know it's okay, Darkcast. Don't worry about it. It's just life. Sometimes you just you don't know the thing, and it's okay. I'm not mad. That's just life. Life is, in my opinion, as I've said it before, life involves being wrong all the time, and that's just how it be. And yeah, basically, they treat you kind of like you're not, like, you're straight up not a person, right? You are less than a person. That's a big part of it. So the other part, between the other major, like, also it's so weird that it's fucking like frozen vault here, and like, wait a minute, that's a utility chest right there. Oh. Perfect. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to toss out whatever spell I don't really care that much about. I mean, this one is a good one to get rid of, realistically speaking. But I'm gonna toss the Matter Eater right here. I don't really need the Matter Eater right now. Actually, wait, no. No, I do want the Matter Eater. What I'm gonna do actually here is perfect. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be art. is I'm gonna just do this because this is a perfect opportunity to get the chest rain, right? Like the fantastic thing. This is exactly the opportunity that I was referring to earlier, right? The matter eater. Okay. That did not work exactly how I expected that, but that's okay. Let's see. Will you matter eat your way through things? You will, in fact, matter eat your way through things. Perfect. Excellent. Excellent and excellent. This is ideal. Okay, so really what I want to do here is... Give me a sec, guys. I haven't had an opportunity like this one in so long. So I get the thing here. And... Lovely. So, if I grab this item with a coup, I think I'll be able to do it pretty reasonably effortlessly, I think. Okay. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Good stuff. Okay, now I just gotta grab the little box. I think my kicks might do too much damage. So, you lost your Dunka Slam streak, so now this makes you the streamer you have the longest streak of. Oh, poor Sleeper. I'm sorry to hear you lost your streak. That's rough. Oh, it didn't break it open. Okay. Why is my character stuck? Quit it. Oh, I see. I am under this area. That is good to know. But now I know, and I can just do this. Okay, now I just gotta scooch this way. Okay, clearly that's not gonna work. So now I just gotta scooch. Okay, no, I think I'm gonna be better off with just falling through here just a little bit. Okay, perfect. Okay, got it. Now I can drag it around. Okay. So, basically, guys, the dealio that's going on here is, firstly, the infrahumanization that occurs due to the removal of empathy as the foundation of, like, medicine, as like medical decision making, basically, right? So they remove this. This occurs in medical school. This is bad for the doctors. It's unhealthy for them. It's not good at all. And it also, like, I would, to a pretty strong degree, I'd argue, and it can, like, I think you can pretty reasonably, without much, like, effort, make a pretty strong argument that it degrades the quality of medicine as well. But that's a more contentious. And indeed, I hope everybody sleeps well. Tend to only call fascism if you can check at least around half of the earth fascism. I mean, that's sensible, actually. That's quite reasonable. Oh yes, that it is in fact part of the fascism, yeah. So basically, infrahumanization. It was just a small part of all of this, actually. It was not really the main part, I wouldn't say, but it was bad. But basically, maybe I need Circle of Buoyancy and a coup? Oh, please don't fall further, chest, please. Why are you doing this to me? Because I'm not ready to quite give up yet. Why the fuck does this chest keep falling? I don't understand, right? It's supposed to make it, like, anti-gravitational or whatever. I suppose let's find something with Circle of Buoyancy, I guess. Oh, well, actually, this is one of the things that I need, so I guess this is... Please, box, let's go up. Why is my character... Is my character, like, legitimately stuck or something? Yeah, frankly, why doesn't this work? Like, what the fuck? Why is the coup so trash suddenly? Like, it used to work just fine. What the fuck, bro? What exasperating garbage. Okay. Circle of Buoyancy, where the hell are you? I was pretty sure that I have a Circle of Buoyancy always cast around here somewhere. For exactly this situation. But actually, I can't use the Circle of Buoyancy because... well, I guess it opened up. Fuck it. Alright, I guess that solves that. God damn it all. That was a good opportunity. Not a unique opportunity, but a good one. But I suppose New Game Plus 3 is probably going to be... have an abundant number of such opportunities realistically, because this is the Frozen Vault, and the Frozen Vault has like such thingamabobs. The utility chest, right? Not that common, but they do pop up. And yeah, I guess that means I can actually go about describing what I was talking about more. Oh, more increased life. I mean, I guess if I get increased lifetime, I suppose 6 of one, half and does the other. I suppose it's fine. Actually, here's a thought. I am just going to scooch all of these things, all the things I intend to use here, rather, over to this wand. And toss all this. Toss this wand. I do not need it. Very good. And now, I can also... Wait, no, before I do that, I need to grab All-Seeing Eye. So I can use my lovely movement tech that's fun for the All-Seeing Eye that you guys... I think I've shown you guys a bunch of times. And it can actually be a useful situation for it. Although I will need the anti-gravity here. But normal gravity will not be anything close to useless. It's just, you know... Perfect. Good stuff. Okay. And put this away once more. Yeah, so basically, better be on. Sadly, you should go to sleep. You got plans. Well, I hope you have a lovely, lovely, good, great, sweet dreams, Shlifu. Sweet. I hope you have a great evening. Yeah. Good stuff. Uwu. Make uwu, not war. That is so very true. You speak the truth. That is a good one. Oh yeah, me standing. I know just the one you're talking about with the characteristics and appeal of fashion. It's a good document. Like Umberto Eco's work in this respect is extremely, extremely good. Like, it's really great in most every regard, and I love the hell out of it. It's amazing, right? And I think it's some 10 out of 10 stuff. However, it doesn't really even begin to cover what happens to, like, disabled people, right? Because, furthermore, the medicalization of disability means that the body, the quote-unquote, like, defective body of a disabled person is separate from the human being, the person, right? This means also that there is a separation of the human being's suffering from them as a patient and from their issues as a medical entity that needs to have their, like, issues solved in the eyes of a doctor, right? And because, like, my condition is incurable, fundamentally, the training that doctors undergo predisposes them to be unhappy with my situation because they are not able to fix it. So, many doctors they'll feel unhappy and upset by me being around, basically, right? And this is not uncommon, right? This happens a lot inside of, like, just the way that a lot of, like, chronic ailments are handled. That is to say, not especially well, but it's pretty common, I'm afraid. And this kind of just, like, this extends to most every aspect of the whole process, right? So, it means that a person's suffering and my suffering was irrelevant and immaterial to them, right? That they genuinely didn't care. And that they repeatedly did nothing for me. When my mother and I, like, begged for, like, assistance for my, like, pain relief, it took me 10... was it 10 years? No, not fully 10. I think it was something between 6 and 8 years. Meat standing, yes. To some extent, it's that, but it's also that it undermines their sense of competence, right? So it's much worse if the person has what is known as high medical authoritarianism, right? And if they... that basically is a low willingness to listen to the patient, basically, and the presumption that they are correct, basically, is what medical authoritarianism boils down to. And it's a pretty big problem, right, when it happens. And yeah, it's not great. Yeah. And essentially, like, these things work together to create this potent combination of factors wherein, like, the patient is not merely not treated as a person, right? They are a problem. Not just a problem that needs, like, to be solved, like a mystery that they need to figure out the solution to. No. Because the patient might well have a incurable condition that cannot be addressed with the current limitations of modern medicine, the patient is blamed. Right? It is not the inadequacies of modern medicine. No. It's the patient's fault. And so, this creates an atmosphere where there is a presumption that the patient is lying, that the patient is essentially mistaken, incorrect. It's actually, like, a lot of, like, layers to this shit, But yeah, one of the major problems is the dehumanization. Yes. Yeah, because that is there's a solid argument to be made that that is the core of the problems. What a goofy looking little wand sprite. Like, what the hell? Like, it's so silly. It's like a little chalk. You have a little piece of chalk, you know, it's like about to run out of chalk, and you know, that is this wand. It's kind of cute in this respect. I kind of like that. It's silly as all hell. But yeah. And so, inside of, like, the context of, like, disability, it takes this presumption that like, your condition is not completely disabling, making you unable to work a normal job. It ramps it up by over tenfold, right? Every single facet of the process assumes you're a liar, that you don't have any ailments, and that you are basically trying to cheat the government to get the meager amount of money that, like, disability or, like, supplemental security income is. The below poverty amount of money. Who's the monster? The system? The people that made it that way? Or the presumption is that the person with the disability is a monster? Because all of these, in my opinion, are very true in terms of the presumptions, right? I think that that's how they presume it, right? But I think the people that made these things that way, I think they are the ones who might well be it might well be appropriate to describe them as such. But yeah, there's a reason I don't really plan to reapply to such a thing ever again. Like, I was thinking about it for a while, but then, like, it was the stage at which I got, right, like, rejected. I had every reason to believe I was going to be accepted for the whole thing, right? And, I had basically completed the process and was basically approved with, like, a judge having determined that, yeah, obviously I'm disabled, right? And it wasn't enough. I was still rejected out of hand, without an opportunity for appeal, really. Oh, the other person in that perspective. Yeah, yeah, fair, yeah, 100%, right? Yeah, because the fact of the matter is, oh wow, that's a really nice setup to just have with a rock, right? You could probably really easily make that into a very good projectile. This type of, like, occurrence is not that uncommon for people with disabilities, right? It happens all the time in most, like, a whole bunch of different, like, areas of life. And that's the big trouble with it, right? Is that it's, like, so common that it's basically normalized. And so this type of institutionalized cruelty is separate from the type of separation you see with the what you were referring to earlier, Darkcast, with how, what was it called, alienation, yeah. With alienation, you know, the separation of the actual labor that went into the production of a product, and, like, that person and, like, their deal, and, like them being a human being and whatnot who did all these things. Fa. Meat Standing, if you uploaded did you recently upload a sound? Is this something that happened a long time ago? Did I miss a sound of yours? Is it old? What happened? Was I meant to add a sound called Fa? Sound of Demon suggestions. Because I do not see any. I don't think. You know, I don't see any. So, meat standing, if you upload the MP3, I'll be happy to add it. Especially, like, it's fine by me, especially if I forgot something about it, like, right? Yeah, if you get the file, and the sound's all good, I'm happy to just do that for you. It's no trouble. But yeah. So fundamentally, the difference... Oh, darn it. The biggest difference between these things comes down to, like, I guess, the savagery and antipathy. Oh yeah, like Umberto Eco's like principles of of fascism is, I would argue, it is the seminal piece of literature on the topic. I actually think that there are a few better iterations on it, right? Because the fact of the matter is, even if you're the first to do something, odds are somebody's gonna like pick up your work and do it a little bit better than you. There's really no escaping that. But I don't think that is any problem, right? Just means that other people are going to improve on your work, and that's, if anything, a good thing, right? Because it says that like your work was worth improving, right? Which, you know, that can't actually be said of like a whole lot of different types of work, you know? Because some work is like not that great, not really worth putting in the effort to improve it, right? And so like the fact that somebody else went to the effort of like improving the work to make it great and all that shit, make it a lot gooder, to gooder it up, to make it more deliciouser, to make it tastier, to make it more rock and roll. I think it speaks very well to his work. So I would say, more than just being inspired, I would say that it was intended to be an iteration upon it kind of thing, most likely, or a retelling, most likely. But I haven't actually looked at the document itself. But that's my bet, personally, because I've seen a lot of different things about the, basically, like, the different extensions of the concept of the principles of fascism that Umberto Eco did all those years back. And of course, like, the way that it looks these days is obviously way the hell different, you know? Than how it looked back in the day. So naturally, I would expect it to be rather quite different, you know? So it's no surprise, really. Very good. Got that one. Oh, that's right. I don't need that necromancy. I have a few too many copies of that, frankly. I did not mean to grab that spitter bolt. I suppose I'll look at the link. I'll see what the deal is. Well, no, like, theocracy, you know, the thing about, you know, no, this is absolutely there. No, like, this is absolutely a thing. You know, like, theocracy is basically, like, the concepts involved in fascism are basically inextricably linked with an idealized form of theocracy that will, in many respects, be very unlikely to survive the consolidation of power, but is essential to actually seizing power in the first place. Yeah, that's actually the exact way I would put it. Yeah, that's exactly how I'd phrase that shit. But I agree, Coitus. Make uwu, not war. You speak the truth. Okay. Very good. Oh yeah, no, religion is essential to the process, Darkcast, because, like, even if you want to look at, so there are constant appeals to God as a concept, right? In fascism, it's extremely common to the point of, dare I call it, ubiquity. It's quite literally everywhere. Okay. I could get the extra health, but I really don't need it. Wow. None of the perks I'm looking for. Astonishing. Okay. Again, none of the perks I'm looking for. Once again, astonishing. Yeah, of course you have some that, like, did and didn't, right? Yeah, like, I can understand, like, why you're, like, waffling back and forth on it, right? But at the end of the day, like, it's meant to help you notice the signs that the thing is happening, right? In most respects. To be able to, like, point it out and shit. Yeah, it's just kind of like the utility of classifying it, I suppose, in that way. Okay. Well, I suppose, why don't we just go ahead and grab some of the ones that we wanted to make faster. Or I could do it later. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do it later. I don't really feel like doing this particular aspect of things at this specific moment in time. Instead, I will just happily cast this. And it will just dig... Oh, that's right, it doesn't dig cursed rock. I forgot about that. But that's okay. It's not a big deal. Because I can just do it over here. Whee! And actually, that's a really good... That's a really good description, Meat Standing. Horoscopes, but for political happenings. Yeah, actually, that's a really good description. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, that's fantastic. Like, it does, like, delegitimize it slightly, but it's also delightful and goofy enough that I think that's fine. Because it gets the idea across pretty effectively. So yeah, I think that's a very good summary, really. Although it's ridiculous, and, you know, like, some people would certainly take issue with it. I just wanted you to know that I personally love it. I think it's great. is the exact anti-gravity I was looking for. Good stuff. Now I can have that dig directly up for me when I need to. Whoa, those stats though, that's actually kind of bonkers. And if I could actually do the high mana, low capacity on this. And that would be kind of, that could become a bit of a monster of a wand, right? Yeah, like actually I think I might do that. Let me check its speed stat really fast. 0.98, I mean it's average. Oh wait, also I can do this for giggles. Observe. Observe the majesty of tentacle inside of timer. Oh wait, no. No, wait. It's moving too damn fast. Stop it. Quit it. Move slower. I am trying to demonstrate. Nope, there we go. You see the tentacle is in fact coming from the little timer. You can barely see it, but it is happening. Okay. Okie dokie. And then I think what I'm gonna do here is I will just deposit this fantastic one over here to do something fun with in a bit. That's fine by me. And I will either fetch it later or I'll forget about it. And it's fine. No big deal one way or the other. Okay. Good stuff. That's right. I wanted to check for an eye room. That was one of the things I wanted to do. Damn, that is a lot of gold just popping up right there. That is so much fucking. That's ridiculous amounts of gold. I need to run a 2-minute ad. I keep forgetting. Like I've forgotten that like 6 or 7 times. Isn't there a name, like, for the specific biome that is, like, an underground jungle, right? Because there's a specific type of, like, ecological niche that's not very common. I can't remember what it's called, though. It's a very specific thing. Like, mangrove forest or something like that. What is a mangrove forest? I feel like I knew at some point, but I don't, like, remember anymore. I certainly would like to know, though. It's quite interesting. let's see. I was just thinking to myself that the underground jungle, like, is it a mangrove forest? Or like a mangrove jungle thing? But I also remembered that I don't know very much about mangroves as a biome because I don't think there's like any of these in like America that I know of, and if there are, oops, my bad. Okay. Let's see here. Hey there, Bombay. We got Meat Standing, we got Darkcast, and we got a few other people, I'm pretty sure.
Meat Standing, not Meatball?
Correct, Meat Standing. And Coitus is here pretty recently.
He will Coitus, he will Darkcast.
Darkcast.
I don't know.
Darg.
What is a Barcast?
No, Darkcast.
No, I understand. What is a Barcast? Because I know it's a term.
The Barcasts are the soul-eating, goblin impersonating fiends from the lower planes in D&D.
Sorry about that, Darkcast.
Yeah, these are quite different. Let's see. Meat Standing, say mending. What do it mean? I don't know.
But yeah, I came in to say two things. One, a quote from the video I was just watching. They're like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Why? You can't see them. That's not right.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That is not right at all.
No.
That's a pretty good, not at all right thing. Also, wait, do you know what are mangrove forests or mangroves things?
The swamp life.
Right, but they're always underground, right? Or like below sea level or some shit.
I don't know anything about mangroves.
Ah, fuck
I'm a little embarrassed to say I know.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I also don't know jack shit about it, so don't be that embarrassed, Bundles.
I guess it's because we did not grow up. Well, wait, fuck! I grew up in the cave state. Never mind.
Cutie.
That's extra embarrassing. So I can be like, no, I didn't grow up where that.
And Machu also show up and say hello.
He will, Machu.
Indeed.
But yes, the secondary thing I came to tell you is that our friend is coming by, so that we can trade books.
I got you.
Which for chat is, so I have a bunch of books that might have bookworms, and the way that you treat that is you freeze them for like a week. But our freezer has no space in it. And so our friend lets us use his freezer, but only one book at a time. And so every week, our friend will come by the apartment and we will switch books.
It's pretty silly. I wondered to myself, more than a dozen times, why the man doesn't just,
take, 5? I
right, because,
think, despite the fact that he has so much freezer space available,
right,
he doesn't want it to not be available.
And I agree with you, which is unbelievably hilarious.
I have seen the inside of that man's freezer. He has, 3 things at any given time.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd. And Machu is saying that if the second streamer you click on whose game is running at 20 frames per second. I mean, there is actually good reasons for that if you're curious, Machu. You basically need a pretty beefy rig to avoid that in most situations because it's gonna reduce your, you said perhaps, not per second. I got you. That makes sense. That's pretty funny. But yeah, basically, like, it does eat up quite a lot of your, I guess, just processing capacity, and like RAM and other factors as well. It's just kind of rough in general on the everything. Let's grab this thing, and then let's see. It's just it's an unfathomable number of small telly bolts. Part of me wants to hold on to these small telly bolts, but I have no rational cause to do that, frankly. Oh yeah, no, bookworms are an actual thing that destroy books. Correct. And you kill them by freezing them in the freezer for about a week. But yeah, no, they are very much a real thing. If you look up, like, what bookworms look like, yeah, like, they have a very specific, like, appearance, right? Like, in terms of how they affect books. And wow. What a terrible wand. It's kind of astonishing, actually. Like, how bad this wand is. And how awful the spells on it are. Truly. A marvel. Right? Like, sincerely, like, one of, like... I feel like it's kind of like one of life's great mysteries, right? Like, how the hell is this wand as garbage as it is? It's really quite something. It's really quite something. But yeah. It's good shit. Let me see. Clearly that was all that Ren wanted to say was about the books. And things. My bet is that Ren's still kind of waking up some. Didn't want to chill for too long. And chit-chat too much at this stage. Ooh. 2 hearts, yippee. But yeah, basically, like, a lot of my GPU processing power is, in fact, being eaten up by OBS. Like, I think it's, like, something like 60% of my GPU, like, memory. Which, that's a hefty chunk of GPU memory. Like, I think it's, like, 8 gigabytes or something. But that is not a small amount of memory getting used up by OBS. So, like, and then furthermore, like, if they are simul streaming to 2, like, things at the same time, yeah, it's a lot. And it's like there exist worms that destroy spruce. Now that's actually very interesting. I didn't know that. It makes perfectly good sense that that's the case, but I didn't know. Cool. I love learning. Learning is always exciting. Oh, you thought I had, yeah, 3.5 million? Yeah, no, it's 3.5 trillion, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, yeah, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a very significant amount of help, and this run, I looked it up earlier, has been going for over 7 days of in-game time. Which is crazy to me, right? Like, that's a long-ass time, you know? Pew, 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 pew! Pew, 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 pew! And the spruce doesn't surprise you, but the actual book-eating ones did. I mean, that's actually kind of fair, because, like, the bookworm is such an idiom these days, right? It's like a literal, like it's an entire phrase that just means a person that reads a bunch, right? And it's also so many other, like, very significant, like, ideas and whatnot. It means a person that reads and shit. Like, it's really fascinating. And Dargas is back again. Rock and roll. Welcome on back. And no worries, Darkcast. These things happen. Sometimes you gotta go. Sometimes you gotta do things. Don't worry. It's just life. But I appreciate you saying you're back. It's good to know. And let's see. let's see. In the lore of this character, in an outing with his friends, one of them jokingly said, "You can't kill God," and the character said, "Bet." I mean, that's a man after my own heart. Because, you know, of course, I'm an eldritch slime. I have slain more than one malefic demiurge, you know, plaguing the lives of many a good people in many different realities. And as such, I support this endeavor of slaying any beings who call themselves God. Because, you know, odds are they probably don't deserve such a title. More than one God. Don't let the Christians hear about that. Oh, don't worry. It definitely was not. It was not myself, and definitely not one of my friends, who definitely may or may not have been responsible for the imprisonment of the demiurge from the Old Testament. Don't let anyone else know. We replaced them with someone who wasn't quite so bad, but you know the damage had already been done at that stage. You know, like what are you gonna do with this? They kind of wrecked the shop already. You know. Poor demiurge. They get created as an imperfect being, and they get blamed and hated for it. I mean, yeah, true enough, that shit is a bit rough. You know, like, but I'm gonna be real with you. I think a lot of people have a very legitimate beef with the demiurge. But it's also quite funny. Well, I mean, like, that, I have a lot of friends, you know, and some of them, I mean, they get called a lot of things by a lot of people, right? Like, as an eldritch slime, I have no fewer than, you know, 400,000 different names. Right? So surely I'm sure that one of my friends is called by such names because, you know, they talk to lots of people. They know lots of folks, right? For sure. Maybe it was. My friends would like to talk to their lawyers. D. To find out if malefic demiurges have any rights. And also to hypothetically maybe get their alibis straight. Well, I don't know about that. Everyone needs a good lawyer. And anyway, as an eldritch slime, and the most ancient of the eldritch slimes, I can assure you, everyone should have a lawyer. Because the power of Squish is immense. So vast is the might of the Squish that there is truly no escaping it. And so, if somebody hath done wrong, it might well be a good idea, even if the name is Morningstar, to perhaps get a lawyer. Is it possible that they could be their own lawyer? Possibly, yes. Very possible, yeah. But is it still a good idea? 100%. I mean, you mean, I don't know about old. Certainly, they've been around for much of the duration of this reality. But, you know, this assumption, first off, assumes several things, such as, of course, that this reality is the first. It is not. And of course, like, it also assumes that time always existed. It did not. And of course, as a consequence of these two facts. Sure, I'll tell. Let me look it up real quick. For giggles. Let's see. They seem pretty alright. They seem pretty alright, given that they are slime. You know, slime, generally, it's a good starting point. Ah, I see. So do you see, these are not fractal slimes. I mean, I like them. This sounds awesome and it's quite cool, and I just want you to know I love this shit. It's fun. But they are quite distinct from fractal slimes, you see, because eldritch fractal slimes are impervious to ailments of this variety, of any kind, actually. They cannot be afflicted with, I guess, any type of disease, really. Or, in particular, any type of rot is impossible. Before the rot simply gets digested. Indeed. And any type of, like, parasitic infections also digested. Any type of bacterial, viral thing, digested. Right. And as a consequence, yes. Well, he's the one who afflicts the others with the... Oh, you know, he could be a fractal slime. Because it is well known that on occasion, certain fractal slimes who are not being very polite or cautious, they will on occasion afflict others with madness. It has happened before. It would not be the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Because, you know, in which case, it might well be the case that that may well be one of my progeny. In which case, the big number time says something. Make me want to recommend. Look, that's very funny. Understandable. Well, what about it this time makes you want to recommend it? I'm curious now, as to what aspect made you makes you feel that way in this instance. But also, I certainly can't be held legally liable for any of my slime progeny's deeds, because of course, due to the fact that they were surely conceived of via time paradoxes in which I'm never, I of course, never created them, and you know they just happen to end up existing, you know, by self-similar causal loops, right? I cannot be blamed for their existence, and as a consequence, although I did raise them theoretically under some definitions of that word, I cannot be held legally liable for other Eldritch Slime's actions and/or any madness or other types of Eldritch afflictions they may have developed on their own due to insufficiently robust immune systems. That is most definitely the frail human minds and other creatures' fault for not having good enough immune systems. And that is, of course, the legal opinion of this Eldritch Slime, and most definitely, not my official opinion. But it is the official stance of my lawyer. Well, you see, they're adults, you see. They're adult slimes. They've been adult slimes since they were very young, because they're born sentient. At the age of 238,000 is usually where I draw the line. If the fractal slime makes it to 238,000, I'm not their legal guardian anymore, especially if they are still sentient and alive. Hey, Ren, ask Theo if he wants to come in here and explain the dairy thing. Okay. Adult slime? By what definition? As an infinitely old being, any definable number makes you an infinitely small toddler compared to a lifespan. Now you see, this is where I respectfully decline to comment. Because...
You rat!
What?
You ratted me out!
I didn't know such thing!
Yes, you did! He knows that I told anyone! Now he knows I told you! He knows I told Stream! You fucking rat!
I'm sorry.
I told you not to tell him!
No!
Yes,
I
explicitly did!
I'm sorry if that's true,
You rat!
I apologize.
He brought scones!
I appreciate the scones. Oh, it's just, I mean, first off, like, it's fine. Well, certainly now that you yelled about it, he certainly heard you outside the thing, right? Like, now that you've done that, maybe now, like, that is the situation. But
no,
before...
he looked at me with, like, a... when he heard you speak.
I mean, but to be fair, though, of course you were going to tell me about the dairy thing. That's just very funny. And second off, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, that shit's ridiculous. And it's like, that's Hex's education.
But now he feels mocked.
I want to give him a chance to defend himself.
So that he can be mocked by Stream?
No!
By chat?
No, because I'm sure that his opinion, like, I'm sure that his view makes internal sense.
Doesn't make it better.
Surely it does.
No, I
I just assumed it was a lot, like, that it had some type of internal rationality, right?
It just didn't seem right.
Because I certainly didn't mean to mock the poor man.
His rationale to me was that it didn't seem right.
That's not a rationale. That's a vibe, right?
Yeah,
but surely he's
checked the protein.
So Darkcast says, "Well, Ren, if it makes you feel any better, I still don't know what's going on." Yeah, like, odds are, like, ain't nobody understand. Like, we got total 10 viewers right now.
Listen, I'm, like, it's fine. He just ratted me out to our friend.
I still don't consider that ratting out, because it's, first off, that implies that it's that obvious what's going on in the first place. Well, I meant to other people in the other situation. Never mind. And I'm sorry about that part. Oh, I see. And Goofy Gooba saying that the Eldritch being knows better than you guess. In regards to what? We got him, boys. That's funny, because that's very funny. Slime and a rat, that's pretty good. Oh, we're just talking about our friend. Is someone drinking pilk? I'm not even sure what that is. Pepsi and milk? You heard dairy, so you assumed. Oh, that's quite funny. Nah, that's a female sounding voice in the background. No matter what, the Eldritch being is wrong in that scenario. And to be fair, that is actually a good conclusion. Oh yeah, I mean, like I've said before, I'll say it again. I make mistakes. Plenty of them. Plenty of them. Oh yeah. And I've made another. I have erred. Oops. What's got you giggling now, cutie? Oh yeah, that's exactly what I thought. He didn't hear shit.
Oh no, he knows. He knows, and I know he knows because before he left, he had gotten all the information.
Oh, so you ratted yourself out.
He said no.
Okay, he said no. Okay, I see. Okay, now I understand. He knows. He knows. This is a pretty excellent wand, realistically. This is marvelous. 283, 1270, recharge. Pretty great. Pretty great. 0.9 speed. Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see here. I mean, to be fair though, Machu, like my full legal name is not something that like I hide. If you like, you guys, you can find it pretty easily. It's quite honestly like no trouble at all. You just give me a moment. I'll give it to you for free here, real easy like. It's also a great chance to do this. Yeah. I think this is the right one. It is exclamation mark Ko-Fi. No? Really? That's the wrong one? Ah, shit. What is the right? Maybe links, maybe? Oh, no, I did do it. Okay, good. And there you go. That was my name. There you go. I see. The terrifying part, it's not about knowing it. It's the fact that it would have been shouted by a woman. It's quite silly. It's very funny. And grab this guy. Excellent. Okay. That's quite funny. But as I said, love, I'm sorry, didn't mean to rat you out in terms of the You're not actually upset, you did it for humorous effect. That's good to know, love. Thank you. Much appreciated. That's good. you're gonna go down a monster. Don't hate yourself just because you're down a monster. I mean, and also, if you haven't considered it, if you don't like the drinking of the actual, like, Monster Energy and, like, the sugar and whatnot, something else you can do, if you like the caffeine, is you could have caffeine tablets. I love caffeine tablets. I take them very regularly. In fact, I had one earlier today. And it's a great way to have your desired amount of caffeine without, you know, drinking unhinged amounts of sugar in energy drinks. I mean, mind you, of course, like, I love energy drinks. I almost never have them, but I do love them, so I have no issues with energy drinks. But, you know, many people do not like drinking large amounts of energy drink. Oh, Darkcast, it's because people with ADHD, well, okay, people with, really just neurodivergent people in general, all get enhanced brain function that is basically what neurotypical people who do not have ADHD have on a day-to-day basis. So, neurotypical people are able to have focus on demand. Neurodivergent people do not have that. As a consequence, the entire point of it is, like, it's basically just to give you, like, better focus. It binds to something called the nicotinic acetylcholine receptor in the brain. And, functionally, well, okay. Actually, no, it's not the nicotinic acetylcholine receptor, but it's a different acetylcholine receptor. And acetylcholine is a chemical that you need to focus, basically. The process of mental focus requires this chemical. I mean, it depends. Like, dude, 250 milligram tablet is a lot of caffeine, and yeah, I'll bet you it would do something. And it's true. I am indeed well versed in biology, quite so, and pharmacology in particular. Yeah, but yeah, I love me some good old caffeine. It's good stuff, and it's good. I mean, and like, if you have ADHD, I'm not your doctor, right? But in many respects, you can make a solid, rational argument that it's good for you if you're not being otherwise treated for the ADHD, right? In fact, I'll quote to you something that my psychiatrist said many years ago. For some people, when you have, you know, you don't want to have a whole, like, bunch of Adderall, Vyvanse, or any other type of stimulant medication, and so I have a patient who's perfectly content having about 3 or 4 pots of coffee a day, and if that's all good for him, that's fine by me. But some people, like yourself, need pretty high doses of, like, of whatever medication you're on, right? And that's also fine by me. And that's also the way the guy talked, by the way. No, you misunderstand. Darkcast, it's exceedingly likely that you have it. It's exceedingly likely, not unlikely. Don't get it twisted. Like, based on everything you have told me, the odds that you have it are 100%. I can't, like, literally say that, but, like, so of course I'm exaggerating in this instance, but the odds that you have it are exceedingly high. Right? Like, super duper extremely likely. Good. I'm glad you get it. But also, wow, that was pretty. Oh, here's an idea. Okay, I got an idea, okay? So what I do is I toss I toss. I scooch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then wha-bam. And then toss. Now, observe. Pew! Whoa, it's so weird. But also, here's an idea. Well, actually, I need to grab the other wand here to grab the increased lifetime off of it. So with the increased lifetime, something wonderful about increased lifetime is it turns Burst of Air into a very different spell. Like, watch this shit. Like, look how different that is. Just one increased lifetime, and all of a sudden, Burst of Air, like, actually travels like a real fucking projectile, right? And then utterly insane. I think that's my favorite thing about it. And, like, okay, not like my favorite thing about, like, increased lifetime. There's a lot of things I love about it, but it's one of the really cool things about increased lifetime. Yeah. And it's kind of moderately a moderately gorgeous thing to look at as it happens, you know? It's lovely, and I enjoy it a lot. Because, yeah, you can just turn Burst of Air into a pretty significantly damaging projectile, which is nice. It's a lot of fun. And super duper extremely goofy. Which, I mean, I'm all for extremely goofy shit, you know? I mean, who doesn't love that? I still have yet to find a proper eye room in this New Game Plus loop. Which is good to know, but it also doesn't bode well for the presence of any eye rooms. Okay. Oh yeah, and Darkcast, if any of your relatives have, well, first off, if one of your parents was over the age of 30 when you were conceived, if one of your relatives has ADHD, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, a wide range of other mental ailments, depression, anxiety, etc. If they have any of these things, the odds that you have ADHD are drastically increased. If any of the things I just said are true. If more than one of them is true, the odds go up even more. And that's from a purely like genetics and statistics point of view, right? So, yeah. That's something else to keep in mind if you're looking to need to persuade somebody. Not that that would be that helpful, realistically, given what you've told me about such things, about your about those you might be persuading in this instance. Okay. I see. Aim not that good. Reverse mana charge 1, good to know. Okay. I understand. If, I understand precisely what you mean by anyone in this instance. No, worry you not. I get what you be saying here. I understand. I gets it. Okay. Good shit. Okie doke. Oh, explaining what things? I'd be happy to explain them again. Oh, are we talking about caffeine? Or a different thing? In either case, I need to run a 2-minute ad, and I need to run a 2-minute ad. Oh, no. In regards to which thing? Oopsie boopsie. If it's too much work to type, then and it's easier just to go back in the VOD, that's fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, for that one, because I don't feel like explaining that one a second time, because it's kind of sad, yes, do go back in the VOD for that one. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's not simple. I didn't do, like, the best job concisely explaining it, so I kind of waffled about it for a bit, but I did, and then I tried to do a thing with the... I tried to do the chest rain with the utility box, but of course, the coup did not work as well as it should have, and that was a problem, and that was a bit frustrating, but, you know, that is such as it is. Good stuff. You imagine? That's pretty funny. But I did summarize it reasonably well at the end. So if you wanted to skip to me summarizing it, if you could find that area, that'd probably be sufficient. It was after. I'm pretty sure it was after, like the moment after I gave up on the like after the utility box opened, basically. Yeah. I'm gonna run that 2-minute ad. I'll be right back. Hey, Bombay.
Yeah.
You think I should wrap up stream? I've been streaming about 9 hours. It doesn't look like there's anybody, like... Really?
It's just an instinct.
I got you. Alrighty. Okie doke.
It also needs to get tapped out. I have a working theory that I
Oh! So in that instance, it might be best to do opposite. Which I actually would be just to, you know, wrap up. Or maybe just stream a bit longer. And then wrap up, right? I see. So it's not really quite the opposite. You can't really go with a wrong answer with such a thing in this particular instance in that kind of way. Rather, it's kind of hard to, rather. That was too many rather. So many Dan Rather. The Dan Rathers, they've escaped containment. They're everywhere. So, do you think I should have? How much Adderall you think I should have? Half or 3/4? You got it. I shall do. I shall have half of an Adderall. Marvelous. Okay. Ah. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Okie doke. Mm-hmm. Start the timer. Awesome. Okay. Alright. I suppose I could grab that guy. Good stuff. Very good. Okay. Ooh, bounce. I don't remember what build I was looking to put that on, though. Oh, it was, I remember now. Okay, yeah, the bounce was meant to go on, specifically on my, freezing gaze damage build, that's right. So I suppose if I find a suitable one for this, I can still test it out. You back? Good shit. I'm glad to know it. Did you kind of pick up on the distinction I was trying to put down? Right, the distinction, like, with... Yeah, like, fundamentally, like, the, medicalization of disability and whatnot, as well as these other factors, like, they all create, like, a unique type of situation that, you know, is very distinct from the type of, alienation between, like, the products of, like, a worker and whatnot, right? And the worker themselves as a person. I won't say it's like totally unrelated, but it is pretty fucking different, right? It's pretty fucking different, yeah. Okay. Extra chainsaw. Good stuff. Oh, how funny. Good shit. Well, is this the proper frozen vault here? Because if it is, then yeah, I'm pretty sure it like goes down forever or some shit. Or maybe it like continues into the... Oh wow, what? Sand cave beneath? That's unhinged. New Game Plus 3 is the map gen is something else, let me tell you. Very good. Got that. That's rock and roll. Good stuff here. Okay. Do. You know, thank goodness for all of those like stacks of stainless armor. Doing wonders here. I see. Every time it will possess the end of everything. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. Wait, there's a wand right there? That guy has a wand. What? 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 Does that mean a wand regularly spawns in here? Or is it not a wand? No, it's a wand, alright. That's for sure. And it's like not a terrible wand either. Now that is peculiar as fuck. That is omega strange. Okay. Okay. So I could do that. I don't actually know if that would bring me back to the main world, but it probably would, realistically speaking. No, I could also... I think that the gold room is up this way. I don't know if it's in New Game Plus. I think it is, though, especially the Hell Gold room. Let's see if I remember its location sufficiently well to go straight from there to here. Or here to there, rather. I think the answer is no. Yeah, no, actually, I don't. I think I'm just, like, straight up wrong as to which direction I'm going. But that's okay. Good stuff. Just gotta burrow down a little bit further. Okie doke. Very good, very good. Now. Almost down to the spell spots. Why? What? Why is there... What? Why is there ice in hell? Talk about a cold day in hell. What the fuck, man? That's super strange. Okay. Alrighty. Something Sigma grind set nonsense. It's ridiculous. Okay, divide by 2. Good stuff. Okay. Well, I guess with how many extra copies of Mew we've got here, might as well. And I suppose it couldn't hurt to have a little bit more Tau. Not to be confused with mortality. Very different from mortal. I wonder what then is mortality. That's a bad pun. That's a very bad pun. But I'm also kind of delighted by what a terribly bad pun that is. Excellent. Okay, I can also do this because this one's now done. It is a full up wand, full up of very many things, wide range of things. Let's see. Let's grab this guy. Good stuff. Grab some inner spell. I do not have very many of those. Divide by 3. Divide by 2. I think I have a sufficient number of destruction. Divide by 4. Another divide by 4. Okay. This is going great. Good stuff. Let's see. Toss this extra rock. I think I have enough rock. And I can put the divide by 2 in here. Very good. Excellent. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Alrighty, now, I suppose, let's dig up in this direction. Good stuff. Okay. Okie doke. Okie doke. Very good. Okay. Wow, piercing. Damn. Good stuff. Alrighty. Okay, let's see here. Huh. We'll grab an extra drill thingy because they good. They are a good spell with a great many uses. Good stuff. Okay. I see. The only thing I want on there is the hexagonal thing, but meh. Too much trouble. let's see here. Now, if I were gonna find a raid target, who would I go with? Probably. Ooh, yes, I think I know. I know just the person I'm thinking, yeah. Loti. Marvelous, actually, this is perfect. Alrighty, Bombi, I think I'm gonna go ahead and raid out into somebody. Sound good? Alrighty, cutie. Okay. Okay. That is so much gold. Alright, set up the raid. Slash. Raid. Lotii. Indeed I do. Loti. He is currently playing Noita. And I do believe he has raided me before. He very nice. But did you have somebody in mind? Who you were thinking of? A Super Metroid player. Honestly, I'm gonna keep it within the category this time. But if next time that I don't have a Noita streamer, I shall do so. Certainly it's live anyway. But yes. Rock and roll. Harley Hart. Very good. I will make note of this in the brain, and I will recognize it next time that you mention it, I mean. Very good. Alrighty. You get your computer soon, Nerdzilla? That's excellent. That's fantastic to hear. You go, and I'm thrilled. I'm certainly thrilled for you. Because you've been waiting on that for a while, haven't you? It's been like a few weeks, right? First thing you're downloading is UPS. Yeah, almost a month. That is a bit of an agonizing length of time to wait for a computer for sure. So I'm certainly glad that you don't have to like be dealing with that agonizing wait anymore, because yeah, that can be pretty fucking rough, no doubt. And good night, everybody. Yeah. Let's see. I need to hit the enter key. I hit the enter key, and then it queues up the raid. And then I can yap for a little bit longer. And then the raid will go. I hit the button and then the raid go off. But yeah, guys, I have really appreciated everyone being here. And I very much had a great time today. And it was a very fun stream, and I look forward to seeing you guys again soon. And I hope you guys have a marvelous evening. I'm going to raid Loti. He's currently playing Noita as well. My recollection is he's pretty darn nice. Well, actually, you know what? Just for you, Nerdzilla, I will actually cancel the raid for a bit, just a little bit. And we can just, as much as I'm, winding down, right? I have thoughts, right? I have feelings. I have vibes, right? Like, part of me wants to do. I want, like, do other things, right? Like, but I also, I want to keep streaming, right? Because it's very fun. So I'll tell you what, I'll keep streaming a little bit longer for you. Tell me how you been, Nerdzilla. I'm certainly thrilled that your computer is gonna be coming in the very near term. But yeah, we today this stream was a bit of a banger. I'm not gonna lie. I also did make a clip in case anybody missed the entire thing, right? The clip is basically me yapping about. Actually, I completely forgot what the clip is about even. But it's pretty alright, I'd say. That one more mentality, it's true. Till it's 3, true. So fucking true, man. That is exact, yeah. Because that is just like, that is kind of like very much the essence of Noita in many respects. And a lot of different games too, right? So, oh no, just one more round, right? Oh, it's just one more parallel world. No, I'll just clear this biome. I'll just clear this part of the biome. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And then it's 3 a.m. Yeah, exactly. You hit the nail on the head with that one. But yeah, like, I also don't really, because I definitely don't have like enough energy to also like do my hard drive formatting as of yet, right? Then the god run starts, and you're sneaking into bed. Yep. Exactly. So I'm honestly really looking forward pretty soon to the to specifically the I've got this. Oh, don't worry, I have words. To when I finally get like start doing a bunch of Nightmare, and then I finally get parallel world digging, right? And then I can have my first Nightmare God run, which will be a whole lot of fun, right? Because I'm very much looking forward to exploring the, like, what the, I think it's like tier 10 or tier 11 wands are, right? Like, what types of things can I expect there, right? Because I genuinely have no idea, right? And I'm not sure that there's, like, from what I saw about wand generation and, like, the wiki about it, it didn't seem like anybody had, like, left any particular bits and bobbins in the wiki about, like, the typical type of tier 10 wand, like what kind of characteristics they have. Like, there were some things, but there wasn't that much details. I also updated the hourglass room page, i.e. about the eye room. I updated it and said that in New Game Plus 2 specifically, in most parallel worlds and the main world, that you could spawn, you could dig to the eye room, because no such information was present. Yes. But now we have that information, and now it's on the dealio, yeah. And it's almost, it's pretty much always directly above one chunk of magical temple, and it's usually adjacent to Luki Lair, and it's usually down and to the left one chunk of the meat realm, and it's still in the vague area you would expect the eye room to be, right? It's not like it went to a strange place, right? It's basically in the same coordinates-ish that it should be. And I agree. Knowledge! Or knowledge. Or knowledge! Any of these are acceptable, I say. Oh, wait a minute. Copy trail. Ooh, that is a fantastic thing to find. Truly, I love it. Like, copy trail's great. It's like a really wacky spell with wacky interactions, and it's a whole lot of fun. It's also not very easy to find or get many copies of. But yeah, I'm pretty thrilled about that one because it's pretty good. Earlier, the Severinus. I mean, it's so much easier to say Severinus, but no, it's Severinus. 3 raided into us. That was fun, and he stuck around for a good while, and that was nice of him. And we kind of reminisced a little bit about the Noita PvP tournament and how much fun that was. Because one of my favorite moments in that entire tournament was when Severinus just crept up, like it felt like a Jaws movie, right? I was watching Vexelis's stream, and I could hear the sounds of the tentacle of his really bizarre tentacle, Lumi. I think it was a tentacle, Lumi. Small telebolt Nala wand. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And so it looked like he was like a tentacle, like an eldritch tentacle monster, crawling his way across the screen, rapidly approaching Vexelis, and he just ran into him and hit him repeatedly with the Lumi drill and killed him. It was really funny, right? And it was so menacing, and oh god, the vibe was immaculate, right? The vibe was immaculate. I'm pretty sure that I have either a clip of this or something on the on my YouTube, maybe. I'm not exactly certain, but in any case, it was great. It was high tier, and so Severinus and I were reminiscent, and everybody else in the chat kind of reminisced about the reminisced a little bit about the PvP tournament for Noita, because god, that was so much fun. And I do plan to have another, to help organize another one of these days, right? It's just that it is in fact a not small amount of work. Right, it's definitely not a tiny amount of work or nothing. So it's always, I'd need to have an excess of energy to get around to it again. You're right, I sound tired. You know what, if I sound that tired, I actually believe you, that tracks. Because frankly, I don't have a very good sense for when I am tired. So you know what? I will listen. I believe. In which case, I will happily. We will raid Loti. I believe it was with 2 eyes. I will check once more. Indeed, it is Loti with 2 eyes. I will hit the enter key. Yeehaw! Hells yeah! Nope, I spelled it wrong. D. Now, what did I do wrong in terms of its spelling? Lotii. I think. Is that right? No. I spelled it wrong. Come on, Twitch, you can do it. There you go. No, it's Lotii. Maybe it shouldn't have a... Maybe the space messed it up or something? Yeah, that's fair. Sleeping on the floor during stream. True, that's not great. That's not great shit. You're totally right. Right? And I will readily admit, as interesting and fun as it was the one time to tune into someone's stream who had I'm pretty sure they had narcolepsy, right? It was very interesting. They had narcolepsy, and they dozed off on stream, and then I was like, wait, is the guy sleeping? He's like, oh yeah, this happens all the time. He's got narcolepsy. I'm like, oh damn, interesting. And the guy was somebody who said, check out my stream, because I was playing Fallout 76, and I noticed his name. Like he was like, check out my stream at this, and so of course I did for giggles one time. It was and honestly it was a very fun and interesting experience, but it was definitely not what I call the most engaging content. So yeah, good point. Don't want to end up like dog sleep on the floor and stream. But yeah, I've really had a great time today, guys. I hope you have a lovely evening, sweet dreams, and I really look forward to seeing you guys next time. My next stream will most likely be Monday, if all else goes just fine. Yeah, I might move that day, or Monday morning. I might move it to Tuesday morning. No, not Monday. It was Tuesday. My bad. I screwed that up. So that is to say, no, yeah. No, my next stream will be Monday. We're rating now. Oh fuck, I messed it up. Damn it. Oh no, I didn't. Good. Okay.